An account of the voyages undertaken by the order of His Present Majesty for making discoveries in the Southern Hemisphere, and successively performed by Commodore Byron, Captain Carteret, Captain Wallis, and Captain Cook in the Dolphin, the Swallow, and the Endeavour, drawn up from the journals which were kept by the several commanders and from the papers of Joseph Banks, Esquire, by John Hawkesworth, Legum Doctor, in 3 volumes. Volume 2, Book 1. An account of a voyage round the world in the years 1768, 1769, 1770 and 1771 by Lieutenant James Cook, commander of His Majesty's bark the Endeavour. Introduction. I have in the general introduction to this work mentioned the reasons why the narratives of the several voyages are written in the person of the commanders, upon what ground liberty has been taken to introduce such sentiments as the events suggested to me, and what the materials were from which my work has been drawn up. It has also been said that with respect to the voyage of the Endeavour, I had still farther assistance, and of this I am now to give an account. On board this vessel embarked Joseph Banks, Esquire, a gentleman possessed of considerable landed property in Lincolnshire. He received the education of a scholar rather to qualify him for the enjoyments than the labours of life. Yet an ardent desire to know more of nature than could be learnt from books determined him at a very early age to forego what are generally thought to be the principal advantages of a liberal fortune, and to apply his revenue not in procuring the pleasures of leisure and case, but in the pursuit of his favourite study, through a series of fatigue and danger, which, in such circumstances, have very seldom been voluntarily incurred, except to gratify the restless and insatiable desires of avarice or ambition. Upon his leaving the University of Oxford in the year 1763, he crossed the Atlantic and visited the coasts of Newfoundland and Labrador. The danger, difficulty, and inconvenience that attend long voyages are very different in idea and experience. Mr. Banks, however, returned, undiscouraged, from his first expedition, and when he found that the Endeavour was equipping for a voyage to the South Seas in order to observe the transit of Venus and afterwards attempt farther discoveries, he determined to embark in the expedition, that he might enrich his native country with a tribute of knowledge from those which have been hitherto unknown, and not without hope of leaving among the rude and uncultivated nations that he might discover something that would render life of more value, and enrich them perhaps in a certain degree with the knowledge, or at least with the productions, of Europe. As he was determined to spare no expense in the execution of his plan, he engaged Dr. Solander to accompany him in the voyage. This gentleman, by birth a Swede, was educated under the celebrated Linnaeus, from whom he brought letters of recommendation into England, and his merit being soon known, he obtained an appointment in the British Museum, a public institution which was then just established. Such a companion Mr. Banks considered as an acquisition of no small importance, and to his great satisfaction the event abundantly proved that he was not mistaken. He also took with him 2 draftsmen, one to delineate views and figures, the other to paint such subjects of natural history as might offer, together with a secretary and 4 servants, 2 of whom were Negroes. Mr. Banks kept an accurate and circumstantial journal of the voyage, and soon after I had received that of Captain Cook from the Admiralty, was so obliging as to put it into my hands, with permission to take out of it whatever I thought would improve or embellish the narrative. This was an offer of which I gladly and thankfully accepted. I knew the advantage would be great, for few philosophers have furnished materials for accounts of voyages undertaken to discover new countries. The adventurers in such expeditions have generally looked only upon the great outline of nature, without attending to the variety of shades within, which give life and beauty to the piece. The papers of Captain Cook contained a very particular account of all the nautical incidents of the voyage, and a very minute description of the figure and extent of the countries he had visited, with the bearings of the headlands and bays that diversify the coasts, the situation of the harbours in which shipping may obtain refreshments, with the depth of water wherever there were foundings, the latitudes, longitudes, variation of the needle, and such other particulars as lay in his department, and abundantly showed him to be an excellent officer and skilful navigator. But in the papers which were communicated to me by Mr. Banks, I found a great variety of incidents which had not come under the notice of Captain Cook, with descriptions of countries and people, their productions, manners, customs, religion, policy and language, much more full and particular than were expected from a gentleman whose station and office naturally turned his principal attention to other objects. For these particulars, therefore, besides many practical observations, the public is indebted to Mr. Banks. To Mr. Banks also, the public is indebted for the designs of the engravings which illustrate and adorn the account of this voyage, all of them, except the maps, charts and views of the coasts as they appear at sea, being copied from his valuable drawings, and some of them from such as were made for the use of the artists at his expense. As the materials furnished by Mr. Banks were so interesting and copious, there arose an objection against writing an account of this voyage in the person of the commander, which could have no place with respect to the others. The descriptions and observations of Mr. Banks would be absorbed without any distinction in a general narrative given under another name. But this objection he generously overruled, and it therefore became necessary to give some account of the obligations which he has laid upon the public and myself in this place. It is indeed fortunate for mankind when wealth and science, and a strong inclination to exert the powers of both for purposes of public benefit, unite in the same person. And I cannot but congratulate my country upon the prospect of further pleasure and advantage from the same gentleman, to whom we are indebted for so considerable a part of this narrative. The First Voyage of Captain James Cook, Volume 2, Book 1. An account of a voyage round the world in the years 1768, 1769, 1770 and 1771 by Lieutenant James Cook, commander of His Majesty's bark the Endeavour. Chapter 1. The passage from Plymouth to Madeira with some account of that island. Having received my commission, which was dated the 25th of May 1768, I went on board on the 27th, hoisted the pennant and took charge of the ship, which then lay in the basin in Deptford Yard. She was fitted for sea with all expedition, and stores and provisions being taken on board, sailed down the river on the 30th of July, and on the 13th of August anchored in Plymouth Sound. While we lay here waiting for a wind, the Articles of War and the Act of Parliament were read to the ship's company, who were paid 2 months' wages in advance, and told that they were to expect no additional pay for the performance of the voyage. On Friday, the 26th of August, the wind becoming fair, we got under sail and put to sea. On the 31st, we saw several of the birds which the sailors call Mother Carey's chickens, and which they suppose to be the forerunners of a storm. And on the next day we had a very hard gale, which brought us under our courses, washed overboard a small boat belonging to the boatswain, and drowned 3 or 4 dozen of our poultry, which we regretted still more. On Friday, the 2nd of September, we saw land between Cape Finisterre and Cape Ortegal, on the coast of Galicia in Spain. And on the 5th, by an observation of the sun and moon, we found the latitude of Cape Finisterre to be 42 degrees 53 minutes north, and its longitude 8 degrees 46 minutes west. Our first meridian being always supposed to pass through Greenwich, variation of the needle 21 degrees 4 minutes west. During this course, Mr. Banks and Dr. Solander had an opportunity of observing many marine animals, of which no naturalist has hitherto taken notice, particularly a new species of the Oniscus, which was found adhering to the Medusa pelagica, and an animal of an angular figure, about 3 inches long and 1 thick, with a hollow passing quite through it, and a brown spot on one end, which they conjectured might be its stomach. 4 of these adhered together by their sides when they were taken, so that at first they were thought to be one animal, but upon being put into a glass of water, they soon separated and swam about very briskly. These animals are of a new genus, to which Mr. Banks and Dr. Solander gave the name of Dagisa, from the likeness of one species of them to a gem. Several specimens of them were taken adhering together, sometimes to the length of a yard or more, and shining in the water with very beautiful colours. Another animal of a new genus they also discovered, which shone in the water with colours still more beautiful and vivid, and which indeed exceeded in variety and brightness anything that we had ever seen. The colouring and splendour of these animals were equal to those of an opal, and from their resemblance to that gem, the genus was called Carcinium opalinum. One of them lived several hours in a glass of salt water, swimming about with great agility, and at every motion displaying a change of colours almost infinitely various. We caught also among the rigging of the ship, when we were at the distance of about 10 leagues from Cape Finisterre, several birds which have not been described by Linnaeus. They were supposed to have come from Spain, and our gentlemen called the species Motacilla vellicicans, as they said none but sailors would venture themselves on board a ship that was going round the world. One of them was so exhausted that it died in Mr. Banks's hand, almost as soon as it was brought to him. It was thought extraordinary that no naturalist had hitherto taken notice of the dagusa, as the sea abounds with them not 20 leagues from the coast of Spain, but, unfortunately for the cause of science, there are but very few of those who traverse the sea that are either disposed or qualified to remark the curiosities of which nature has made it the repository. On the 12th, we discovered the islands of Porto Santo and Madeira, and on the next day anchored in Funchale Road and moored with the stream anchor. But in the night, the bend of the hawser of the stream anchor slipped, owing to the negligence of the person who had been employed to make it fast. In the morning, the anchor was heaved up into the boat and carried out to the southward. But in heaving it again, Mr. Weir, the master's mate, was carried overboard by the buoy rope and went to the bottom with the anchor. The people in the ship saw the accident and got the anchor up with all possible expedition. It was, however, too late. The body came up entangled in the buoy rope, but it was dead. When the island of Madeira is first approached from the sea, it has a very beautiful appearance, the sides of the hills being entirely covered with vines almost as high as the eye can distinguish, and the vines are green when every kind of herbage, except where they shade the ground, and here and there by the sides of a rill, is entirely burnt up, which was the case at this time. On the 13th, about 11 o'clock in the forenoon, a boat, which our sailors call the product boat, came on board from the officers of health, without whose permission no person is suffered to land from on board a ship. As soon as this permission was obtained, we went on shore at Funchale, the capital of the island, and proceeded directly to the house of Mr. Cheap, who is the English consul there, and one of the most considerable merchants of the place. This gentleman received us with the kindness of a brother and the liberality of a prince. He insisted upon our taking possession of his house, in which he furnished us with every possible accommodation during our stay upon the island. He procured leave for Mr. Banks and Dr. Solander to search the island for such natural curiosities as they should think worth their notice, employed persons to take fish and gather shells, which time would not have permitted them to collect for themselves, and he provided horses and guides to take them to any part of the country which they should choose to visit. With all these advantages, however, their excursions were seldom pushed farther than 3 miles from the town, as they were only 5 days on shore, one of which they spent at home in receiving the honour of a visit from the governor. The season was the worst in the year for their purpose, as it was neither that of plants nor insects. A few of the plants, however, were procured in flower by the kind attention of Dr. Heberden, the chief physician of the island, and brother to Dr. Heberden of London, who also gave them such specimens as he had in his possession, and a copy of his botanical observations, containing, among other things, a particular description of the trees of the island. Mr. Banks inquired after the wood which has been imported into England for cabinet work, and is here called Madeira mahogany. He learnt that no wood was exported from the island under that name, but he found a tree called by the natives Viniatico, the Laurus indicus of Linnes, the wood of which cannot easily be distinguished from mahogany. Dr. Heberden has a bookcase in which the Vigniatico and mahogany are mixed, and they are no otherwise to be known from each other than by the colour, which, upon a nice examination, appears to be somewhat less brown in the Vignatico than the mahogany. It is therefore in the highest degree probable that the wood known in England by the name of Madeira mahogany is the Vignatico. There is great reason to suppose that this whole island was, at some remote period, thrown up by the explosion of subterraneous fire, as every stone, whether whole or in fragments, that we saw upon it appeared to have been burnt, and even the sand itself to be nothing more than ashes. We did not indeed see much of the country, but the people informed us that what we did see was a very exact specimen of the rest. The only article of trade in this island is wine, and the manner in which it is made is so simple that it might have been used by Noah, who is said to have planted the first vineyard after the stood. The grapes are put into a square wooden vessel, the dimensions of which are proportioned to the size of the vineyard to which it belongs. The servants then, having taken off their stockings and jackets, get into it, and with their feet and elbows press out as much of the juice as they can. The stalks are afterwards collected, and being tied together with a rope, are put under a square piece of wood, which is pressed down upon them by a lever with a stone tied to the end of it. The inhabitants have made so little improvement in knowledge or art that they have but very lately brought all the fruit of a vineyard to be of one fort, by engrafting their vines. There seems to be in mind, as there is in matter, a kind of vis inertiae, which resists the first impulse to change. He who proposes to assist the artificer or the husbandman by a new application of the principles of philosophy or the powers of mechanism will find that his having hitherto done without them will be a stronger motive for continuing to do without them still than any advantage, however manifest and considerable, for adopting the improvement. Wherever there is ignorance, there is prejudice. And the common people of all nations are, with respect to improvements, like the parish poor of England with respect to a maintenance, for whom the law must not only make a provision, but compel them to accept it, or else they will be still found begging in the streets. It was therefore with great difficulty that the people of Madeira were persuaded to engraft their vines, and some of them still obstinately refused to adopt the practice, though a whole vintage is very often spoiled by the number of bad grapes which are mixed in the vat and which they will not throw out, because they increase the quantity of the wine. An instance of the force of habit, which is the more extraordinary, as they have adopted the practice of engrafting with respect to their chestnut trees. An object of much less importance, which, however, are thus brought to bear sooner than they would otherwise have done. We saw no wheel carriages of any sort in the place, which perhaps is not more owing to the want of ingenuity to invent them than to the want of industry to mend the roads, which at present it is impossible that any wheel carriage should pass. The inhabitants have horses and mules indeed, excellently adapted to such ways. But their wine is, notwithstanding, brought to town from the vineyards where it is made, in vessels of goat skins, which are carried by men upon their heads. The only imitation of a carriage among these people is a board, made somewhat hollow in the middle, to one end of which a pole is tied by a strap of whit leather. This wretched sledge approaches about as near to an English cart as an Indian canoe to a ship's longboat. And even this would probably never have been thought of if the English had not introduced wine vessels which are too big to be carried by hand, and which therefore are dragged about the town upon these machines. One reason, perhaps, why art and industry have done so little for Madeira is nature's having done so much. The soil is very rich, and there is such a difference of climate between the plains and the hills, that there is scarcely a single object of luxury that grows either in Europe or the Indies that might not be produced here. When we went to visit Dr. Heberden, who lives upon a considerable ascent, about 2 miles from town, we left the thermometer at 74, and when we arrived at his house, we found it at 66. The hills produce, almost spontaneously, walnuts, chestnuts and apples in great abundance. And in the town, there are many plants which are the natives both of the East and West Indies, particularly the banana, the guava, the pineapple or anana, and the mango, which flourish almost without culture. The corn of this country is of a most excellent quality, large-grained and very fine, and the island would produce it in great plenty. Yet most of what is consumed by the inhabitants is imported. The mutton, pork, and beef are also very good. The beef in particular, which we took on board here, was universally allowed to be scarcely inferior to our own. The lean part was very like it, both in colour and grain, though the beasts are much smaller, but the fat is as white as the fat of mutton. The town of Funchal derives its name from funcho, the Portuguese name for fennel, which grows in great plenty upon the neighbouring rocks, and, by the observation of Dr. Heberden, lies in the latitude of 32 degrees, 33 minutes, 33 seconds north, and longitude 16 degrees, 49 minutes west. It is situated in the bottom of a bay, and though larger than the extent of the island seems to deserve, is very ill built. The houses of the principal inhabitants are large, those of the common people are small, the streets are narrow, and worse paved than any I ever saw. The churches are loaded with ornaments, among which are many pictures and images of favourite saints, but the pictures are in general wretchedly painted, and the saints are dressed in laced clothes. Some of the convents are in a better taste, especially that of the Franciscans, which is plain, simple, and neat in the highest degree. The infirmary in particular drew our attention as a model which might be adopted in other countries with great advantage. It consists of a long room, on one side of which are the windows, and an altar for the convenience of administering the sacrament to the sick. The other side is divided into wards, each of which is just big enough to contain a bed and neatly lined with galley tiles. Behind these wards, and parallel to the room in which they stand, there runs a long gallery, with which each ward communicates by a door, so that the sick may be separately supplied with whatever they want without disturbing their neighbours. In this convent there is also a singular curiosity of another kind, a small chapel, the whole lining of which, both sides and ceiling, is composed of human skulls and thigh bones. The thigh bones are laid across each other, and a skull is placed in each of the four angles. Among the skulls one is very remarkable. The upper and the lower jaw on one side perfectly and firmly cohere. How the ossification which unites them was formed, it is not perhaps very easy to conceive, but it is certain that the patient must have lived some time without opening his mouth. What nourishment he received was conveyed through a hole which we discovered to have been made on the other side, by forcing out some of the teeth, in doing which the jaw also seems to have been injured. We visited the good fathers of this convent on a Thursday evening, just before supper time, and they received us with great politeness. "We will not ask you," said they, "to sup with us, because we are not prepared, but if you will come tomorrow, though it is a fast with us, we will have a turkey roasted for you." This invitation, which showed a liberality of sentiment not to have been expected in a convent of Portuguese friars at this place, gratified us much, though it was not in our power to accept it. We visited also a convent of nuns dedicated to Santa Clara, and the ladies did us the honour to express a particular pleasure in seeing us there. They had heard that there were great philosophers among us, and not at all knowing what were the objects of philosophical knowledge. They asked us several questions that were absurd and extravagant in the highest degree. One was, when it would thunder, and another, whether a spring of fresh water was to be found anywhere within the walls of their convent, of which it seems they were in great want. It will naturally be supposed that our answers to such questions were neither satisfactory to the ladies, nor, in their estimation, honourable to us. Yet their disappointment did not in the least lessen their civility, and they talked without ceasing during the whole of our visit, which lasted about half an hour. The hills of this country are very high. The highest, Pico Ruivo, rises 5,068 feet, near an English mile, perpendicularly from its base, which is much higher than any land that has been measured in Great Britain. The sides of these hills are covered with vines to a certain height, above which there are woods of chestnut and pine of immense extent, and above them forests of wild timber of various kinds not known in Europe, particularly two, called by the Portuguese Mirmulano and Pau Branco, the leaves of both which, particularly the pau branco, are so beautiful that these trees would be a great ornament to the gardens of Europe. The number of inhabitants in this island is supposed to be about 80,000, and the custom house duties produce a revenue to the King of Portugal of £20,000 a year, clear of all expenses, which might easily be doubled by the product of the island, exclusive of the vines, if advantage was taken of the excellence of the climate and the amazing fertility of the soil. But this object is utterly neglected by the Portuguese. In the trade of the inhabitants of Madeira with Lisbon, the balance is against them, so that all the Portuguese money naturally going thither, the currency of the island is Spanish. There are indeed a few Portuguese pieces of copper, but they are so scarce that we did not see one of them. The Spanish coin is of 3 denominations: pistarines, worth about a shilling, bits, worth about 6 pence, and half bits, 3 pence. The tides at this place flow at the full and change of the moon, north and south. The spring tides rise 7 feet perpendicular, and the neap tides 4. By Dr. Heberden's observation, the variation of the compass here is now 15 degrees 30 minutes west and decreasing. But I have some doubt whether he is not mistaken with respect to its decrease. We found that the north point of the dipping needle belonging to the Royal Society dipped 77 degrees 18 inches. The refreshments to be had here are water, wine, fruit of several forts, onions in plenty, and some sweetmeats. Fresh meat and poultry are not to be had without leave from the governor, and the payment of a very high price. We took in 270 pounds of fresh beef and a live bullock, charged at £613, 3,032 gallons of water, and 10 tons of wine. And in the night, between Sunday the 18th and Monday the 19th of September, we set sail in prosecution of our voyage. When Funchale bore north 13 east at the distance of 76 miles, the variation appeared by several azimuths to be 16 degrees 30 minutes west. The First Voyage of Captain James Cook. Volume 2, Book 1. An account of a voyage round the world in the years 1768, 1769, 1770 and 1771 by Lieutenant James Cook, Commander of His Majesty's bark the Endeavour. Chapter 3. The passage from Rio de Janeiro to the entrance of the Strait of Maire, with a description of some of the inhabitants of Terra del Fuego. On the 9th of December, we observed the sea to be covered with broad streaks of a yellowish colour, several of them a mile long and 300 or 400 yards wide. Some of the water thus coloured was taken up and found to be full of innumerable atoms pointed at the end, of a yellowish colour, and none more than a quarter of a line or the 40th part of an inch long. In the microscope, they appeared to be fasciculi of small fibres, interwoven with each other, not unlike the nidus of some of the phaganias, called cadices. But whether they were animal or vegetable substances, whence they came, or for what they were designed, neither Mr. Banks nor Dr. Solander could guess. The same appearance had been observed before when we first discovered the continent of South America. On the 11th, we hooked a shark, and while we were playing it under the cabin window, it threw out and drew in again several times what appeared to be its stomach. It proved to be a female, and upon being opened, 6 young ones were taken out of it. 5 of them were alive and swam briskly in a tub of water, but the 6th appeared to have been dead some time. Nothing remarkable happened till the 30th, except that we prepared for the bad weather, which we were shortly to expect, by bending a new suit of sails. But on this day we ran a course of 160 miles by the log, through innumerable land insects of various kinds, some upon the wing and more upon the water, many of which were alive. They appeared to be exactly the same with the carabi, the grilli, the phalanae, aranea, and other flies that are seen in England, though at this time we could not be less than 30 leagues from land. And some of these insects, particularly the grilli and aranea, never voluntarily leave it at a greater distance than 20 yards. We judged ourselves to be now nearly opposite to Bason's Fond, where Mr. Dalrymple supposes there is a passage quite through the continent of America. And we thought from the insects that there might be at least a very large river, and that it had overflowed its banks. On the 3rd of January 1769, being in latitude 47 degrees 17 minutes south and longitude 61 degrees 29 minutes 45 seconds west, we were all looking out for Pepys's Island, and for some time an appearance was seen in the east which so much resembled land that we bore away for it, and it was more than 2 hours and a half before we were convinced that it was nothing but what sailors call a fog bank. The people now beginning to complain of cold, each of them received what is called a Magellanic jacket and a pair of trousers. The jacket is made of a thick woolen stuff called fearnought, which is provided by the government. We saw from time to time a great number of penguins, albatrosses, and sheer waters, seals, whales, and porpoises. And on the 11th, having passed Falklands Islands, we discovered the coast of Terra del Fuego at the distance of about 4 leagues, extending from the west to southeast by south. We had here 35 fathom, the ground soft small slate stones. As we ranged along the shore to the southeast at the distance of 2 or 3 leagues, we perceived smoke in several places, which was made by the natives, probably as a signal, for they did not continue it after we had passed by. This day we discovered that the ship had got near a degree of longitude to the westward of the log, which in this latitude is 35 minutes of a degree on the equator. Probably there is a small current setting to the westward, which may be caused by the westerly current coming round Cape Horne, and through the Strait of Maire and the indraught of the Strait of Magellan. Having continued to range the coast, on the 14th we entered the Strait of Maire. But the tide turning against us drove us out with great violence and raised such a sea off Cape St. Diego that the waves had exactly the same appearance as they would have had if they had broke over a ledge of rocks. And when the ship was in this torrent, she frequently pitched, so that the bowsprit was under water. About noon, we got under the land between Cape St. Diego and Cape St. Vincent, where I intended to have anchored. But finding the ground everywhere hard and rocky and shallowing from 30 to 12 fathoms, I sent the master to examine a little cove which lay at a small distance to the eastward of Cape St. Vincent. When he returned, he reported that there was anchorage in 4 fathom and a good bottom close to the eastward of the first bluff point on the east of Cape St. Vincent, at the very entrance of the cove, to which I gave the name of Vincent's Bay. Before this anchoring ground, however, lay several rocky ledges that were covered with seaweed. But I was told that there was not less than 8 and 9 fathom over all of them. It will probably be thought strange that where weeds, which grow at the bottom, appear above the surface, there should be this depth of water. But the weeds which grow upon rocky ground in these countries, and which always distinguish it from sand and ooze, are of an enormous size. The leaves are 4 foot long, and some of the stalks, though not thicker than a man's thumb, above 120. Mr. Banks and Dr. Solander examined some of them, over which we sounded and had 14 fathom, which is 84 feet, and as they made a very acute angle with the bottom, they were thought to be at least 1/2 longer. The footstalks were swelled into an air vessel, and Mr. Banks and Dr. Solander called this plant Fucus giganteus. Upon the report of the master, I stood in with the ship, but not trusting implicitly to his intelligence, I continued to found, and found but 4 fathom upon the first ledge that I went over. Concluding, therefore, that I could not anchor here without risk, I determined to seek some port in the strait, where I might get on board such wood and water as we wanted. Mr. Banks and Dr. Solander, however, being very desirous to go on shore, I sent a boat with them and their people, while I kept plying as near as possible with the ship. Having been on shore 4 hours, they returned about 9 in the evening, with above 100 different plants and flowers, all of them wholly unknown to the botanists of Europe. They found the country about the bay to be in general flat. The bottom of it in particular was a plain, covered with grass, which might easily have been made into a large quantity of hay. They found also abundance of good wood and water, and fowl in great plenty. Among other things, of which nature has been liberal in this place, is winter's bark, Winter Aenia aromatica, which may easily be known by its broad leaf, shaped like the laurel, of a light green colour without and inclining to blue within. The bark is easily stripped with a bone or a stick, and its virtues are well known. It may be used for culinary purposes as a spice, and is not less pleasant than wholesome. Here is also plenty of wild celery and scurvy grass. The trees are chiefly of one kind, a species of the birch, called Betula antarctica. The stem is from 30 to 40 feet long, and from 2 to 3 feet in diameter, so that in a case of necessity they might possibly supply a ship with top masts. They are a light white wood, bear a small leaf, and cleave very straight. Cranberries were also found here in great plenty, both white and red. The persons who landed saw none of the inhabitants, but fell in with 2 of their deserted huts, one in a thick wood and the other close by the beach. Having taken the boat on board, I made sail into the Strait, and at 3 in the morning of the 15th, I anchored in 12 fathom and an half upon coral rocks before a small cove, which we took for Port Maurice, at the distance of about half a mile from the shore. 2 of the natives came down to the beach, expecting us to land, but this spot afforded so little shelter that I at length determined not to examine it. I therefore got under sail again about 10 o'clock, and the savages retired into the woods. At 2 o'clock we anchored in the Bay of Good Success, and after dinner I went on shore, accompanied by Mr. Banks and Dr. Solander, to look for a watering place and speak to the Indians, several of whom had come in sight. We landed on the starboard side of the bay near some rocks, which made smooth water and good landing. 30 or 40 of the Indians soon made their appearance at the end of a sandy beach on the other side of the bay, but seeing our number, which was 10 or 12, they retreated. Mr. Banks and Dr. Solander then advanced about 100 yards before us, upon which 2 of the Indians returned, and having advanced some paces towards them, sat down. As soon as they came up, the Indians rose, and each of them having a small stick in his hand, threw it away, in a direction both from themselves and the strangers, which was considered as the renunciation of weapons in token of peace. They then walked briskly towards their companions, who had halted at about 50 yards behind them, and beckoned the gentlemen to follow, which they did. They were received with many uncouth signs of friendship, and in return they distributed among them some beads and ribbons, which had been brought on shore for that purpose, and with which they were greatly delighted. A mutual confidence and goodwill being thus produced, our parties joined. The conversation, such as it was, became general, and 3 of them accompanied us back to the ship. When they came on board, one of them, whom we took to be a priest, performed much the same ceremonies which Monsieur Bougainville describes, and supposes to be an exorcism. When he was introduced into a new part of the ship, or when anything that he had not seen before caught his attention, he shouted with all his force for some minutes, without directing his voice either to us or his companions. They eat some bread and some beef, but not apparently with much pleasure, though such part of what was given them as they did not eat they took away with them. But they would not swallow a drop either of wine or spirits. They put the glass to their lips, but having tasted the liquor, they returned it, with strong expressions of disgust. Curiosity seems to be one of the few passions which distinguish men from brutes, and of this our guests appeared to have very little. They went from one part of the ship to another, and looked at the vast variety of new objects that every moment presented themselves, without any expression either of wonder or pleasure, for the vociferation of our exorcist seemed to be neither. After having been on board about 2 hours, they expressed a desire to go ashore. A boat was immediately ordered, and Mr. Banks thought fit to accompany them. He landed them in safety, and conducted them to their companions, among whom he remarked the same vacant indifference as in those who had been on board. For as on one side there appeared no eagerness to relate. So on the other, there seemed to be no curiosity to hear how they had been received or what they had seen. In about half an hour, Mr. Banks returned to the ship, and the Indians retired from the shore. The First Voyage of Captain James Cook, Volume 2, Book 1. An account of a voyage round the world in the years 1768, 1769, 1770 and 1771 by Lieutenant James Cook, commander of His Majesty's bark the Endeavour. Chapter 4. An account of what happened in ascending a mountain to search for plants. On the 16th, early in the morning, Mr. Banks and Dr. Solander, with their attendants and servants, and 2 seamen to assist in carrying the baggage, accompanied by Mr. Monkhouse the surgeon, and Mr. Green the astronomer, set out from the ship with a view to penetrate as far as they could into the country and return at night. The hills, when viewed at a distance, seemed to be partly a wood, partly a plain, and above them a bare rock. Mr. Banks hoped to get through the wood and made no doubt but that beyond it he should, in a country which no botanist had ever yet visited, find alpine plants which would abundantly compensate his labour. They entered the wood at a small sandy beach, a little to the westward of the watering place, and continued to ascend the hill through the pathless wilderness till 3 o'clock, before they got a near view of the places which they intended to visit. Soon after they reached what they had taken for a plain, but to their great disappointment found it a swamp, covered with low bushes of birch about 3 feet high, interwoven with each other, and so stubborn that they could not be bent out of the way. It was therefore necessary to lift the leg over them, which at every step was buried, ankle deep, in the soil. To aggravate the pain and difficulty of such travelling, the weather, which hitherto had been very fine, much like one of our bright days in May, became gloomy and cold, with sudden blasts of a most piercing wind, accompanied with snow. They pushed forward, however, in good spirits, notwithstanding their fatigue, hoping the worst of the way was past, and that the bare rock which they had seen from the tops of the lower hills was not more than a mile before them. But when they had got about 2/3 over this woody swamp, Mr. Buchan, one of Mr. Banks's draughtmen, was unhappily seized with a fit. This made it necessary for the whole company to halt, and as it was impossible that he should go any farther, a fire was kindled, and those who were most fatigued were left behind to take care of him. Mr. Banks, Dr. Solander, Mr. Green, and Mr. Monkhouse went on, and in a short time reached the summit. As botanists, their expectations were here abundantly gratified, for they found a great variety of plants, which, with respect to the alpine plants in Europe, are exactly what those plants are with respect to such as grow in the plain. The cold was now become more severe and the snow blasts more frequent. The day also was so far spent that it was found impossible to get back to the ship before the next morning. To pass the night upon such a mountain, in such a climate, was not only comfortless but dreadful. It was impossible, however, to be avoided, and they were to provide for it as well as they could. Mr. Banks and Dr. Solander, while they were improving an opportunity which they had, with so much danger and difficulty, procured by gathering the plants which they found upon the mountain, sent Mr. Green and Mr. Monkhouse back to Mr. Buchan and the people that were with him, with directions to bring them to a hill which they thought lay in a better route for returning to the wood, and which was therefore appointed as a general rendezvous. It was proposed that from this hill they should push through the swamp, which seemed by the new route not to be more than half a mile over, into the shelter of the wood, and there build their wigwam and make a fire. This, as their way was all downhill, it seemed easy to accomplish. Their whole company assembled at the rendezvous, and, though pinched with the cold, were in health and spirits, Mr. Buchan himself having recovered his strength in a much greater degree than could have been expected. It was now near 8 o'clock in the evening, but still good daylight, and they set forward for the nearest valley, Mr. Banks himself undertaking to bring up the rear and see that no straggler was left behind. This may perhaps be thought a superfluous caution, but it will soon appear to be otherwise. Dr. Solander, who had more than once crossed the mountains which divide Sweden from Norway, well knew that extreme cold, especially when joined with fatigue, produces a torpor and sleepiness that are almost irresistible. He therefore conjured the company to keep moving, whatever pain it might cost them, and whatever relief they might be promised by an inclination to rest. "Whoever sits down," says he, "will sleep, and whoever sleeps will wake no more." Thus, at once admonished and alarmed, they set forward. But while they were still upon the naked rock, and before they had got among the bushes, the cold became suddenly so intense as to produce the effects that had been most dreaded. Dr. Solander himself was the first who found the inclination against which he had warned others irresistible, and insisted upon being suffered to lie down. Mr. Banks entreated and remonstrated in vain. Down he lay upon the ground, though it was covered with snow, and it was with great difficulty that his friend kept him from sleeping. Richmond also, one of the black servants, began to linger, having suffered from the cold in the same manner as the doctor. Mr. Banks therefore sent 5 of the company, among whom was Mr. Buchan, forward to get a fire ready at the first convenient place they could find, and himself, with 4 others, remained with the doctor and Richmond, whom partly by persuasion and entreaty, and partly by force, they brought on. But when they had got through the greatest part of the birch and swamp, they both declared they could go no farther. Mr. Banks had recourse again to entreaty and expostulation, but they produced no effect. When Richmond was told that if he did not go on, he would in a short time be frozen to death, he answered that he desired nothing but to lie down and die. The doctor did not so explicitly renounce his life. He said he was willing to go on, but that he must first take some sleep, though he had before told the company that to sleep was to perish. Mr. Banks and the rest found it impossible to carry them, and there being no remedy, they were both suffered to sit down, being partly supported by the bushes, and in a few minutes they fell into a profound sleep. Soon after, some of the people who had been sent forward returned, with the welcome news that a fire was kindled about a quarter of a mile farther on the way. Mr. Banks then endeavoured to wake Dr. Solander, and happily succeeded. But though he had not slept 5 minutes, he had almost lost the use of his limbs, and the muscles were so shrunk that his shoes fell from his feet. He consented to go forward with such assistance as could be given him, but no attempts to relieve poor Richmond were successful. It being found impossible to make him stir after some time had been lost in the attempt, Mr. Banks left his other black servant and a seaman, who seemed to have suffered least by the cold, to look after him, promising that as soon as 2 others should be sufficiently warmed, they should be relieved. Mr. Banks, with much difficulty, at length got the doctor to the fire, and soon after sent 2 of the people who had been refreshed, in hopes that, with the assistance of those who had been left behind, they would be able to bring Richmond, even though it should still be found impossible to wake him. In about half an hour, however, they had the mortification to see these 2 men return alone. They said that they had been all round the place to which they had been directed, but could neither find Richmond nor those who had been left with him, and that though they had shouted many times, no voice had replied. This was matter of equal surprise and concern, particularly to Mr. Banks, who, while he was wondering how it could happen, missed a bottle of rum, the company's whole stock, which they now concluded to be in the knapsack of one of the absentees. It was conjectured that with this, Richmond had been roused by the 2 persons who had been left with him, and that having perhaps drank too freely of it themselves, they had all rambled from the place where they had been left in search of the fire, instead of waiting for those who should have been their assistants and guides. Another fall of snow now came on, and continued incessantly for 2 hours, so that all hope of seeing them again, at least alive, were given up. But about 12 o'clock, to the great joy of those at the fire, a shouting was heard at some distance. Mr. Banks, with 4 more, immediately went out and found the seaman with just strength enough left to stagger along and call out for assistance. Mr. Banks sent him immediately to the fire, and by his direction proceeded in search of the other two, whom he soon after found. Richmond was upon his legs, but not able to put one before the other. His companion was lying upon the ground, as insensible as a stone. All hands were now called from the fire, and an attempt was made to carry them to it, but this, notwithstanding the united efforts of the whole company, was found to be impossible. The night was extremely dark. The snow was now very deep, and, under these additional disadvantages, they found it very difficult to make way through the bushes and the bog for themselves, all of them getting many falls in the attempt. The only alternative was to make a fire upon the spot. But the snow which had fallen, and was still falling, besides what was every moment shaken in slakes from the trees, rendered it equally impracticable to kindle one there, and to bring any part of that which had been kindled in the wood thither. They were, therefore, reduced to the sad necessity of leaving the unhappy wretches to their fate. Having first made them a bed of boughs from the trees, and spread a covering of the same kind over them to a considerable height, having now been exposed to the cold and the snow near an hour and a half, some of the rest began to lose their sensibility, and one Briscoe, another of Mr. Banks's servants, was so ill that it was thought he must die before he could be got to the fire. At the fire, however, at length they arrived, and passed the night in a situation which, however dreadful in itself, was rendered more afflicting by the remembrance of what was past and the uncertainty of what was to come. Of 12, the number that set out together in health and spirits, 2 were supposed to be already dead. A third was so ill that it was very doubtful whether he would be able to go forward in the morning, and a fourth, Mr. Buchan, was in danger of a return of his fits by fresh fatigue after so uncomfortable a night. They were distant from the ship a long day's journey, through pathless woods, in which it was too probable they might be bewildered till they were overtaken by the next night. And, not having prepared for a journey of more than 8 or 10 hours, they were wholly destitute of provisions, except a vulture, which they happened to shoot while they were out, and which, if equally divided, would not afford each of them half a meal. And they knew not how much more they might suffer from the cold, as the snow still continued to fall. A dreadful testimony of the severity of the climate, as it was now the midst of summer in this part of the world, the 21st of December being here the longest day, and everything might justly be dreaded from a phenomenon which, in the corresponding season, is unknown even in Norway and Lapland. When the morning dawned, they saw nothing round them, as far as the eye could reach, but snow, which seemed to lie as thick upon the trees as upon the ground, and the blasts returned so frequently and with such violence that they found it impossible for them to set out. How long this might last they knew not, and they had but too much reason to apprehend that it would confine them in that desolate forest till they perished with hunger and cold. After having suffered the misery and terror of this situation till 6 o'clock in the morning, they conceived some hope of deliverance by discovering the place of the sun through the clouds, which were become thinner, and began to break away. Their first care was to see whether the poor wretches, whom they had been obliged to leave among the bushes, were yet alive. 3 of the company were dispatched for that purpose, and very soon afterwards returned with the melancholy news that they were dead. Notwithstanding the flattering appearance of the sky, the snow still continued to fall so thick that they could not venture out upon their journey to the ship. But about 8 o'clock, a small regular breeze sprung up, which, with the prevailing influence of the sun, at length cleared the air, and they soon after, with great joy, saw the snow fall in large flakes from the trees, a certain sign of an approaching thaw. They now examined more critically the state of their invalids. Briscoe was still very ill, but said that he thought himself able to walk, and Mr. Buchan was much better than either he or his friends had any reason to expect. They were now, however, pressed by the calls of hunger, to which, after long fasting, every consideration of future good or evil immediately gives way. Before they set forward, therefore, it was unanimously agreed that they should eat their vulture. The bird was accordingly skinned, and, It being thought best to divide it before it was fit to be eaten, it was cut into 10 portions, and every man cooked his own as he thought fit. After this repast, which furnished each of them with about 3 mouthfuls, they prepared to set out. But it was 10 o'clock before the snow was sufficiently gone off to render a march practicable. After a walk of about 3 hours, they were very agreeably surprised to find themselves upon the beach and much nearer to the ship than they had any reason to expect. Upon reviewing their track from the vessel, they perceived that, instead of ascending the hill in a line so as to penetrate into the country, they had made almost a circle round it. When they came on board, they congratulated each other upon their safety with a joy that no man can feel who has not been exposed to equal danger, and as I had suffered great anxiety at their not returning in the evening of the day on which they set out, I was not wholly without my share. The First Voyage of Captain James Cook. Volume 2, Book 1. An account of a voyage round the world in the years 1768, 1769, 1770 and 1771 by Lieutenant James Cook, commander of His Majesty's bark, the Endeavour. Chapter 2. The passage from Madeira to Rio de Janeiro, with some account of the country and the incidents that happened there. On the 21st of September, we saw the islands called the Salvages, to the north of the Canaries. When the principal of these bore south 1/2 west at the distance of about 5 leagues, we found the variation of the compass by an azimuth to be 17 degrees 50 minutes. I make these islands to lie in latitude 30 degrees 11 minutes north and distant 58 leagues from Funchale in Madeira in the direction of south 16 east. On Friday the 23rd, we saw the peak of Tenerife bearing west by south 1/2 south, and found the variation of the compass to be from 17 degrees 22 minutes to 16 degrees 30 minutes. The height of this mountain, from which I took a new departure, has been determined by Dr. Heberden, who has been upon it, to be 15,396 feet, which is but 148 yards less than 3 miles, reckoning the mile at 1,760 yards. Its appearance at sunset was very striking. When the sun was below the horizon and the rest of the island appeared of a deep black, the mountain still reflected his rays and glowed with a warmth of colour which no painting can express. There is no eruption of visible fire from it, but a heat issues from the chinks near the top, too strong to be borne by the hand when it is held near them. We had received from Dr. Heberden, among other favours, some salt which he collected on the top of the mountain, where it is found in large quantities, and which he supposes to be the true natrum or nitrum of the ancients. He gave us also some native sulphur exceedingly pure, which he had likewise found upon the surface in great plenty. On the next day, Saturday the 24th, we came into the northeast trade wind, and on Friday the 30th saw Bona Vista, one of the Cape de Verde Islands. We ranged the east side of it, at the distance of 3 or 4 miles from the shore, till we were obliged to haul off to avoid a ledge of rocks which stretch out southwest by west from the body, or southeast point of the island, to the extent of 1.5 leagues. Bona Vista by our observation lies in latitude 16 degrees north and longitude 21 degrees 51 minutes west. On the 1st of October, in latitude 14 degrees 6 minutes north and longitude 22 degrees 10 minutes west, we found the variation by a very good azimuth to be 10 degrees 37 minutes west, and the next morning it appeared to be 10 degrees. This day we found the ship 5 miles ahead of the log, and the next day 7. On the 3rd, hoisted out the boat to discover whether there was a current, and found one to the eastward at the rate of 3/4 mile an hour. During our course from Tenerife to Bona Vista, we saw great numbers of flying fish, which from the cabin windows appear beautiful beyond imagination, their sides having the colour and brightness of burnished silver. When they are seen from the deck, they do not appear to so much advantage, because their backs are of a dark colour. We also took a shark, which proved to be the Squalus chariarias of Linnaeus. Having lost the trade wind on the 3rd, in latitude 12 degrees 14 minutes and longitude 22 degrees 10 minutes, the wind became somewhat variable, and we had light airs and calms by turns. On the 7th, Mr. Banks went out in the boat and took what the seamen call a Portuguese man of war. It is the Holotburia physalis of Linnaeus and a species of the mollusca. It consisted of a small bladder about 7 inches long, very much resembling the air bladder of fishes, from the bottom of which descended a number of strings of a bright blue and red, some of them 3 or 4 feet in length, which upon being touched sting like a nettle, but with much more force. On the top of the bladder is a membrane which is used as a sail and turned so as to receive the wind which way soever it blows. This membrane is marked in fine pink-coloured veins, and the animal is in every respect an object exquisitely curious and beautiful. We also took several of the shellfishes, or testaceous animals, which are always found floating upon the water, particularly the Helix janthina and violacea. They are about the size of a snail and are supported upon the surface of the water by a small cluster of bubbles, which are filled with air and consist of a tenacious, slimy substance that will not easily part with its contents. The animal is oviparous, and these bubbles serve also as a nidus for its eggs. It is probable that it never goes down to the bottom, nor willingly approaches any shore, for the shell is exceedingly brittle, and that of few fresh water snails is so thin. Every shell contains about a teaspoonful of liquor, which it easily discharges upon being touched, and which is of the most beautiful red-purple that can be conceived. It dyes linen cloth, and it may perhaps be worth inquiry, as the shell is certainly found in the Mediterranean, whether it be not the purpura of the ancients. On the 8th, in latitude 8 degrees 25 minutes north, longitude 22 degrees 4 minutes west, we found a current setting to the southward, which the next day in latitude 7 degrees 58 minutes, longitude 22 degrees 13 minutes, shifted to the NNW, 3/4 W, at the rate of 1 mile and a furlong an hour. The variation here, by the mean of several azimuths, appeared to be 8 degrees 39 minutes west. On the 10th, Mr. Banks shot the black-toed gull, not yet described according to Linnaeus's system. He gave it the name of Larus crepidatus. It is remarkable that the dung of this bird is of a lively red, somewhat like that of the liquor procured from the shells, only not so full. Its principal food, therefore, is probably the helix just mentioned. A current to the northwest prevailed more or less till Monday the 24th, when we were in latitude 1 degree 7 minutes north and longitude 28 degrees 50 minutes. On the 25th, we crossed the line with the usual ceremonies in longitude 29 degrees 30 minutes, when, by the result of several very good azimuths, the variation was 2 degrees 24 minutes. On the 28th at noon, being in the latitude of Ferdinand Noronha, and by the mean of several observations by Mr. Green and myself, in longitude 32 degrees 5 minutes 16 seconds west, which is to the westward of it by some charts, and to the eastward by others, we expected to see the island, or some of the shoals that are laid down in the charts between it and the main, but we saw neither one nor the other. In the evening of the 29th, we observed that luminous appearance of the sea, which has been so often mentioned by navigators, and of which such various causes have been assigned, some supposing it to be occasioned by fish, which agitated the water by darting at their prey, some by the putrefaction of fish and other marine animals, some by electricity, and others referring it into a great variety of different causes. It appeared to emit flashes of light exactly resembling those of lightning, only not so considerable, but they were so frequent that sometimes 8 or 10 were visible almost at the same moment. We were of opinion that they proceeded from some luminous animal, and upon throwing out the casting net, our opinion was confirmed. It brought up a species of the medusa, which when it came on board had the appearance of metal violently heated, and emitted a white light. With these animals were taken some very small crabs of 3 different species, each of which gave as much light as a glowworm. though the creature was not so large by 9/10. Upon examination of these animals, Mr. Banks had the satisfaction to find that they were all entirely new. On Wednesday, the 2nd of November, about noon, being in the latitude of 10 degrees 38 minutes south and longitude 32 degrees 13 minutes 43 seconds west, we passed the line in which the needle at this time would have pointed due north and south, without any variation. For in the morning, having decreased gradually in its deviation for some days, it was no more than 18 degrees west, and in the afternoon it was 34 degrees east. On the 6th, being in latitude 19 degrees 3 minutes south, longitude 35 degrees 50 minutes west, the colour of the water was observed to change, upon which we sounded and found ground at the depth of 32 fathoms. The lead was cast 3 times within about 4 hours, without a foot difference in the depth or quality of the bottom, which was coral rock, fine sand, and shells. We therefore supposed that we had passed over the tail of the great shoal which is laid down in all our charts by the name of Abrathos, on which Lord Anson struck foundings in his passage outwards. At 4 the next morning, we had no ground with 100 fathom. As several articles of our stock and provisions now began to fall short, I determined to put into Rio de Janeiro, rather than at any port in Brazil or Falklands Islands, knowing that it could better supply us with what we wanted, and making no doubt but that we should be well received. On the 8th, at daybreak, we saw the coast of Brazil, and about 10 o'clock we brought to and spoke with a fishing boat. The people on board told us that the land which we saw lay to the southward of Sancto Espirito, but belonged to the captainship of that place. Mr. Banks and Dr. Solander went on board this vessel, in which they found 11 men, 9 of whom were blacks. They all fished with lines, and their fresh cargo, the chief part of which Mr. Banks bought, consisted of dolphins, large pelagic scomas of 2 kinds, sea bream, and some of the fish which in the West Indies are called Welshmen. Mr. Banks had taken Spanish silver with him, which he imagined to be the currency of the continent, but to his great surprise, the people asked him for English shillings. He gave them 2, which he happened to have about him, and it was not without some dispute that they took the rest of the money in pistarines. Their business seemed to be to catch large fish at a good distance from the shore, which they salted in bulk, in a place made for that purpose in the middle of their boat. Of this merchandise they had about 2 quintals on board, which they offered for about 16 shillings, and would probably have sold for half the money. The fresh fish, which was bought for about 19 shillings and 6 pence, served the whole ship's company. The salt was not wanted. The sea provision of these fishermen consisted of nothing more than a cask of water and a bag of cassada flour, which they called farinha de pau, or wooden flour, which indeed is a name which very well suits its taste and appearance. Their water cask was large, as wide as their boat, and exactly fitted a place that was made for it in the ballast. It was impossible, therefore, to draw out any of its contents by a tap, the sides being from the bottom to the top wholly inaccessible. Neither could any be taken out by dipping a vessel in at the head, for an opening sufficiently wide for that purpose would have endangered the loss of great part of it by the rolling of the vessel. Their expedient to get at their water so situated was curious. When one of them wanted to drink, he applied to his neighbour, who accompanied him to the water cask with a hollow cane about 3 feet long, which was open at both ends. This he thrust into the cask through a small hole in the top, and then, stopping the upper end with the palm of his hand, drew it out, the pressure of the air against the other end keeping in the water which it contained. To this end, the person who wanted to drink applied his mouth, and the assistant then taking his hand from the other and admitting the air above, the cane immediately parted with its contents, which the drinker drew off till he was satisfied. We stood off and on along the shore till the 12th, and successively saw a remarkable hill near Santo Espirito, then Cape St. Thomas, and then an island just without Cape Trio, which in some maps is called the Island of Trio, and which being high with a hollow in the middle, has the appearance of 2 islands when seen at a distance. On this day we stood along the shore for Rio de Janeiro, and at 9 the next morning made sail for the harbour. I then sent Mr. Hicks, my first lieutenant, before us in the pinnace, up to the city, to acquaint the governor that we put in there to procure water and refreshments, and to desire the assistance of a pilot to bring us into proper anchoring ground. I continued to stand up the river, trusting to Mr. Belaisel's draft, published in the Petit Atlas Maritime, Volume 2. Number 54, which we found very good, till 5 o'clock in the evening, expecting the return of my lieutenant. And just as I was about to anchor above the island of Cobras, which lies before the city, the pinnace came back without him, having on board a Portuguese officer, but no pilot. The people in the boat told me that my lieutenant was detained by the viceroy till I should go on shore. We came immediately to an anchor, and almost at the same time, a 10-oared boat, full of soldiers, came up and kept rowing round the ship without exchanging a word. In less than a quarter of an hour, another boat came on board with several of the viceroy's officers, who asked whence we came, what was our cargo, the number of men and guns on board, the object of our voyage, and several other questions which we directly and truly answered. They then told me, as a kind of apology for detaining my lieutenant and putting an officer on board my pinnace, that it was the invariable custom of the place to detain the first officer who came on shore from any ship on her arrival till a boat from the viceroy had visited her, and to suffer no boat to go either from or to a ship, while she lay there, without having a soldier on board. They said that I might go on shore when I pleased, but wished that every other person might remain on board till the paper which they should draw up had been delivered to the viceroy, promising that, immediately upon their return, the lieutenant should be sent on board. This promise was performed, and on the next morning, the 14th, I went on shore and obtained leave of the viceroy to purchase provisions and refreshments for the ship, provided I would employ one of their own people as a factor, but not otherwise. I made some objections to this, but he insisted upon it as the custom of the place. I objected also against the putting a soldier into the boat every time she went between the ship and the shore, but he told me that this was done by the express orders of his court, with which he could in no case dispense. I then requested that the gentleman whom I had on board might reside on shore during our stay, and that Mr. Banks might go up the country to gather plants, but this he absolutely refused. I judged from his extreme caution and the severity of these restrictions that he suspected we were come to trade. I therefore took some pains to convince him of the contrary. I told him that we were bound to the southward by the order of His Britannic Majesty to observe a transit of the planet Venus over the Sun, an astronomical phenomenon of great importance to navigation. Of the transit of Venus, however, he could form no other conception than that it was the passing of the North Star through the South Pole. For these are the very words of his interpreter, who was a Swede, and spoke English very well. I did not think it necessary to ask permission for the gentleman to come on shore during the day, or that, when I was on shore myself, I might be at liberty, taking for granted that nothing was intended to the contrary. But in this I was unfortunately mistaken. As soon as I took leave of His Excellency, I found an officer who had orders to attend me wherever I went. Of this I desired an explanation, and was told that it was meant as a compliment. I earnestly desired to be excused from accepting such an honour, but the good viceroy would by no means suffer it to be dispensed with. With this officer, therefore, I returned on board about 12 o'clock, where I was impatiently expected by Mr. Banks and Dr. Solander, who made no doubt but that a fair account of us having been given by the officers who had been on board the evening before in their paper called a Practica, and every scruple of the viceroy removed in my conference with His Excellency, they should immediately be at liberty to go on shore and dispose of themselves as they pleased. Their disappointment at receiving my report may easily be conceived, and it was still increased by an account that it had been resolved not only to prevent their residing on shore and going up the country, but even their leaving the ship, orders having been given that no person except the captain and such common sailors as were required to be upon duty should be permitted to land, and that there was probably a particular view to the passengers in this prohibition, as they were reported to be gentlemen sent abroad to make observations and discoveries, and were uncommonly qualified for that purpose. In the evening, however, Mr. Banks and Dr. Solander dressed themselves and attempted to go on shore in order to make a visit to the Viceroy, but they were stopped by the guard boat which had come off with our pinnace, and which kept hovering round the ship all the while she lay here for that purpose. The officer on board saying that he had particular orders which he could not disobey, to suffer no passenger nor any officer except the captain to pass the boat. After much expostulation to no purpose, they were obliged, with whatever reluctance and mortification, to return on board. I then went on shore myself, but found the Viceroy inflexible. He had one answer ready for everything I could say, that the restrictions under which he had laid us were in obedience to the King of Portugal's commands, and therefore indispensable. In this situation I determined, rather than be made a prisoner in my own boat, to go on shore no more, for the officer who, under pretence of a compliment, attended me when I was ashore, insisted also upon going with me to and from the ship, but still imagining that the scrupulous vigilance of the Viceroy must proceed from some mistaken notion about us, which might more easily be removed by writing than in conversation, I drew up a memorial, and Mr. Banks drew up another, which we sent on shore. These memorials were both answered, but by no means to our satisfaction. We therefore replied, in consequence of which several other papers were interchanged between us and the Viceroy, but still without effect. However, as I thought some degree of force on the part of the Viceroy to enforce these restrictions necessary to justify my acquiescence in them to the Admiralty, I gave orders to my lieutenant, Mr. Hicks, when I sent him with our last reply on Sunday the 20th in the evening, not to suffer a guard to be put into his boat. When the officer on board the guard boat found that Mr. Hicks was determined to obey my orders, he did not proceed to force, but attended him to the landing place and reported the matter to the Viceroy. Upon this, His Excellency refused to receive the memorial and ordered Mr. Hicks to return to the ship. When he came back to the boat, he found that a guard had been put on board in his absence, but he absolutely refused to return till the soldier was removed. The officer then proceeded to enforce the Viceroy's orders. He seized all the boat's crew and sent them under an armed force to prison, putting Mr. Hicks at the same time into one of their own boats and sending him under a guard back to the ship. As soon as he had reported these particulars, I wrote again to the Viceroy, demanding my boat and crew, and in my letter enclosed the memorial which he had refused to receive from Mr. Hicks. These papers I sent by a petty officer that I might waive the dispute about a guard, against which I had never objected except when there was a commissioned officer on board the boat. The petty officer was permitted to go on shore with his guard and, having delivered his letter, was told that an answer would be sent the next day. About 8 o'clock this evening, it began to blow very hard in sudden gusts from the south, and our longboat coming on board just at this time with 4 pipes of rum, the rope which was thrown to her from the ship, and which was taken hold of by the people on board, unfortunately broke, and the boat, which had come to the ship before the wind, went adrift to windward of her, with a small skiff of Mr. Banks's that was fastened to her stern. This was a great misfortune, as the pinnace being detained on shore, we had no boat on board, but a 4-oared yawl. The yawl, however, was immediately manned and sent to her assistance. But, notwithstanding the utmost effort of the people in both boats, they were very soon out of sight. Far indeed we could not see at that time in the evening, but the distance was enough to convince us that they were not under command, which gave us great uneasiness, as we knew they must drive directly upon a reef of rocks which ran out just to leeward of where we lay. After waiting some hours in the utmost anxiety, we gave them over for lost, but about 3 o'clock the next morning had the satisfaction to see all the people come on board in the yawl. From them we learnt that the longboat, having filled with water, they had brought her to a grappling and left her, and that, having fallen in with the reef of rocks in their return to the ship, they had been obliged to cut Mr. Banks's little boat adrift. As the loss of our longboat, which we had now too much reason to apprehend, would have been an unspeakable disadvantage to us, considering the nature of our expedition, I sent another letter to the Viceroy as soon as I thought he could be seen, acquainting him with our misfortune, and requesting the assistance of a boat from the shore for the recovery of our own. I also renewed my demand that the pinnace and her crew should be no longer detained. After some delay, His Excellency thought fit to comply both with my request and demand. And the same day we happily recovered both the longboat and skiff with the rum, but everything else that was on board was lost. On the 23rd, the Viceroy, in his answer to my remonstrance against seizing my men and detaining the boat, acknowledged that I had been treated with some incivility, but said that the resistance of my officers to what he had declared to be the King's orders made it absolutely necessary. He also expressed some doubts whether the Endeavour, considering her structure and other circumstances, was in the service of His Majesty, though I had before showed him my commission. To this I answered in writing that, to remove all scruples, I was ready to produce my commission again. His Excellency's scruples, however, still remained, and in his reply to my letter, he not only expressed them in still plainer terms, but accused my people of smuggling. This charge, I am confident, was without the least foundation in truth. Mr. Banks's servants had indeed found means to go on shore on the 22nd at daybreak, and stay till it was dark in the evening, but they brought on board only plants and infects, having been sent for no other purpose. And I had the greatest reason to believe that not a single article was smuggled by any of our people who were admitted on shore, though many artful means were used to tempt them, even by the very officers that were under His Excellency's roof, which made the charge still more injurious and provoking. I have indeed some reason to suspect that one poor fellow bought a single bottle of rum with some of the clothes upon his back, and in my answer I requested of His Excellency that if such an attempt at illicit trade should be repeated, he would without scruple order the offender to be taken into custody, and thus ended our altercation, both by conference and writing, with the Viceroy of Rio de Janeiro. A friar in the town having requested the assistance of our surgeon, Dr. Solander easily got admittance in that character on the 25th, and received many marks of civility from the people. On the 26th, before daybreak, Mr. Banks also found means to elude the vigilance of the people in the guard boat, and got on shore. He did not, however, go into the town, for the principal objects of his curiosity were to be found in the fields. To him also the people behaved with great civility. Many of them invited him to their houses, and he bought a porker and some other things of them for the ship's company. The porker, which was by no means lean, cost him 11 shillings, and he paid something less than 2 for a Muscovy duck. On the 27th, when the boats returned from watering, the people told us there was a report in town that search was making after some persons who had been on shore from the ship without the Viceroy's permission. These persons we conjectured to be Dr. Solander and Mr. Banks, and therefore they determined to go on shore no more. On the 1st of December, having got our water and other necessaries on board, I sent to the Viceroy for a pilot to carry us to sea, who came off to us. But the wind preventing us from getting out, we took on board a plentiful supply of fresh beef, yams and greens for the ship's company. On the 2nd, a Spanish packet arrived, with letters from Buenos Aires for Spain, commanded by Don Antonio de Montenegro y Velasco, who with great politeness offered to take our letters to Europe. I accepted the favour, and gave him a packet for the Secretary of the Admiralty, containing copies of all the papers that had passed between me and the Viceroy, leaving also duplicates with the Viceroy to be by him forwarded to Lisbon. On Monday the 5th, it being a dead calm, we weighed anchor and towed down the bay. But to our great astonishment, when we got abreast of Santa Cruz, the principal fortification, 2 shot were fired at us. We immediately cast anchor and sent to the fort to inquire the reason of what had happened. Our people brought us word that the commandant had received no order from the viceroy to let us pass, and that without such an order no vessel was ever suffered to go below the fort. It was now, therefore, become necessary that we should send to the viceroy to inquire why the necessary order had not been given, as he had notice of our departure, and had thought fit to write me a polite letter wishing me a good voyage. Our messenger soon returned with an account that the order had been written some days, but by an unaccountable negligence not sent. We did not get under sail till the 7th, and when we had passed the fort, the pilot desired to be discharged. As soon as he was dismissed, we were left by our guard boat, which had hovered about us from the first hour of our being in this place to the last. And Mr. Banks, having been prevented from going ashore at Rio de Janeiro, availed himself of her departure to examine the neighbouring islands, where, particularly on one in the mouth of the harbour called Raza, he gathered many species of plants and caught a variety of insects. It is remarkable that during the last 3 or 4 days of our staying in this harbour, the air was loaded with butterflies. They were chiefly of one sort, but in such numbers that thousands were in view in every direction, and the greatest part of them above our masthead. We lay here from the 14th of November to the 7th of December, something more than 3 weeks, during which time Mr. Monkhouse, our surgeon, was on shore every day to buy our provisions. Dr. Solander was on shore once. I was several times on shore myself, and Mr. Banks also found means to get into the country, notwithstanding the watch that was set over us. I shall, therefore, with the intelligence obtained from these gentlemen and my own observations, give some account of the town and the country adjacent. Rio de Janeiro, or the River of Januarius, was probably so called from its having been discovered on the feast day of that saint. And the town, which is the capital of the Portuguese dominions in America, derives its name from the river, which indeed is rather an arm of the sea, for it did not appear to receive any considerable stream of fresh water. It stands on a plain, close to the shore, on the west side of the bay, at the foot of several high mountains which rise behind it. It is neither ill-designed nor ill-built. The houses in general are of stone and 2 stories high, every house having, after the manner of the Portuguese, a little balcony before its windows and a lattice of wood before the balcony. I computed its circuit to be about 3 miles, for it appears to be equal in size to the largest country towns in England, Bristol and Liverpool not excepted. The streets are straight and of a convenient breadth, intersecting each other at right angles. The greater part, however, lie in a line with the citadel, called St. Sebastian, which stands on the top of a hill that commands the town. It is supplied with water from the neighbouring hills by an aqueduct, which is raised upon 2 stories of arches and is said in some places to be at a great height from the ground, from which the water is conveyed by pipes into a fountain in the great square that exactly fronts the Viceroy's palace. At this fountain, great numbers of people are continually waiting for their turn to draw water, and the soldiers who are posted at the governor's door find it very difficult to maintain any regularity among them. The water at this fountain, however, is so bad that we, who had been 2 months at sea, confined to that in our casks, which was almost always foul, could not drink it with pleasure. Water of a better quality is laid into some other part of the town, but I could not learn by what means. The churches are very fine, and there is more religious parade in this place than in any of the popish countries in Europe. There is a procession of some parish every day, with various insignia, all splendid and costly in the highest degree. They beg money and say prayers in great form, at the corner of every street. While we lay here, one of the churches was rebuilding, and to defray the expense, the parish to which it belonged had leave to beg in procession through the whole city once a week, by which very considerable sums were collected. At this ceremony, which was performed by night, all the boys of a certain age were obliged to assist, the sons of gentlemen not being excused. Each of these boys was dressed in a black cassock, with a short red cloak hanging about as low as the waist, and carried in his hand a pole about 6 or 7 feet long, at the end of which was tied a lantern. The The number of lanterns was generally above 200, and the light they gave was so great that the people who saw it from the cabin windows thought the town had been on fire. The inhabitants, however, may pay their devotions at the shrine of any saint in the calendar without waiting till there is a procession. For before almost every house there is a little cupboard, furnished with a glass window in which one of these tutelary powers is waiting to be gracious. And to prevent his being out of mind by being out of sight, a lamp is kept constantly burning before the window of his tabernacle in the night. The people indeed are by no means remiss in their devotions, for before these saints they pray and sing hymns with such vehemence that in the night they were very distinctly heard on board the ship, though she lay at the distance of at least half a mile from the town. The government here, as to its form, is mixed. It is notwithstanding very despotic, in fact. It consists of the viceroy, the governor of the town, and a council, the number of which I could not learn. Without the consent of this council, in which the viceroy has a casting vote, no judicial act should be performed. Yet both the viceroy and governor frequently commit persons to prison at their own pleasure, and sometimes send them to Lisbon without acquainting their friends or family with what is laid to their charge, or where they may be found. To restrain the people from travelling into the country and getting into any district where gold or diamonds may be found, of both which there is much more than the government can otherwise secure, certain bounds are prescribed them at the discretion of the viceroy, sometimes at a few and sometimes at many miles' distance from the city. On the verge of these limits a guard constantly patrols, and whoever is found beyond it is immediately seized and thrown into prison. And if a man is, upon any pretence, taken up by the guard within the limits, he will be sent to prison, though it should appear that he did not know their extent. The inhabitants, which are very numerous, consist of Portuguese, Negroes and Indians, the original natives of the country. The township of Rio, which, as I was told, is but a small part of the Capitanea or province, is said to contain 37,000 white persons and 629,000 blacks, many of whom are free, making together 666,000 in the proportion of 17:1. The Indians, who are employed to do the king's work in this neighbourhood, can scarcely be considered as inhabitants. Their residence is at a distance, from whence they come by turns to their task, which they are obliged to perform for a small pay. The guard boat was constantly rowed by these people, who are of a light copper colour and have long black hair. The military establishment here consists of 12 regiments of regular troops, 6 of which are Portuguese and 6 Creoles, and 12 other regiments of provincial militia. To the regulars, the inhabitants behave with the utmost humility and submission, and I was told that if any of them should neglect to take off his hat upon meeting an officer, he would immediately be knocked down. These haughty severities render the people extremely civil to any stranger who has the appearance of a gentleman. But the subordination of the officers themselves to the viceroy is enforced with circumstances equally mortifying, for they are obliged to attend in his hall 3 times every day to ask his commands. The answer constantly is, "There is nothing new." I have been told that this servile attendance is exacted to prevent their going into the country, and if so, it effectually answers the purpose. It is, I believe, universally allowed that the women, both of the Spanish and Portuguese settlements in South America, make less difficulty of granting personal favours than those of any other civilized country in the world. Of the ladies of this town, some have formed so unfavourable an opinion as to declare that they did not believe there was a modest one among them. This censure is certainly too general. But what Dr. Solander saw of them when he was on shore gave him no very exalted idea of their chastity. He told me that as soon as it was dark, 1 or more of them appeared in every window and distinguished those whom they liked among the gentlemen that walked past them by giving them nosegays, that he and 2 gentlemen who were with him received so many of these favours that, at the end of their walk, which was not a long one, they threw whole hatfuls of them away. Great allowance must certainly be made for local customs, That which in one country would be an indecent familiarity is a mere act of general courtesy in another. Of the fact, therefore, which I have related, I shall say nothing, but that I am confident it is true. Neither will I take upon me to affirm that murders are frequently committed here, but the churches afford an asylum to the criminal, and as our coxswain was one day looking at two men who appeared to be talking together in a friendly manner, one of them suddenly drew a knife and stabbed the other, who not instantly falling, the murderer withdrew the weapon and stabbed him a second time. He then ran away and was pursued by some negroes who were also witnesses of the fact, but whether he escaped or was taken I never heard. The country, at a small distance round the town, which is all that any of us saw, is beautiful in the highest degree, the wildest spots being varied with a greater luxuriance of flowers, both as to number and beauty, than the best gardens in England. Upon the trees and bushes sat an almost endless variety of birds, especially small ones, many of them covered with the most elegant plumage, among which were the hummingbird. Of insects, too, there was a great variety, and some of them very beautiful. But they were much more nimble than those of Europe, especially the butterflies, most of which slew near the tops of the trees, and were therefore very difficult to be caught, except when the sea breeze blew fresh, which kept them nearer to the ground. The banks of the sea and of the small brooks which water this part of the country are almost covered with the small crabs called cancer vocans. Some of these had one of the claws, called by naturalists the hand, very large. Others had them both remarkably small and of equal size, a difference which is said to distinguish the sexes, that with the large claw being the male. There is the appearance of but little cultivation. The greater part of the land is wholly uncultivated, and very little care and labour seem to have been bestowed upon the rest. There are indeed little patches or gardens in which many kinds of European garden stuff are produced, particularly cabbages, peas, beans, kidney beans, turnips and white radishes, but all much inferior to our own. Watermelons and pineapples are also produced in these spots, and they are the only fruits that we saw cultivated, though the country produces musk melons, oranges, limes, lemons, sweet lemons, citrons, plantains, bananas, mangoes, mamane apples, acajou or cashew apples and nuts, jamboara of two kinds, one of which bears a small black fruit, cocoa nuts, mangoes, palm nuts of two kinds, one long, the other round, and palm berries, all which were in season while we were there. Of these fruits, the watermelons and oranges are the best in their kind. The pineapples are much inferior to those that I have eaten in England. They are indeed more juicy and sweet, but have no flavour. I believe them to be natives of this country, though we heard of none that at this time grow wild. They have, however, very little care bestowed upon them, the plants being set between beds of any kind of garden stuff and suffered to take the chance of the season. The melons are still worse, at least those that we tasted, which were mealy and insipid, but the watermelons are excellent. They have a flavour, at least a degree of acidity, which ours have not. We saw also several species of the prickle pear, and some European fruits, particularly the apple and peach, both which were very mealy and insipid. In these gardens also grow yams, and mandioca, which in the West Indies is called cassada or cassava, and to the flour of which the people here, as I have before observed, give the name of farinha de pau, which may not improperly be translated powder of post. The soil, though it produces tobacco and sugar, will not produce bread corn, so that the people here have no wheat flour, but what is brought from Portugal and sold at the rate of £1 a pound, though it is generally spoiled by being heated in its passage. Mr. Banks is of opinion that all the products of our West Indian islands would grow here, notwithstanding which, the inhabitants import their coffee and chocolate from Lisbon. Most of the land, as far as we saw of the country, is laid down in grass, upon which cattle are pastured in great plenty. But they are so lean that an Englishman will scarcely eat of their flesh. The herbage of these pastures consists principally of cresses, and consequently is so short that though it may afford a bite for horses and sheep, it can scarcely be grazed by horned cattle in a sufficient quantity to keep them alive. This country may possibly produce many valuable drugs, but we could not find any in the apothecaries' shops except Pereira Brava and Balsam Capivi, both of which were excellent in their kind and sold at a very low price. The drug trade is probably carried on to the northward, as well as that of the dying woods, for we could get no intelligence of either of them here. As to manufactures, we neither saw nor heard of any, except that of cotton hammocks, in which people are carried about here as they are with us in sedan chairs, and these are principally, if not wholly, fabricated by the Indians. The riches of the place consist chiefly in the mines, which we suppose to lie far up the country, though we could never learn where or at what distance, for the situation is concealed as much as possible, and troops are continually employed in guarding the roads that lead to them. It is almost impossible for any man to get a sight of them, except those who are employed there, and indeed the strongest curiosity would scarcely induce any man to attempt it, for whoever is found upon the road to them, if he cannot give undeniable evidence of his having business there, is immediately hanged up upon the next tree. Much gold is certainly brought from these mines, but at an expense of life that must strike every man, to whom custom has not made it familiar, with horror. No less than 40,000 Negroes are annually imported on the king's account to dig the mines. And we were credibly informed that the last year but one before we arrived here, this number fell so short, probably from some epidemic disease, that 20,000 more were drafted from the town of Rio. Precious stones are also found here in such plenty that a certain quantity only is allowed to be collected in a year. To collect this quantity, a number of people are sent into the country where they are found, and when it is got together, which sometimes happens in a month, sometimes in less and sometimes in more, they return. And after that, whoever is found in these precious districts, on any pretense, before the next year, is immediately put to death. The jewels found here are diamonds, topazes of several kinds, and amethysts. We did not see any of the diamonds, but were informed that the Viceroy had a large quantity by him, which he would sell on the King of Portugal's account, but not at a less price than they are sold for in Europe. Mr. Banks bought a few topazes and amethysts as specimens. Of the topazes there are 3 forts, of very different value, which are distinguished here by the names of Pinga d'Agua Qualidade Primero, Pinga d'Agua Qualidade Secundo, and Cristallos Armerillos. They are sold, large and small, good and bad together, by octavos, or the 1/8 part of an ounce, the best at 4 shillings. 9d. All dealing, however, in these stones is prohibited to the subject, under the severest penalties. There were jewellers here formerly, who purchased and worked them on their own account. But about 14 months before our arrival, orders came from the court of Portugal that no more stones should be wrought here, except on the king's account. The jewellers were ordered to bring all their tools to the Viceroy, and left without any means of subsistence. The persons employed here to work stones for the king are slaves. The coin that is current here is either that of Portugal, consisting chiefly of 36 shillings pieces, or pieces both of gold and silver, which are struck at this place. The pieces of silver, which are very much debased, are called pitax, and are of different value, and easily distinguished by the number of rees that is marked on the outside. Here is also a copper coin, like that in Portugal, of 5 and 10 ree pieces. A ree is a nominal coin of Portugal, 10 of which are equal in value to about 3 farthings sterling. The harbour of Rio de Janeiro is situated west by north 18 leagues from Cape Trio, and may be known by a remarkable hill in the form of a sugar loaf at the west point of the bay. But as all the coast is very high and rises in many peaks, the entrance of this harbour may be more certainly distinguished by the islands that lie before it. One of which, called Redonda, is high and round like a haystack, and lies at the distance of 2 leagues and a half from the entrance of the bay in the direction of south by west. But the first islands which are met with coming from the east, or Cape Trio, are 2 that have a rocky appearance, lying near to each other, and at the distance of about 4 miles from the shore. There are also at the distance of 3 leagues to the westward of these, 2 other islands which lie near to each other, a little without the bay on the east side and very near the shore. This harbour is certainly a good one. The entrance indeed is not wide, but the sea breeze, which blows every day from 10 or 12 o'clock till sunset, makes it easy for any ship to go in before the wind, and it grows wider as the town is approached, so that abreast of it there is room for the largest fleet in 5 or 6 fathom water with an oozy bottom. At the narrow part, the entrance is defended by 2 forts. The principal is Santa Cruz, which stands on the east point of the bay and has been mentioned before. That on the west side is called Fort Lozia and is built upon a rock that lies close to the main. The distance between them is about 3/4 of a mile, but the channel is not quite so broad because there are sunken rocks which lie off each fort, and in this part alone there is danger. The narrowness of the channel causes the tides, both stood and ebb, to run with considerable strength, so that they cannot be stemmed without a fresh breeze. The rockiness of the bottom makes it also unsafe to anchor here, but all danger may be avoided by keeping in the middle of the channel. Within the entrance, the course up the bay is first north by west half-west and north-northwest, something more than a league. This will bring the vessel the length of the Great Road and northwest. And WNW 1 league more will carry her to the Isle dos Cobras, which lies before the city. She should then keep the north side of this island close on board and anchor above it, before a monastery of Benedictines which stands upon a hill at the NW end of the city. The river, and indeed the whole coast, abounds with a greater variety of fish than we had ever seen. A day seldom passed in which one or more of a new species were not brought to Mr. Banks. The bay also is as well adapted for catching these fish as can be conceived, for it is full of small islands, between which there is shallow water, and proper beaches for drawing the seine. The sea, without the bay, abounds with dolphins and large mackerel of different kinds which readily bite at a hook, and the inhabitants always tow one after their boats for that purpose. Though the climate is hot, the situation of this place is certainly wholesome. While we stayed here, the thermometer never rose higher than 83, though we had frequent rains and once a very hard gale of wind. Ships water here at the fountain in the great square, though, as I have observed, the water is not good. They land their casks upon a smooth sandy beach, which is not more than 100 yards distant from the fountain, and upon application to the viceroy, a sentinel will be appointed to look after them and clear the way to the fountain where they are to be filled. Upon the whole, Rio de Janeiro is a very good place for ships to put in at that want refreshment. The harbour is safe and commodious, and provisions, except wheaten bread and flour, may be easily procured. As a succedaneum for bread, there are yams and cassada in plenty. Beef, both fresh and jerked, may be bought at about 2 farthing a pound, though, as I have before remarked, it is very lean. The people here jerk their beef by taking out the bones, cutting it into large but thin slices, then curing it with salt and drying it in the shade. It eats very well, and if kept dry, will remain good a long time at sea. Mutton is scarcely to be procured, and hogs and poultry are dear. Of garden stuff and fruit there is abundance, of which, however, none can be preserved at sea but the pumpkin. Rum, sugar, and molasses, all excellent in their kind, may be had at a reasonable price. Tobacco also is cheap, but it is not good. Here is a yard for building shipping and a small hulk to heave down by, for, as the tide never rises above 6 or 7 foot, there is no other way of coming at a ship's bottom. When the boat which had been sent on shore returned, we hoisted her on board and stood out to sea. The First Voyage of Captain James Cook, Volume 2, Book 1. An account of a voyage round the world in the years 1768, 1769, 1770 and 1771 by Lieutenant James Cook, commander of His Majesty's bark, the Endeavour. Chapter 5. the passage through the Strait of Maire, and a further description of the inhabitants of Terra del Fuego and its productions. On the 18th and 19th, we were delayed in getting on board our wood and water by a swell. But on the 20th, the weather being more moderate, we again sent the boat on shore, and Mr. Banks and Dr. Solander went in it. They landed in the bottom of the bay, and while my people were employed in cutting brooms, they pursued their great object, the improvement of natural knowledge, with success, collecting many shells and plants which hitherto have been altogether unknown. They came on board to dinner, and afterwards went again on shore to visit an Indian town, which some of the people had reported to lie about 2 miles up the country. They found the distance not more than by the account, and they approached it by what appeared to be the common road, yet they were above an hour in getting thither, for they were frequently up to their knees in mud. When they got within a small distance, 2 of the people came out to meet them, with such state as they could assume. When they joined them, they began to hollow as they had done on board the ship, without addressing themselves either to the strangers or their companions. And having continued this strange vociferation some time, they conducted them to the town. It was situated on a dry knoll or small hill, covered with wood, none of which seemed to have been cleared away, and consisted of about 12 or 14 hovels of the most rude and inartificial structure that can be imagined. They were nothing more than a few poles set up so as to incline towards each other, and meet at the top, forming a kind of a cone like some of our beehives. On the weather side, they were covered with a few boughs and a little grass, and on the lee side about 1/8 of the circle was left open, both for a door and a fireplace. And of this kind were the huts that had been seen in St. Vincent's Bay, in one of which the embers of a fire were still remaining. Furniture they had none. A little grass, which lay round the inside of the hovel, served both for chairs and beds. And of all the utensils which necessity and ingenuity have concurred to produce among other savage nations, they saw only a basket to carry in the hand, a satchel to hang at the back, and the bladder of some beast to hold water, which the natives drink through a hole that is made near the top for that purpose. The inhabitants of this town were a small tribe, not more than 50 in number, of both sexes and of every age. Their colour resembles that of the rust of iron mixed with oil, and they have long black hair. The men are large but clumsily built. Their stature is from 5'8" to 5'10". The women are much less, few of them being more than 5 feet high. Their whole apparel consists of the skin of a guanaco or seal, which is thrown over their shoulders, exactly in the state in which it came from the animal's back. A piece of the same skin, which is drawn over their feet, and gathered about the ankles like a purse, and a small flap, which is worn by the women as a succedanium for a fig leaf. The men wear their cloak open, the women tie it about their waist with a thong. But although they are content to be naked, they are very ambitious to be fine. Their faces were painted in various forms. The region of the eye was in general white, and the rest of the face adorned with horizontal streaks of red and black. Yet scarcely any 2 were exactly alike. This decoration seems to be more profuse and elaborate upon particular occasions, for the 2 gentlemen who introduced Mr. Banks and the doctor into the town were almost covered with streaks of black in all directions, so as to make a very striking appearance. Both men and women wore bracelets of such beads as they could make themselves of small shells or bones. The women both upon their wrists and ankles, the men upon their wrists only. But to compensate for the want of bracelets on their legs, they wore a kind of fillet of brown worsted round their heads. They seemed to set a particular value upon anything that was red, and preferred beads even to a knife or a hatchet. Their language in general is guttural, and they express some of their words by a found exactly like that which we make to clear the throat when anything happens to obstruct it. Yet they have words which would be deemed soft in the better languages of Europe. Mr. Banks learnt what he supposes to be their name for beads and water. When they wanted beads, instead of ribbons or other trifles, they said halaka, and when they were taken on shore from the ship and by signs asked where water might be found, they made the sign of drinking, and pointing as well to the casks as the watering place, cried Uda. We saw no appearance of their having any food but shellfish, for though seals were frequently seen near the shore, they seemed to have no implements for taking them. The shellfish is collected by the women, whose business it seems to be to attend at low water, with a basket in one hand, a stick, pointed and barbed, in the other, and a satchel at their backs. They loosen the limpets and other fish that adhere to the rocks with the stick and put them into the basket, which, when full, they empty into the satchel. The only things that we found among them in which there was the least appearance of neatness or ingenuity were their weapons, which consisted of a bow and arrows. The bow was not inelegantly made, and the arrows were the neatest that we had ever seen. They were of wood, polished to the highest degree, and the point, which was of glass or flint and barbed, was formed and fitted with wonderful dexterity. We saw also some pieces of glass and flint among them unwrought, besides rings, buttons, cloth and canvas, with other European commodities. They must therefore sometimes travel to the northward, for it is many years since any ship has been so far south as this part of Terra del Fuego. We observed also that they showed no surprise at our firearms, with the use of which they appeared to be well acquainted, for they made signs to Mr. Banks to shoot a seal, which followed the boat as they were going on shore from the ship. Monsieur de Bougainville, who, in January 1768, just 1 year before us, had been on shore upon this coast in latitude 53 degrees 40 minutes 41 seconds, had, among other things, given glass to the people whom he found here. For he says that a boy about 12 years old took it into his head to eat some of it. By this unhappy accident, he died in great misery. But the endeavours of the good father, the French aumônier, were more successful than those of the surgeon. For though the surgeon could not save his life, the charitable priest found means to steal a Christian baptism upon him so secretly that none of his pagan relations knew anything of the matter. These people might probably have some of the very glass which Bougainville left behind him, either from other natives or perhaps from himself, for they appeared rather to be a travelling horde than to have any fixed habitation. Their houses are built to stand but for a short time. They have no utensil or furniture but the basket and satchel, which have been mentioned before, and which have handles adapted to the carrying them about, in the hand and upon the back. The only clothing they had here was scarcely sufficient to prevent their perishing with cold in the summer of this country, much less in the extreme severity of winter. The shellfish, which seems to be their only food, must soon be exhausted at any one place, and we had seen houses upon what appeared to be a deserted station in St. Vincent's Bay. It is also probable that the place where we found them was only a temporary residence, from their having here nothing like a boat or canoe, of which it can scarcely be supposed that they were wholly destitute, especially as they were not seasick or particularly affected either in our boat or on board the ship. We conjectured that there might be a strait or inlet running from the sea through great part of this island, from the Strait of Magellan, whence these people might come, leaving their canoes where such inlet terminated. They did not appear to have among them any government or subordination. None was more respected than another. Yet they seemed to live together in the utmost harmony and good fellowship. Neither did we discover any appearance of religion among them, except the noises which have been mentioned, and which we supposed to be a superstitious ceremony, merely because we could refer them to nothing else. They were used only by one of those who came on board the ship, and the two who conducted Mr. Banks and Dr. Solander to the town, whom we therefore conjectured to be priests. Upon the whole, these people appeared to be the most destitute and forlorn, as well as the most stupid of all human beings, the outcasts of nature, who spent their lives in wandering about the dreary wastes, where 2 of our people perished with cold in the midst of summer, with no dwelling but a wretched hovel of sticks and grass, which would not only admit the wind, but the snow and the rain, almost naked. and destitute of every convenience that is furnished by the rudest art, having no implement even to dress their food. Yet they were content. They seemed to have no wish for anything more than they possessed, nor did anything that we offered them appear acceptable but beads, as an ornamental superfluity of life. What bodily pain they might suffer from the severities of their winter we could not know. But it is certain that they suffered nothing from the want of the innumerable articles which we consider not as the luxuries and conveniences only, but the necessaries of life. As their desires are few, they probably enjoy them all. And how much they may be gainers by an exemption from the care, labour and solicitude, which arise from a perpetual and unsuccessful effort to gratify that infinite variety of desires which the refinements of artificial life have produced among us, is not very easy to determine. Possibly this may counterbalance all the real disadvantages of their situation in comparison with ours, and make the scales by which good and evil are distributed to man hang even between us. In this place we saw no quadruped, except seals, sea lions, and dogs. Of the dogs, it is remarkable that they bark, which those that are originally bred in America do not. And this is a further proof that the people we saw here had, either immediately or remotely, communicated with the inhabitants of Europe. There are, however, other quadrupeds in this part of the country. For when Mr. Banks was at the top of the highest hill that he ascended in his expedition through the woods, he saw the footsteps of a large beast imprinted upon the surface of a bog, though he could not with any probability guess of what kind it might be. Of land birds there are but few. Mr. Banks saw none larger than an English blackbird, except some hawks and a vulture. But of waterfowl there is great plenty, particularly ducks. Of fish we saw scarce any, and with our hooks could catch none that was fit to eat. But shellfish, limpets, clams and mussels were to be found in abundance. Among the insects, which were not numerous, there was neither gnat nor mosquito, nor any other species that was either hurtful or troublesome, which perhaps is more than can be said of any other uncleared country. During the snow blasts, which happened every day while we were here, they hide themselves, and the moment it is fair they appear again, as nimble and vigorous as the warmest weather could make them. Of plants, Mr. Banks and Dr. Solander found a vast variety, the far greater part wholly different from any that have been hitherto described. Besides the birch and winter's bark, which have been mentioned already, there is the beech, Fagus antarcticus, which, as well as the birch, may be used for timber. The plants cannot be enumerated here, but as the scurvy grass, Cardamine antiscorbutica, and the wild celery, Apium antarcticum, probably contain antiscorbutic qualities which may be of great benefit to the crews of such ships as shall hereafter touch at this place. The following short description is inserted. The scurvy grass will be found in plenty in damp places, near springs of water, and in general in all places that lie near the beach, especially at the watering place in the Bay of Good Success. When it is young, the state of its greatest perfection, it lies flat upon the ground, having many leaves of a bright green, standing in pairs opposite to each other, with a single one at the end, which generally makes the fifth upon a footstalk. The plant, passing from this state, shoots up in stalks that are sometimes 2 feet high, at the top of which are small white blossoms, and these are succeeded by long pods. The whole plant greatly resembles that which in England is called lady's smock or cuckoo flower. The wild celery is very like the celery in our gardens. The flowers are white and stand in the same manner, in small tufts at the top of the branches, but the leaves are of a deeper green. It grows in great abundance near the beach, and generally upon the soil that lies next above the spring tides. It may indeed easily be known by the taste, which is between that of celery and parsley. We used the celery in large quantities, particularly in our soup, which, thus medicated, produced the same good effects which seamen generally derive from a vegetable diet after having been long confined to salt provisions. On Sunday, the 22nd of January, about 2 o'clock in the morning, having got our wood and water on board, we sailed out of the bay and continued our course through the strait. The First Voyage of Captain James Cook, Volume 2, Book 1. An account of a voyage round the world in the years 1768, 1769, 1770 and 1771 by Lieutenant James Cook, Commander of His Majesty's bark the Endeavour. Chapter 6. A general description of the southeast part of Terra del Fuego and the Strait of Maire, with some remarks on Lord Anson's account of them and directions for the passage westward round this part of America into the South Seas. Almost all writers who have mentioned the island of Terra del Fuego describe it as destitute of wood and covered with snow. In the winter it may possibly be covered with snow, and those who saw it at that season might perhaps be easily deceived by its appearance into an opinion that it was destitute of wood. Lord Anson was there in the beginning of March, which answers to our September, and we were there the beginning of January, which answers to our July, which may account for the difference of his description of it from ours. We fell in with it about 21 leagues to the westward of the Strait of Maire, and from the time that we first saw it, trees were plainly to be distinguished with our glasses, and as we came nearer, though here and there we discovered patches of snow, the sides of the hills and the sea coast appeared to be covered with a beautiful verdure. The hills are lofty but not mountainous, though the summits of them are quite naked. The soil in the valleys is rich and of a considerable depth, and at the foot of almost every hill there is a brook, the water of which has a reddish hue like that which runs through our turf bogs in England. But it is by no means ill-tasted, and upon the whole proved to be the best that we took in during our voyage. We ranged the coast to the strait, and had foundings all the way from 40 to 20 fathom upon a gravelly and sandy bottom. The most remarkable land on Terra del Fuego is a hill, in the form of a sugar loaf, which stands on the west side not far from the sea, and the 3 hills, called the 3 Brothers, about 9 miles to the westward of Cape St. Diego, the low point that forms the north entrance of the Strait of Maire. It is said in the account of Lord Anson's voyage that it is difficult to determine exactly where the strait lies, though the appearance of Terra del Fuego be well known, without knowing also the appearance of Staten Land, and that some navigators have been deceived by 3 hills on Staten Land, which have been mistaken for the 3 Brothers on Terra del Fuego, and so overshot the strait. But no ship can possibly miss the strait that coasts Terra del Fuego within sight of land, for it will then of itself be sufficiently conspicuous. And Staten Land, which forms the east side, will be still more manifestly distinguished, for there is no land on Terra del Fuego like it. The Strait of Maire can be missed only by standing too far to the eastward, without keeping the land of Terra del Fuego in sight. If this is done, it may be missed, however accurately the appearance of the coast of Staten Land may have been exhibited. And if this is not done, it cannot be missed, though the appearance of that coast be not known. The entrance of the strait should not be attempted but with a fair wind and moderate weather, and upon the very beginning of the tide of flood, which happens here at the full and change of the moon, about 1 or 2 o'clock. It is also best to keep as near to the Terra del Fuego shore as the winds will admit. By attending to these particulars, a ship may be got quite through the strait in one tide, or, at least, to the southward of Success Bay, into which it will be more prudent to put, if the wind should be southerly, than to attempt the weathering of Staten Land with a lee wind and a current, which may endanger her being driven on that island. The strait itself, which is bounded on the west by Terra del Fuego, and on the east by the west end of Staten Land, is about 5 leagues long, and as many broad. The Bay of Good Success lies about the middle of it, on the Terra del Fuego side, and is discovered immediately upon entering the strait from the northward, and the south head of it may be distinguished by a mark on the land that has the appearance of a broad road leading up from the sea into the country. At the entrance it is 1/2 league wide, and runs in westward about 2.5 miles. There is good anchorage in every part of it, in from 10 to 7 fathom clear ground, and it affords plenty of exceeding good wood and water. The tides flow in the bay at the full and change of the moon, about 4 or 5 o'clock, and rise about 5 or 6 feet perpendicular. But the flood runs 2 or 3 hours longer in the strait than in the bay, and the ebb or northerly current runs with near double the strength of the flood. In the appearance of Staten Land, we did not discover the wildness and horror that is ascribed to it in the account of Lord Anson's Voyage. On the north side are the appearances of bays or harbours, and the land, when we saw it, was neither destitute of wood nor verdure, nor covered with snow. The island seems to be about 12 leagues in length and 5 broad. On the west side of the Cape of Good Success, which forms the southwest entrance of the strait, lies Valentine's Bay, of which we only saw the entrance. From this bay, the land trends away to the west. SW for 20 or 30 leagues. It appears to be high and mountainous, and forms several bays and inlets. At the distance of 14 leagues from the Bay of Good Success, in the direction of southwest half-west, and between 2 and 3 leagues from the shore, lies New Island. It is about 2 leagues in length from northeast to southwest and terminates to the northeast in a remarkable hillock. At the distance of 7 leagues from New Island, in the direction of southwest, lies the Isle Ivouts, and a little to the west of the south of this island lie Barneveldt's 2 small flat islands, close to each other. They are partly surrounded with rocks, which rise to different heights above the water and lie 24 leagues from the Strait of Maire. At the distance of 3 leagues from Barneveldt's Islands in the direction of south. W by S lies the SE point of Hermit's Islands. These islands lie SE and NW and are pretty high. From most points of view, they will be taken for one island or a part of the main. From the SE point of Hermit's Islands to Cape Horne, the course is southwest by south distance 3 leagues. The appearance of this cape and Hermit's Islands is represented in the chart of this coast, from our first making land to the cape, which includes the Strait of Maire and part of Staten Land. In this chart, I have laid down no land, nor traced out any shore but what I saw myself, and thus far it may be depended upon. The bays and inlets, of which we saw only the openings, are not traced. It can, however, scarcely be doubted, but that most, if not all of them, afford anchorage, wood, and water. The Dutch squadron, commanded by Hermit, certainly put into some of them in the year 1624, and it was Chappenham, the vice-admiral of this squadron, who first discovered that the land of Cape Horne consisted of a number of islands. The account, however, which those who sailed in Hermit's fleet have given of these parts is extremely defective, and those of Schouten and Maire are still worse. It is therefore no wonder that the charts hitherto published should be erroneous, not only in laying down the land, but in the latitude and longitude of the places they contain. I will, however, venture to assert that the longitude of few parts of the world is better ascertained than that of the Strait of Maire and Cape Horne in the chart now offered to the public, as it was laid down by several observations of the sun and moon that were made both by myself and Mr. Green. The variation of the compass on this coast I found to be from 23 degrees to 25 degrees east, except near Barneveldt's Islands and Cape Horne, where we found it less and unsettled. Probably it is disturbed here by the land, as Hermit's squadron in this very place found all their compasses differ from each other. The declination of the dipping needle, when set up on shore in Success Bay, was 68 degrees 15 minutes below the horizon. Between Strait Maire and Cape Horne, we found a current setting, generally very strong, to the northeast when we were in with the shore, but lost it when we were at the distance of 15 or 20 leagues. On the 26th of January, we took our departure from Cape Horne, which lies in latitude 55 degrees 53 minutes south, longitude 68 degrees 13 minutes west. The farthest southern latitude that we made was 60 degrees 10 minutes. Our longitude was then 74 degrees 30 minutes west, and we found the variation of the compass by the mean of 18 azimuths to be 27 degrees 9 minutes east. As the weather was frequently calm, Mr. Banks went out in a small boat to shoot birds, among which were some albatrosses and shearwaters. The albatrosses were observed to be larger than those which had been taken northward of the strait. One of them measured 10 feet 2 inches from the tip of one wing to that of the other when they were extended. The shearwater, on the contrary, is less and darker coloured on the back. The albatrosses we skinned, and having soaked them in salt water till the morning, we parboiled them, then throwing away the liquor, stewed them in a very little fresh water till they were tender, and had them served up with savoury sauce. Thus dressed, the dish was universally commended, and we eat of it very heartily, even when there was fresh pork upon the table. From a variety of observations which were made with great care, it appeared probable in the highest degree that, from the time of our leaving the land to the 13th of February, when we were in latitude 49 degrees 32 minutes and longitude 90 degrees 37 minutes, we had no current to the west. At this time we had advanced about 12 degrees to the westward and 3½ to the northward of the Strait of Magellan, having been just 33 days in coming round the land of Terra del Fuego, or Cape Horne, from the east entrance of the strait to this situation. And though the doubling of Cape Horne is so much dreaded that in the general opinion it is more eligible to pass through the Strait of Magellan, we were not once brought under our close reefed topsails after we left the Strait of Maire. The Dolphin, in her last voyage, which she performed at the same season of the year with ours, was 3 months in getting through the Strait of Magellan, exclusive of the time that she lay in Port Famine. And I am persuaded, from the winds we had, that if we had come by that passage, we should not at this time have been in these seas, that our people would have been fatigued, and our anchors, cables, sails and rigging much damaged, neither of which inconveniencies we had now suffered. But supposing it more eligible to go round the Cape than through the Strait of Magellan, it may still be questioned whether it is better to go through the Strait of Maire or stand to the eastward and go round Staten Land. The advice given in the account of Lord Anson's voyage is that all ships bound to the South Seas, instead of passing through the Strait of Maire, should constantly pass to the eastward of Staten Land, and should be invariably bent on running to the southward as far as the latitude of 61 or 62 degrees before they endeavour to stand to the westward. But, in my opinion, different circumstances may at one time render it eligible to pass through the strait and to keep to the eastward of Staten Land at another. If the land is fallen in with to the westward of the strait, and the wind is favourable for going through, I think it would be very injudicious to lose time by going round Staten Land, as I am confident that, by attending to the directions which I have given, the strait may be passed with the utmost safety and convenience. But if, on the contrary, the land is fallen in with to the eastward of the strait, and the wind should prove tempestuous or unfavourable, I think it would be best to go round Staten Land. But I cannot in any case concur in recommending the running into the latitude of 61 or 62 before any endeavour is made to stand to the westward. We found neither the current nor the storms which the running so far to the southward is supposed necessary to avoid. And indeed, as the winds almost constantly blow from that quarter, it is scarcely possible to pursue the advice. The navigator has no choice but to stand to the southward, close upon a wind, and by keeping upon that tack, he will not only make southing, but westing, and if the wind varies towards the north of the west, his westing will be considerable. It will indeed be highly proper to make sure of a westing sufficient to double all the lands before an attempt is made to stand to the northward, and to this every man's own prudence will of necessity direct him. We now began to have strong gales and heavy seas, with irregular intervals of calm and fine weather. The First Voyage of Captain James Cook, Volume 2, Book 1. An Account of a Voyage Round the World in the years 1768, 1769, 1770 and 1771 by Lieutenant James Cook, Commander of His Majesty's bark the Endeavour. Chapter 7. The sequel of the passage from Cape Horne to the newly discovered islands in the South Seas, with a description of their figure and appearance, some account of the inhabitants, and several incidents that happened during the course and at the ship's arrival among them. On the 1st of March we were in latitude 38 degrees 44 minutes south and longitude 110 degrees 33 minutes west, both by observation and by the log. This agreement, after a run of 660 leagues, was thought to be very extraordinary, and is a demonstration that after we left the land of Cape Horne, we had no current that affected the ship. It renders it also highly probable that we had been near no land of any considerable extent. For currents are always found when land is not remote, and sometimes, particularly on the east side of the continent in the North Sea, when land has been distant 100 leagues. Many birds, as usual, were constantly about the ship, so that Mr. Banks killed no less than 62 in one day, and what is more remarkable, he caught 2 forest flies, both of them of the same species, but different from any that have hitherto been described. These probably belonged to the birds, and came with them from the land, which we judged to be at a great distance. Mr. Banks also, about this time, found a large cuttlefish, which had just been killed by the birds, floating in a mangled condition upon the water. It was very different from the cuttlefishes that are found in the European seas, for its arms, instead of suckers, were furnished with a double row of very sharp talons, which resembled those of a cat, and, like them, were retractable into a sheath of skin, from which they might be thrust at pleasure. Of this cuttlefish, we made one of the best soups we had ever tasted. The albatrosses now began to leave us, and after the 8th, there was not one to be seen. We continued our course without any memorable event till the 24th, when some of the people who were upon the watch in the night reported that they saw a log of wood pass by the ship, and that the sea, which was rather rough, became suddenly as smooth as a mill pond. It was a general opinion that there was land to windward, but I did not think myself at liberty to search for what I was not sure to find, though I judged we were not far from the islands that were discovered by Quiros in 1606. Our latitude was 22 degrees 11 minutes south, and longitude 127 degrees 55 minutes west. On the 25th, about noon, one of the marines, a young fellow about 20, was placed as sentry at the cabin door. While he was upon this duty, one of my servants was at the same place, preparing to cut a piece of sealskin into tobacco pouches. He had promised one to several of the men, but had refused one to this young fellow, though he had asked him several times, upon which he jocularly threatened to steal one, if it should be in his power. It happened that the servant, being called hastily away, gave the skin in charge to the sentinel without regarding what had passed between them. The sentinel immediately secured a piece of the skin, which the other, missing at his return, grew angry, but after some altercation contented himself with taking it away, declaring that, for so trifling an affair, he would not complain of him to the officers. But it happened that one of his fellow soldiers, overhearing the dispute, came to the knowledge of what had happened and told it to the rest, who, taking it into their heads to stand up for the honour of their corps, reproached the offender with great bitterness and reviled him in the most opprobrious terms. They exaggerated his offence into a crime of the deepest dye. They said it was a theft by a sentry when he was upon duty, and of a thing that had been committed to his trust. They declared it a disgrace to associate with him, and the sergeant, in particular, said that if the person from whom the skin had been stolen would not complain, he would complain himself, for that his honour would suffer if the offender was not punished. From the scoffs and reproaches of these men of honour, the poor young fellow retired to his hammock in an agony of confusion and shame. The sergeant soon after went to him and ordered him to follow him to the deck. He obeyed without reply, but it being in the dusk of the evening, he slipped from the sergeant and went forward. He was seen by some of the people, who thought he was gone to the head. But a search being made for him afterwards, it was found that he had thrown himself overboard, and I was then first made acquainted with the theft and its circumstances. The loss of this man was the more regretted as he was remarkably quiet and industrious, and as the very action that put an end to his life was a proof of an ingenuous mind. For to such only disgrace is insupportable. On Tuesday, the 4th of April, about 10 o'clock in the morning, Mr. Banks's servant, Peter Briscoe, discovered land bearing south at the distance of about 3 or 4 leagues. I immediately hauled up for it and found it to be an island of an oval form with a lagoon in the middle, which occupied much the larger part of it. The border of land which circumscribes the lagoon is in many places very low and narrow, particularly on the south side, where it consists principally of a beach or reef of rocks. It has the same appearance also in 3 places on the north side, so that, the firm land being disjoined, the whole looks like many islands covered with wood. On the west end of the island is a large tree, or clump of trees, that in appearance resembles a tower, and about the middle are 2 cocoa-nut trees, which rise above all the rest, and, as we came near to the island, appeared like a flag. We approached it on the north side, and though we came within a mile, we found no bottom with 130 fathom of line, nor did there appear to be any anchorage about it. The whole is covered with trees of different verdure, but we could distinguish none, even with our glasses, except cocoa-nuts and palm nuts. We saw several of the natives upon the shore, and counted 24. They appeared to be tall, and to have heads remarkably large. Perhaps they had something wound round them which we could not distinguish. They were of a copper colour and had long black hair. 11 of them walked along the beach abreast of the ship, with poles or pikes in their hands which reached twice as high as themselves. While they walked on the beach, they seemed to be naked. But soon after they retired, which they did as soon as the ship had passed the island, they covered themselves with something that made them appear of a light colour. Their habitations were under some clumps of palm nut trees, which at a distance appeared like high ground. And to us, who for a long time had seen nothing but water and sky, except the dreary hills of Terra del Fuego, these groves seemed a terrestrial paradise. To this spot, which lies in latitude 18 degrees 47 minutes south, and longitude 139 degrees 28 minutes west, we gave the name of Lagoon Island. The variation of the needle here is 2 degrees 54 minutes east. About 1 o'clock, we made sail to the westward, and about half an hour after 3, we saw land again to the northwest. We got up with it at sunset, and it proved to be a low woody island, of a circular form, and not much above a mile in compass. We discovered no inhabitants, nor could we distinguish any cocoa-nut trees, though we were within half a mile of the shore. The land, however, was covered with verdure of many hues. It lies in latitude 18 degrees 35 minutes south and longitude 139 degrees 48 minutes west, and is distant from Lagoon Island, in the direction of north 62 west. About 7 leagues. We called it Thrum Cap. I discovered, by the appearance of the shore, that at this place it was low water, and I had observed at Lagoon Island that it was either high water or that the sea neither ebbed nor flowed. I infer, therefore, that a S by E or S moon makes high water. We went on with a fine trade wind and pleasant weather, and on the 5th, about 3 in the afternoon, we discovered land to the westward. It proved to be a low island, of much greater extent than either of those that we had seen before, being about 10 or 12 leagues in compass. Several of us remained at the masthead the whole evening, admiring its extraordinary figure. It was shaped exactly like a bow, the arch and chord of which were land, and the space between them water. The chord was a flat beach, without any signs of vegetation, having nothing upon it but heaps of seaweed, which lay in different ridges, as higher or lower tides had left them. It appeared to be about 3 or 4 leagues long, and not more than 200 yards wide. But as a horizontal plane is always seen in perspective and greatly foreshortened, it is certainly much wider than it appeared. The horns, or extremities of the bow, were two large tufts of cocoa-nut trees, and much the greater part of the arch was covered with trees of different height, figure and hue. In some parts, however, it was naked and low like the cord. Some of us thought they discovered openings through the cord into the pool or lake that was included between that and the bow. But whether there were or were not such openings is uncertain. We sailed abreast of the low beach, or bowstring, within less than a league of the shore till sunset, and we then judged ourselves to be about halfway between the two horns. Here we brought to and sounded, but found no bottom with 130 fathom, and as it is dark almost instantly after sunset in these latitudes, we suddenly lost sight of the land, and making sail again, before the line was well hauled in, we steered by the sound of the breakers, which were distinctly heard till we got clear of the coast. We knew this island to be inhabited by smoke which we saw in different parts of it, and we gave it the name of Bow Island. Mr. Gore, my second lieutenant, said, after we had sailed by the island, that he had seen several of the natives under the first clump of trees from the deck, that he had distinguished their houses and seen several canoes hauled up under the shade. But in this, he was more fortunate than any other person on board. The east end of this island, which from its figure we called the Bow, lies in latitude 18 degrees 23 minutes south and longitude 141 degrees 12 minutes west. We observed the variation of the compass to be 5 degrees 38 minutes east. On the next day, Thursday the 6th, about noon, we saw land again to the westward and came up with it about 3. It appeared to be 2 islands, or rather groups of islands, extending from northwest, by N to SE by S, about 9 leagues. Of these, the 2 largest were separated from each other by a channel of about half a mile broad, and were severally surrounded by smaller islands, to which they were joined by reefs that lay under water. These islands were long, narrow strips of land, ranging in all directions, some of them 10 miles or upwards in length, but none more than 1/4 of a mile broad, and upon all of them there were trees of various kinds, particularly the cocoa nut. The southeasternmost of them lies in the latitude of 18 degrees 12 minutes south, and longitude 142 degrees 42 minutes west, and at the distance of 25 leagues in the direction of west. Half a nautical mile from the west end of Bow Island. We ranged along the southwest side of this island and hauled into a bay which lies to the northwest of the southernmost point of the group, where there was a smooth sea and the appearance of anchorage without much surf on the shore. We sounded, but we found no bottom with 100 fathom, at the distance of no more than 3/4 of a mile from the beach, and I did not think it prudent to go nearer. While this was doing, several of the inhabitants assembled upon the shore, and some came out in their canoes as far as the reefs, but would not pass them. When we saw this, we ranged with an easy sail along the shore, but just as we were passing the end of the island, 6 men, who had for some time kept abreast of the ship, suddenly launched 2 canoes with great quickness and dexterity, and 3 of them getting into each. They put off, as we imagined, with a design to come on board us. The ship was therefore brought to, but they, like their fellows, stopped at the reef. We did not, however, immediately make sail, as we observed 2 messengers dispatched to them from the other canoes, which were of a much larger size. We perceived that these messengers made great expedition, wading and swimming along the reef. At length they met, and the men on board the canoes making no dispositions to pass the reef. After having received the message, we judged that they had resolved to come no farther. After waiting, therefore, some little time longer, we stood off. But when we were got about 2 or 3 miles from the shore, we perceived some of the natives following us in a canoe with a sail. We did not, however, think it worth while to wait for her, and though she had passed the reef, she soon after gave over the chase. According to the best judgment that we could form of the people when we were nearest the shore, they were about our size, and well made. They were of a brown complexion and appeared to be naked. Their hair, which was black, was confined by a fillet that went round the head and stuck out behind like a bush. The greater part of them carried in their hands 2 weapons. One of them was a slender pole, from 10 to 14 feet long, on one end of which was a small knob, not unlike the point of a spear. The other was about 4 feet long and shaped like a paddle, and possibly might be so, for some of their canoes were very small. Those which we saw them launch seemed not intended to carry more than the 3 men that got into them. We saw others that had on board 6 or 7 men, and one of them hoisted a sail which did not seem to reach more than 6 feet above the gunwale of the boat, and which, upon the falling of a slight shower, was taken down and converted into an awning or tilt. The canoe which followed us to sea hoisted a sail not unlike an English lug sail, and almost as lofty as an English boat of the same size would have carried. The people, who kept abreast of the ship on the beach, made many signals. But whether they were intended to frighten us away or invite us on shore, it is not easy to determine. We returned them by waving our hats and shouting, and they replied by shouting again. We did not put their disposition to the test by attempting to land, because, as the island was inconsiderable and as we wanted nothing that it could afford, we thought it imprudent as well as cruel to risk a contest in which the natives must have suffered by our superiority merely to gratify an idle curiosity, especially as we expected soon to fall in with the island where we had been directed to make our astronomical observation, the inhabitants of which would probably admit us without opposition, as they were already acquainted with our strength and might also procure us a ready and peaceable reception among the neighbouring people if we should desire it. To these islands we gave the name of the groups. On the 7th, about half an hour after 6 in the morning, being just at daybreak, we discovered another island to the northward, which we judged to be about 4 miles in circumference. The land lay very low, and there was a piece of water in the middle of it. There seemed to be some wood upon it, and it looked green and pleasant, but we saw neither cocoa trees nor inhabitants. It abounded, however, with birds, and we therefore gave it the name of Bird Island. It lies in latitude 17 degrees 48 minutes south and longitude 143 degrees 35 minutes west at the distance of 10 leagues in the direction west 1/2 north from the west end of the groups. The variation here was 6 degrees 32 minutes east. On the 8th, about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, we saw land to the northward, and about sunset came abreast of it, at about the distance of 2 leagues. It appeared to be a double range of low woody islands joined together by reefs, so as to form one island in the form of an ellipsis or oval with a lake in the middle of it. The small islands and reefs that circumscribe the lake have the appearance of a chain, and we therefore gave it the name of Chain Island. Its length seemed to be about 5 leagues in the direction of north, W and SE, and its breadth about 5 miles. The trees upon it appeared to be large, and we saw smoke rising in different parts of it from among them, a certain sign that it was inhabited. The middle of it lies in latitude 17 degrees 23 minutes south and longitude 145 degrees 54 minutes west, and is distant from Bird Island 45 leagues in the direction of west. By N. The variation here was, by several azimuths, found to be 4 degrees 54 minutes east. On the 10th, having had a tempestuous night with thunder and rain, the weather was hazy till about 9 o'clock in the morning, when it cleared up, and we saw the island to which Captain Wallis, who first discovered it, gave the name of Osnaburgh Island, called by the natives Maire, bearing northwest by west, distant about 5 leagues. It is a high round island, not above a league in circuit. In some parts it is covered with trees, and in others a naked rock. In this direction it looked like a high-crowned hat, but when it bears north, the top of it has more the appearance of the roof of a house. We made its latitude to be 17 degrees 48 minutes south, its longitude 148 degrees 10 minutes west, and its distance from Chain Island 44 leagues in the direction of west by south. The First Voyage of Captain James Cook, Volume 2, Book 1. An account of a voyage round the world in the years 1768, 1769, 1770 and 1771 by Lieutenant James Cook, Commander of His Majesty's bark the Endeavour. Chapter 8. The arrival of the Endeavour at Otaheite, called by Captain Wallis King George III's Island. Rules established for traffic with the natives, and an account of several incidents which happened in a visit to Tootahah and Tubourai Tamaida, two chiefs. About 1 o'clock on Monday the 10th of April, some of the people who were looking out for the island to which we were bound said they saw land ahead, in that part of the horizon where it was expected to appear. But it was so faint that, whether there was land in sight or not, remained a matter of dispute till sunset. The next morning, however, at 6 o'clock, we were convinced that those who said they had discovered land were not mistaken. It appeared to be very high and mountainous, extending from west by south half south to west by north half north, and we knew it to be the same that Captain Wallis had called King George III's Island. We were delayed in our approach to it by light airs and calms, so that in the morning of the 12th we were but little nearer than we had been the night before. But about 7 a breeze sprung up, and before 11 several canoes were seen making towards the ship. There were but few of them, however, that would come near, and the people in those that did could not be persuaded to come on board. In every canoe there were young plantains and branches of a tree which the Indians call emido. These, as we afterwards learnt, were brought as tokens of peace and amity, and the people in one of the canoes handed them up the ship's side, making signals at the same time with great earnestness which we did not immediately understand. At length we guessed that they wished these symbols should be placed in some conspicuous part of the ship. We, therefore, immediately stuck them among the rigging, at which they expressed the greatest satisfaction. We then purchased their cargoes, consisting of cocoa nuts and various kinds of fruit, which after our long voyage were very acceptable. We stood on with an easy sail all night, with foundings from 22 fathom to 12, and about 7 o'clock in the morning we came to an anchor in 13 fathom in Port Royal Bay, called by the natives Matavai. We were immediately surrounded by the natives in their canoes, who gave us cocoa nuts, fruit resembling apples, breadfruit and some small fishes, in exchange for beads and other trifles. They had with them a pig, which they would not part with for anything but a hatchet, and therefore we refused to purchase it, because if we gave them a hatchet for a pig now, we knew they would never afterwards sell one for less, and we could not afford to buy as many as it was probable we should want at that price. The breadfruit grows on a tree that is about the size of a middling oak. Its leaves are frequently 1.5 feet long, of an oblong shape, deeply situated like those of the fig tree, which they resemble in consistence and colour, and in the exuding of a white milky juice upon being broken. The fruit is about the size and shape of a child's head, and the surface is reticulated not much unlike a truffle. It is covered with a thin skin and has a core about as big as the handle of a small knife. The eatable part lies between the skin and the core. It is as white as snow and somewhat of the consistence of new bread. It must be roasted before it is eaten, being first divided into 3 or 4 parts. Its taste is insipid, with a slight sweetness somewhat resembling that of the crumb of wheaten bread mixed with a Jerusalem artichoke. Among others who came off to the ship was an elderly man, whose name, as we learnt afterwards, was Ohor, and who was immediately known to Mr. Gore and several others who had been here with Captain Wallis. As I was informed that he had been very useful to them, I took him on board the ship with some others, and was particularly attentive to gratify him, as I hoped he might also be useful to us. As our stay here was not likely to be very short, and as it was necessary that the merchandise which we had brought for traffic with the natives should not diminish in its value, which it would certainly have done if every person had been left at liberty to give what he pleased for such things as he should purchase, at the same time that confusion and quarrels must necessarily have arisen from there being no standard at market. I drew up the following rules and ordered that they should be punctually observed. Rules to be observed by every person in or belonging to His Majesty's bark the Endeavour for the better establishing a regular and uniform trade for provision, and so on, with the inhabitants of George's Island. I, to endeavour by every fair means to cultivate a friendship with the natives and to treat them with all imaginable humanity. 2. A proper person or persons will be appointed to trade with the natives for all manner of provisions, fruit, and other productions of the earth, and no officer or seaman or other person belonging to the ship, excepting such as are so appointed, shall trade or offer to trade for any sort of provision, fruit, or other productions of the earth, unless they have leave so to do. 3. Every person employed on shore on any duty whatsoever is strictly to attend to the same, and if by any neglect he loseth any of his arms or working tools, or suffers them to be stolen, the full value thereof will be charged against his pay according to the custom of the navy in such cases, and he shall receive such farther punishment as the nature of the offence may deserve. 4. The same penalty will be inflicted on every person who is found to embezzle, trade, or offer to trade with any part of the ship's stores of what nature soever. V. No sort of iron, or anything that is made of iron, or any fort of cloth, or other useful or necessary articles, are to be given in exchange for anything but provision. J. Cook. As soon as the ship was properly secured, I went on shore with Mr. Banks and Dr. Solander, a party of men under arms, and our friend Ohor. We were received from the boat by some hundreds of the inhabitants, whose looks at least gave us welcome, though they were struck with such awe that the first who approached us crouched so low that he almost crept upon his hands and knees. It is remarkable that he, like the people in the canoes, presented to us the same symbol of peace that is known to have been in use among the ancient and mighty nations of the Northern Hemisphere, the green branch of a tree. We received it with looks and gestures of kindness and satisfaction, and observing that each of them held one in his hand, we immediately gathered everyone a bough and carried it in our hands in the same manner. They marched with us about half a mile towards the place where the Dolphin had watered, conducted by Ohor. They then made a full stop, and having laid the ground bare by clearing away all the plants that grew upon it, the principal persons among them threw their green branches upon the naked spot and made signs that we should do the same. We immediately showed our readiness to comply and to give a greater solemnity to the rite. The Marines were drawn up and marching in order, each dropped his bow upon those of the Indians, and we followed their example. We then proceeded, and when we came to the watering place, it was intimated to us by signs that we might occupy that ground, but it happened not to be fit for our purpose. During our walk, they had shaken off their first timid sense of our superiority, and were become familiar. They went with us from the watering place and took a circuit through the woods. As we went along, we distributed beads and other small presents among them, and had the satisfaction to see that they were much gratified. Our circuit was not less than 4 or 5 miles, through groves of trees, which were loaded with cocoa nuts and breadfruit, and afforded the most grateful shade. Under these trees were the habitations of the people, most of them being only a roof without walls, and the whole scene realized the poetical fables of Arcadia. We remarked, however, not without some regret, that in all our walk we had seen only 2 hogs, and not a single fowl. Those of our company who had been here with the Dolphin told us that none of the people whom we had yet seen were of the first class. They suspected that the chiefs had removed, and upon carrying us to the place where what they called the Queen's Palace had stood, we found that no traces of it were left. We determined, therefore, to return in the morning and endeavour to find out the noblesse in their retreats. In the morning, however, before we could leave the ship, several canoes came about us, most of them from the westward, and 2 of them were filled with people who by their dress and deportment appeared to be of a superior rank. 2 of these came on board, and each singled out his friend. One of them, whose name we found to be Tootahah, fixed upon Mr. Banks, and the other upon me. This ceremony consisted in taking off great part of their clothes and putting them upon us. In return for this, we presented each of them with a hatchet and some beads. Soon after, they made signs for us to go with them to the places where they lived, pointing to the SW. And as I was desirous of finding a more commodious harbour and making farther trial of the disposition of the people, I consented. I ordered out 2 boats, and with Mr. Banks and Dr. Solander, the other gentleman and our 2 Indian friends, we embarked for our expedition. After rowing about a league, they made signs that we should go on shore and gave us to understand that this was the place of their residence. We accordingly landed among several hundreds of the natives, who conducted us into a house of much greater length than any we had seen. When we entered, we saw a middle-aged man, whose name we afterwards discovered to be Tootahah. Mats were immediately spread, and we were desired to sit down over against him. Soon after we were seated, he ordered a cock and hen to be brought out, which he presented to Mr. Banks and me. We accepted the present, and in a short time each of us received a piece of cloth, perfumed after their manner, by no means disagreeably, which they took great pains to make us remark. The piece presented to Mr. Banks was 11 yards long and 2 wide, in return for which he gave a laced silk neckcloth, which he happened to have on, and a linen pocket handkerchief. Tootahah immediately dressed himself in this new finery, with an air of perfect complacency and satisfaction. But it is now time that I should take some notice of the ladies. Soon after the interchanging of our presents with Tootahah, they attended us to several large houses, in which we walked about with great freedom. They showed us all the civility of which in our situation we could accept, and on their part seemed to have no scruple that would have prevented its being carried farther. The houses, which, as I have observed before, are all open, except a roof, afforded no place of retirement, but the ladies, by frequently pointing to the mats upon the ground, and sometimes seating themselves and drawing us down upon them, left us no room to doubt of their being much less jealous of observation than we were. We now took leave of our friendly chief, and directed our course along the shore. When we had walked about a mile, we met, at the head of a great number of people, another chief, whose name was Tubourai Tamaide, with whom we were also to ratify a treaty of peace, with the ceremony of which we were now become better acquainted. Having received the branch which he presented to us and given another in return, we laid our hands upon our left breads and pronounced the word tayo, which we supposed to signify friend. The chief then gave us to understand that if we chose to eat, he had victuals ready for us. We accepted his offer and dined very heartily upon fish, breadfruit, cocoa nuts and plantains, dressed after their manner. They eat some of their fish raw, and raw fish was offered to us, but we declined that part of the entertainment. During this visit, a wife of our noble host, whose name was Tomio, did Mr. Banks the honour to place herself upon the same mat, close by him. Tomio was not in the first bloom of her youth, nor did she appear to have been ever remarkable for her beauty. He did not, therefore, I believe, pay her the most flattering attention. It happened, too, as a farther mortification to this lady, that seeing a very pretty girl among the crowd, he, not adverting to the dignity of his companion, beckoned her to come to him. The girl, after some entreaty, complied, and sat down on the other side of him. He loaded her with beads and every showy trifle that would please her. His princess, though she was somewhat mortified at the preference that was given to her rival, did not discontinue her civilities, but still assiduously supplied him with the milk of the cocoa nut and such other dainties as were in her reach. This scene might possibly have become more curious and interesting if it had not been suddenly interrupted by an interlude of a more serious kind. Just at this time, Dr. Solander and Mr. Monkhouse complained that their pockets had been picked. Dr. Solander had lost an opera glass in a shagreen case, and Mr. Monkhouse his snuff-box. This incident unfortunately put an end to the good humour of the company. Complaint of the injury was made to the chief, and to give it weight, Mr. Banks started up and hastily struck the butt end of his firelock upon the ground. This action, and the noise that accompanied it, struck the whole assembly with a panic, and every one of the natives ran out of the house with the utmost precipitation, except the chief, 3 women, and 2 or 3 others, who appeared by their dress to be of a superior rank. The chief, with a mixture of confusion and concern, took Mr. Banks by the hand and led him to a large quantity of cloth, which lay at the other end of the house. This he offered to him piece by piece, intimating by signs that if that would atone for the wrong which had been done, he might take any part of it, or, if he pleased, the whole. Mr. Banks put it by and gave him to understand that he wanted nothing but what had been dishonestly taken away. Tubourai Tamaide then went hastily out, leaving Mr. Banks with his wife Tomio, who during the whole scene of terror and confusion had kept constantly at his side, and intimating his desire that he should wait there till his return. Mr. Banks accordingly sat down and conversed with her as well as he could by signs about half an hour. The chief then came back with the snuff-box and the case of the opera glass in his hand, and, with a joy in his countenance that was painted with a strength of expression which distinguishes these people from all others, delivered them to the owners. The case of the opera glass, however, upon being opened, was found to be empty. Upon this discovery, his countenance changed in a moment, and catching Mr. Banks again by the hand, he rushed out of the house without uttering any sound and led him along the shore, walking with great rapidity. When they had got about a mile from the house, a woman met him and gave him a piece of cloth, which he hastily took from her and continued to press forward with it in his hand. Dr. Solander and Mr. Monkhouse had followed them, and they came at length to a house where they were received by a woman, to whom he gave the cloth, and intimated to the gentleman that they should give her some beads. They immediately complied, and the beads and cloth being deposited upon the floor, the woman went out, and in about half an hour returned with the opera glass, expressing the same joy upon the occasion that had before been expressed by the chief. The beads were now returned, with an inflexible resolution not to accept them, and the cloth was, with the same pertinacity, forced upon Dr. Solander as a recompense for the injury that had been done him. He could not avoid accepting the cloth, but insisted in his turn upon giving a new present of beads to the woman. It will not perhaps be easy to account for all the steps that were taken in the recovery of this glass and snuff-box, but this cannot be thought strange, considering that the scene of action was among a people whose language, policy and connections are even now but imperfectly known. Upon the whole, however, they show an intelligence and influence which would do honour to any system of government, however regular and improved. In the evening, about 6 o'clock, we returned to the ship. The First Voyage of Captain James Cook. Volume 2, Book 1. An account of a voyage round the world in the years 1768, 1769, 1770 and 1771 by Lieutenant James Cook, Commander of His Majesty's bark the Endeavour. Chapter 9. A place fixed upon for an observatory and fort. An excursion into the woods and its consequences. The fort erected, a visit from several chiefs on board and at the fort, with some account of the music of the natives and the manner in which they dispose of their dead. On the next morning, Saturday the 15th, several of the chiefs whom we had seen the day before came on board and brought with them hogs, breadfruit and other refreshments, for which we gave them hatchets and linen, and such things as seemed to be most acceptable. As in my excursion to the westward, I had not found any more convenient harbour than that in which we lay, I determined to go on shore and fix upon some spot, commanded by the ship's guns, where I might throw up a small fort for our defence and prepare for making our astronomical observation. I therefore took a party of men and landed without delay, accompanied by Mr. Banks, Dr. Solander, and the astronomer, Mr. Green. We soon fixed upon a part of the sandy beach on the north point of the bay, which was in every respect convenient for our purpose and not near any habitation of the natives. Having marked out the ground that we intended to occupy, a small tent belonging to Mr. Banks was set up, which had been brought on shore for that purpose. By this time a great number of the people had gathered about us, but, as it appeared, only to look on, there not being a single weapon of any kind among them. I intimated, however, that none of them were to come within the line I had drawn, except one who appeared to be a chief, and Ohor. To these two persons I addressed myself by signs, and endeavoured to make them understand that we wanted the ground which we had marked out to sleep upon for a certain number of nights, and that then we should go away. Whether I was understood, I cannot certainly determine. But the people behaved with a deference and respect that at once pleased and surprised us. They sat down peaceably without the circle, and looked on, without giving us any interruption, till we had done, which was upwards of 2 hours. As we had seen no poultry, and but 2 hogs, in our walk when we were last on shore at this place, we suspected that, upon our arrival, they had been driven farther up the country, and the rather, as Ohor was very importunate with us, by signs, not to go into the woods, which, however, and partly for these reasons, we were determined to do. Having therefore appointed the 13 marines and a petty officer to guard the tent, we set out, and a great number of the natives joined our party. As we were crossing a little river that lay in our way, we saw some ducks, and Mr. Banks, as soon as he had got over, fired at them and happened to kill 3 at one shot. This struck them with the utmost terror, so that most of them fell suddenly to the ground, as if they also had been shot at the same discharge. It was not long, however, before they recovered from their fright, and we continued our route. But we had not gone far before we were alarmed by the report of 2 pieces, which were fired by the guard at the tent. We had then straggled a little distance from each other, but Ohor immediately called us together, and by waving his hand, sent away every Indian who followed us except 3, each of whom, as a pledge of peace on their part, and an entreaty that there might be peace on ours, hastily broke a branch from the trees, and came to us with it in their hands. As we had too much reason to fear that some mischief had happened, we hasted back to the tent, which was not distant above 1/2 mile, and when we came up, we found it entirely deserted, except by our own people. It appeared that one of the Indians who remained about the tent after we left it had watched his opportunity, and taking the sentry unawares, had snatched away his musquet. Upon this, the petty officer, a midshipman who commanded the party, perhaps from a sudden fear of farther violence, perhaps from the natural petulance of power newly acquired, and perhaps from a brutality in his nature, ordered the marines to fire. The men, with as little consideration or humanity as the officer, immediately discharged their pieces among the thickest of the flying crowd, consisting of more than 100, and observing that the thief did not fall, pursued him and shot him dead. We afterwards learnt that none of the others were either killed or wounded. Ohor, who had never left us, observing that we were now totally deserted, got together a few of those who had fled, though not without some difficulty, and ranged them about us. We endeavoured to justify our people as well as we could, and to convince the Indians that if they did no wrong to us, we should do no wrong to them. They went away without any appearance of distrust or resentment, and having struck our tent, we returned to the ship, but by no means satisfied with the transactions of the day. Upon questioning our people more particularly, whose conduct they soon perceived we could not approve, they alleged that the sentinel whose musquet was taken away was violently assaulted and thrown down, and that a push was afterwards made at him by the man who took the musquet before any command was given to fire. It was also suggested that Ohor had suspicions at least, if not certain knowledge, that something would be attempted against our people at the tent, which made him so very earnest in his endeavours to prevent our leaving it. Others imputed his importunity to his desire that we should confine ourselves to the beach. And it was remarked that neither Ohor nor the chiefs who remained with us after he had sent the rest of the people away would have inferred the breach of peace from the firing at the tent if they had had no reason to suspect that some injury had been offered by their countrymen, especially as Mr. Banks had just fired at the ducks, and yet that they did infer a breach of peace from that incident, as was manifest from their waving their hands for the people to disperse and instantly pulling green branches from the trees. But what were the real circumstances of this unhappy affair, and whether either and, which of these conjectures were true, can never certainly be known. The next morning but few of the natives were seen upon the beach, and not one of them came off to the ship. This convinced us that our endeavours to quiet their apprehensions had not been effectual, and we remarked with particular regret that we were deserted even by Ohor, who had hitherto been so constant in his attachment and so active in renewing the peace that had been broken. Appearances being thus unfavourable, I warped the ship nearer to the shore and moored her in such a manner as to command all the northeast part of the bay, particularly the place which I had marked out for the building a fort. In the evening, however, I went on shore with only a boat's crew, and some of the gentlemen, the natives, gathered about us, but not in the same number as before. There were, I believe, between 30 and 40, and they trafficked with us for coconuts and other fruit, to all appearance as friendly as ever. On the 17th, early in the morning, we had the misfortune to lose Mr. Buchan, the person whom Mr. Banks had brought out as a painter of landscapes and figures. He was a sober, diligent and ingenious young man, and greatly regretted by Mr. Banks, who hoped by his means to have gratified his friends in England with representations of this country and its inhabitants, which no other person on board could delineate with the same accuracy and elegance. He had always been subject to epileptic fits, one of which seized him on the mountains of Terra del Fuego, and this disorder being aggravated by a bilious complaint which he contracted on board the ship, at length put an end to his life. It was at first proposed to bury him on shore, but Mr. Banks, thinking that it might perhaps give offence to the natives, with whose customs we were then wholly unacquainted, we committed his body to the sea, with as much decency and solemnity as our circumstances and situation would admit. In the forenoon of this day, we received a visit from Tubourai Tamaide and Tootahah, our chiefs from the west. They brought with them, as emblems of peace, not branches of plantain, but 2 young trees, and would not venture on board till these had been received, having probably been alarmed by the mischief which had been done at the tent. Each of them also brought, as propitiatory gifts, some breadfruit and a hog ready dressed. This was a most acceptable present, as we perceived that hogs were not always to be got, and in return we gave to each of our noble benefactors a hatchet and a nail. In the evening we went on shore and set up a tent, in which Mr. Green and myself spent the night, in order to observe an eclipse of the first satellite of Jupiter. But the weather becoming cloudy, we were disappointed. On the 18th at daybreak, I went on shore with as many people as could possibly be spared from the ship, and began to erect our fort. While some were employed in throwing up entrenchments, others were busy in cutting pickets and fascines, which the natives, who soon gathered round us as they had been used to do, were so far from hindering that many of them voluntarily assisted us, bringing the pickets and fascines from the wood where they had been cut, with great alacrity. We had indeed been so scrupulous of invading their property that we purchased every stake which was used upon this occasion, and cut down no tree till we had first obtained their consent. The soil where we constructed our fort was sandy, and this made it necessary to strengthen the entrenchments with wood. 3 sides were to be fortified in this manner. The 4th was bounded by a river, upon the banks of which I proposed to place a proper number of water casks. This day we served pork to the ship's company for the first time, and the Indians brought down so much breadfruit and cocoa nuts that we found it necessary to send away part of them unbought and to acquaint them by signs that we should want no more for 2 days to come. Everything was purchased this day with beads, a single bead, as big as a pea, being the purchase of 5 or 6 cocoa nuts and as many of the breadfruit. Mr. Banks's tent was got up before night within the works, and he slept on shore for the first time. Proper sentries were placed round it, but no Indian attempted to approach it the whole night. The next morning, our friend Tubourai Tamaide made Mr. Banks a visit at the tent, and brought with him not only his wife and family, but the roof of a house and several materials for setting it up, with furniture and implements of various kinds, intending, as we understood him, to take up his residence in our neighbourhood. This instance of his confidence and goodwill gave us great pleasure, and we determined to strengthen his attachment to us by every means in our power. Soon after his arrival, he took Mr. Banks by the hand, and leading him out of the line, signified that he should accompany him into the woods. Mr. Banks readily consented, and having walked with him about 1/4 of a mile, they arrived at a kind of awning which he had already set up, and which seemed to be his occasional habitation. Here he unfolded a bundle of his country cloth, and taking out 2 garments, one of red cloth, and the other of very neat matting, he clothed Mr. Banks in them, and without any other ceremony immediately conducted him back to the tent. His attendants soon after brought him some pork and breadfruit which he eat, dipping his meat into salt water instead of sauce. After his meal, he retired to Mr. Banks's bed and slept about an hour. In the afternoon, his wife Tomio brought to the tent a young man about 22 years of age, of a very comely appearance, whom they both seemed to acknowledge as their son, though we afterwards discovered that he was not so. In the evening, this young man and another chief, who had also paid us a visit, went away to the westward, but Tubourai Tamaide and his wife returned to the awning in the skirts of the wood. Our surgeon, Mr. Monkhouse, having walked out this evening, reported that he had seen the body of the man who had been shot at the tents, which he said was wrapped in cloth and placed on a kind of bier, supported by stakes, under a roof that seemed to have been set up for the purpose, that near it were deposited some instruments of war and other things, which he would particularly have examined but for the stench of the body, which was intolerable. He said that he saw also 2 more sheds of the same kind, in one of which were the bones of a human body that had lain till they were quite dry. We discovered afterwards that this was the way in which they usually disposed of their dead. A kind of market now began to be kept just without the lines, and was plentifully supplied with everything but pork. Tubourai Tamaide was our constant guest, imitating our manners, even to the using of a knife and fork, which he did very handily. As my curiosity was excited by Mr. Monkhouse's account of the situation of the man who had been shot, I took an opportunity to go with some others to see it. I found the shed under which his body lay, close by the house in which he resided when he was alive, some others being not more than 10 yards distant. It was about 15 feet long and 11 broad, and of a proportionable height. One end was wholly open, and the other end and the 2 sides were partly enclosed with a kind of wicker work. The bier on which the core was deposited was a frame of wood like that in which the seabeds, called cots, are placed, with a matted bottom and supported by 4 posts at the height of about 5 feet from the ground. The body was covered first with a mat and then with white cloth. By the side of it lay a wooden mace, one of their weapons of war, and near the head of it, which lay next to the close end of the shed, lay 2 cocoa nut shells, such as are sometimes used to carry water in. At the other end, a bunch of green leaves, with some dried twigs, all tied together, were stuck in the ground, by which lay a stone about as big as a cocoa nut. Near these lay one of the young plantain trees, which are used for emblems of peace, and close by it a stone axe. At the open end of the shed also hung, in several strings, a great number of palm nuts, and without the shed was stuck upright in the ground the stem of a plantain tree about 5 feet high, upon the top of which was placed a cocoa nutshell full of fresh water. Against the side of one of the posts hung a small bag containing a few pieces of breadfruit ready roasted, which were not all put in at the same time, for some of them were fresh and others stale. I took notice that several of the natives observed us with a mixture of solicitude and jealousy in their countenances, and by their gestures expressed uneasiness when we went near the body, standing themselves at a little distance while we were making our examination, and appearing to be pleased when we came away. Our residence on shore would by no means have been disagreeable if we had not been incessantly tormented by the flies, which, among other mischief, made it almost impossible for Mr. Parkinson, Mr. Banks's natural history painter, to work, for they not only covered his subject so as that no part of its surface could be seen, but even eat the colour off the paper as fast as he could lay it on. We had recourse to mosquito nets and fly traps, which, though they made the inconvenience tolerable, were very far from removing it. On the 22nd, Tootahah gave us a specimen of the music of this country. 4 persons performed upon flutes which had only 2 stops, and therefore could not found more than 4 notes, by half tones. They were sounded like our German flutes, except that the performer, instead of applying it to his mouth, blew into it with one nostril, while he stopped the other with his thumb. To these instruments 4 other persons sung, and kept very good time. But only one tune was played during the whole concert. Several of the natives brought us axes, which they had received from on board the Dolphin, to grind and repair. But among others, there was one which became the subject of much speculation, as it appeared to be French. After much inquiry, we learnt that a ship had been here between our arrival and the departure of the Dolphin, which we then conjectured to have been a Spaniard, but now know to have been the Boudeuse, commanded by Monsieur Bougainville. The First Voyage of Captain James Cook, Volume 2, Book 1. An account of a voyage round the world in the years 1768, 1769, 1770 and 1771 by Lieutenant James Cook, commander of His Majesty's bark the Endeavour. Chapter 10. An excursion to the eastward, an account of several incidents that happened both on board and on shore, and of the first interview with Oberea, the person who, when the Dolphin was here, was supposed to be Queen of the island, with a description of the fort. On the 24th, Mr. Banks and Dr. Solander examined the country for several miles along the shore to the eastward. For about 2 miles it was flat and fertile. After that, the hills stretched quite to the water's edge, and a little farther ran out into the sea, so that they were obliged to climb over them. These hills, which were barren, continued for about 3 miles more, and then terminated in a large plain, which was full of good houses, and people who appeared to live in great affluence. In this place there was a river, much more considerable than that at our fort, which issued from a deep and beautiful valley, and, where our travellers crossed it, though at some distance from the sea, was near 100 yards wide. About a mile beyond this river, the country became again barren, the rocks everywhere projecting into the sea, for which reason they resolved to return. Just as they had formed this resolution, one of the natives offered them refreshment, which they accepted. They found this man to be of a kind that has been described by various authors as mixed with many nations, but distinct from them all. His skin was of a dead white, without the least appearance of what is called complexion, though some parts of his body were in a small degree less white than others. His hair, eyebrows and beard were as white as his skin. His eyes appeared as if they were bloodshot, and he seemed to be very short-sighted. At their return they were met by Tubourai Tamaide and his women, who, at seeing them, felt a joy which, not being able to express, they burst into tears, and wept some time before their passion could be restrained. This evening Dr. Solander lent his knife to one of these women, who neglected to return it, and the next morning Mr. Banks's also was missing. Upon this occasion I must bear my testimony. that the people of this country of all ranks, men and women, are the errantest thieves upon the face of the earth. The very day after we arrived here, when they came on board us, the chiefs were employed in stealing what they could in the cabin, and their dependents were no less industrious in other parts of the ship. They snatched up everything that it was possible for them to secrete till they got on shore, even to the glass ports, 2 of which they carried off undetected. Tubourai Tamaide was the only one except Tootahah who had not been found guilty, and the presumption, arising from this circumstance, that he was exempt from a vice of which the whole nation besides were guilty, cannot be supposed to outweigh strong appearances to the contrary. Mr. Banks, therefore, though not without some reluctance, accused him of having stolen his knife. He solemnly and steadily denied that he knew anything of it. Upon which Mr. Banks made him understand that whoever had taken it, he was determined to have it returned. Upon this resolute declaration, one of the natives who was present produced a rag in which 3 knives were very carefully tied up. One was that which Dr. Solander had lent to the woman, another was a table knife belonging to me, and the owner of the third was not known. With these the chief immediately set out, in order to make restitution of them to their owners at the tents. Mr. Banks remained with the women, who expressed great apprehensions that some mischief was designed against their lord. When he came to the tents, he restored one of the knives to Dr. Solander and another to me, the third not being owned, and then began to search for Mr. Banks's in all the places where he had ever seen it. After some time, one of Mr. Banks's servants, understanding what he was about, immediately fetched his master's knife, which it seems he had laid by the day before, and till now knew nothing of its having been missed. Tubourai Tamaide, upon this demonstration of his innocence, expressed the strongest emotions of mind, both in his looks and gestures. The tears started from his eyes, and he made signs, with the knife, that if he was ever guilty of such an action as had been imputed to him, he would submit to have his throat cut. He then rushed out of the lines and returned hastily to Mr. Banks, with a countenance that severely reproached him with his suspicions. Mr. Banks soon understood that the knife had been received from his servant, and was scarcely less affected at what had happened than the chief. He felt himself to be the guilty person, and was very desirous to atone for his fault. The poor Indian, however violent his passions, was a stranger to sullen resentment, and upon Mr. Banks's spending a little time familiarly with him, and making him a few trifling presents, he forgot the wrong that had been done him, and was perfectly reconciled. Upon this occasion it may be observed that these people have a knowledge of right and wrong from the mere dictates of natural conscience, and involuntarily condemn themselves when they do that to others, which they would condemn others for doing to them. That Tubourai Tamaide felt the force of moral obligation is certain, for the imputation of an action which he considered as indifferent would not, when it appeared to be groundless, have moved him with such excess of passion. We must indeed estimate the virtue of these people by the only standard of morality, the conformity of their conduct to what in their opinion is right. But we must not hastily conclude that theft is a testimony of the same depravity in them that it is in us, in the instances in which our people were sufferers by their dishonesty. For their temptation was such as to surmount would be considered as a proof of uncommon integrity among those who have more knowledge, better principles, and stronger motives to resist the temptations of illicit advantage. An Indian among penny knives and beads, or even nails and broken glass, is in the same state of trial with the meanest servant in Europe among unlocked coffers of jewels and gold. On the 26th, I mounted 6 swivel guns upon the fort, which I was sorry to see struck the natives with dread. Some fishermen who lived upon the point removed farther off, and Ohor told us, by signs, that in 4 days we should fire great guns. On the 27th, Tubourai Tamaide, with a friend, who eat with a voracity that I never saw before, and the 3 women that usually attended him, whose names were Terapo, Tirau, and Omie, dined at the fort. In the evening they took their leave, and set out for the house which Tubourai Tamaide had set up in the skirts of the wood. But in less than a quarter of an hour, he returned in great emotion, and hastily seizing Mr. Banks's arm, made signs that he should follow him. Mr. Banks immediately complied, and they soon came up to a place where they found the ship's butcher with a reaping hook in his hand. Here the chief stopped, and in a transport of rage which rendered his signs scarcely intelligible, intimated that the butcher had threatened or attempted to cut his wife's throat with the reaping hook. Mr. Banks then signified to him that if he could fully explain the offence, the man should be punished. Upon this, he became more calm and made Mr. Banks understand that the offender, having taken a fancy to a stone hatchet which lay in his house, had offered to purchase it of his wife for a nail, that she, having refused to part with it upon any terms, he had catched it up, and throwing down the nail, threatened to cut her throat if she made any resistance. To prove this charge, the hatchet and the nail were produced, and the butcher had so little to say in his defence that there was not the least reason to doubt of its truth. Mr. Banks, having reported this matter to me, I took an opportunity, when the chief and his women, with other Indians, were on board the ship, to call up the butcher, and after a recapitulation of the charge and the proof, I gave orders that he should be punished, as well to prevent other offences of the same kind, as to acquit Mr. Banks of his promise. The Indians saw him stripped and tied up to the rigging with a fixed attention, waiting in silent suspense for the event. But as soon as the first stroke was given, they interfered with great agitation, earnestly entreating that the rest of the punishment might be remitted. To this, however, for many reasons, I could not consent, and when they found that they could not prevail by their intercession, they gave vent to their pity by tears. Their tears, indeed, like those of children, were always ready to express any passion that was strongly excited, and like those of children they also appeared to be forgotten as soon as shed, of which the following among many others is a remarkable instance. Very early in the morning of the 28th, even before it was day, a great number of them came down to the fort, and Terapo being observed among the women on the outside of the gate, Mr. Banks went out and brought her in. He saw that the tears then stood in her eyes, and as soon as she entered they began to flow in great abundance. He inquired earnestly the cause, but instead of answering, she took from under her garment a shark's tooth and struck it 6 or 7 times into her head with great force. A profusion of blood followed, and she talked loud, but in a most melancholy tone, for some minutes, without at all regarding his inquiries, which he repeated with still more impatience and concern, while the other Indians, to his great surprise, talked and laughed, without taking the least notice of her distress. But her own behaviour was still more extraordinary. As soon as the bleeding was over, she looked up with a smile and began to collect some small pieces of cloth which during her bleeding she had thrown down to catch the blood. As soon as she had picked them all up, she carried them out of the tent and threw them into the sea, carefully dispersing them abroad as if she wished to prevent the sight of them from reviving the remembrance of what she had done. She then plunged into the river, and after having washed her whole body, returned to the tents with the same gaiety and cheerfulness as if nothing had happened. It is not indeed strange that the sorrows of these artless people should be transient, any more than that their passions should be suddenly and strongly expressed. What they feel they have never been taught either to disguise or suppress, and having no habits of thinking which perpetually recall the past and anticipate the future, they are affected by all the changes of the passing hour and reflect the colour of the time, however frequently it may vary. They have no project which is to be pursued from day to day, the subject of unremitted anxiety and solicitude that first rushes into the mind when they awake in the morning and is last dismissed when they sleep at night. Yet if we admit that they are upon the whole happier than we must admit that the child is happier than the man, and that we are losers by the perfection of our nature, the increase of our knowledge, and the enlargement of our views. Canoes were continually coming in during all this forenoon, and the tents at the fort were crowded with people of both sexes from different parts of the island. I was myself busy on board the ship, but Mr. Molyneux, our master, who was one of those that made the last voyage in the Dolphin, went on shore. As soon as he entered Mr. Banks's tent, he fixed his eyes upon one of the women, who was sitting there with great composure among the rest, and immediately declared her to be the person who at that time was supposed to be queen of the island. She also, at the same time, acknowledging him to be one of the strangers whom she had seen before. The attention of all present was now diverted from every other object, and wholly engaged in considering a person who had made so distinguished a figure in the accounts that had been given of this island by its first discoverers. And we soon learnt that her name was Oberea. She seemed to be about 40 years of age, and was not only tall, but of a large make. Her skin was white, and there was an uncommon intelligence and sensibility in her eyes. She appeared to have been handsome when she was young, but at this time little more than memorials of her beauty were left. As soon as her quality was known, an offer was made to conduct her to the ship. Of this she readily accepted, and came on board with 2 men and several women, who seemed to be all of her family. I received her with such marks of distinction as I thought would gratify her most, and was not sparing of my presents, among which this august personage seemed particularly delighted with a child's doll. After some time spent on board, I attended her back to the shore, and as soon as we landed, she presented me with a hog and several bunches of plantains, which she caused to be carried from her canoes up to the fort in a kind of procession, of which she and myself brought up the rear. In our way to the fort, we met Tootahah, who, though not king, appeared to be at this time invested with the sovereign authority. He seemed not to be well pleased with the distinction that was showed to the lady, and became so jealous when she produced her doll that to propitiate him it was thought proper to compliment him with another. At this time he thought fit to prefer a doll to a hatchet, but this preference arose only from a childish jealousy, which could not be soothed but by a gift of exactly the same kind with that which had been presented to Oberea. For dolls in a very short time were universally considered as trifles of no value. The men who had visited us from time to time had, without scruple, eaten of our provisions, but the women had never yet been prevailed upon to taste a morsel. Today, however, though they refused the most pressing solicitations to dine with the gentlemen, they afterwards retired to the servants' apartment, and eat of plantains very heartily, a mystery of female economy here, which none of us could explain. On the 29th, not very early in the forenoon, Mr. Banks went to pay his court to Oberea, and was told that she was still asleep under the awning of her canoe. Thither, therefore, he went, intending to call her up, a liberty which he thought he might take without any danger of giving offence. But upon looking into her chamber, to his great astonishment, he found her in bed with a handsome young fellow about 25, whose name was Obade. He retreated with some haste and confusion, but was soon made to understand that such amours gave no occasion to scandal, and that Obade was universally known to have been selected by her as the object of her private favours. The lady, being too polite to suffer Mr. Banks to wait long in her antechamber, dressed herself with more than usual expedition, and as a token of special grace, clothed him in a suit of fine cloth, and proceeded with him to the tents. In the evening, Mr. Banks paid a visit to Tubourai Tamaide, as he had often done before, by candlelight, and was equally grieved and surprised to find him and his family in a melancholy mood, and most of them in tears. He endeavoured in vain to discover the cause, and therefore his stay among them was but short. When he reported this circumstance to the officers at the fort, they recollected that Ohor had foretold that in 4 days we should fire our great guns, and as this was the eve of the 3rd day, the situation in which Tubourai Tamaide and his family had been found alarmed them. The sentries, therefore, were doubled at the fort, and the gentlemen slept under arms. At 2 in the morning, Mr. Banks himself went round the point, but found everything so quiet that he gave up all suspicions of mischief intended by the natives as groundless. We had, however, another source of security. Our little fortification was now complete. The north and south sides consisted of a bank of earth 4 feet and a half high on the inside, and a ditch without 10 feet broad and 6 deep. On the west side, facing the bay, there was a bank of earth 4 feet high, and palisadoes upon that, but no ditch, the works here being at high water mark. On the east side, upon the bank of the river, was placed a double row of water casks filled with water. And as this was the weakest side, the 2 4-pounders were planted there, and 6 swivel guns were mounted so as to command the only 2 avenues from the woods. Our garrison consisted of about 45 men with small arms, including the officers and the gentlemen who resided on shore, and our sentries were as well relieved as in the best regulated frontier in Europe. We continued our vigilance the next day, though we had no particular reason to think it necessary. But about 10 o'clock in the morning, Tomio came running to the tents with a mixture of grief and fear in her countenance, and taking Mr. Banks, to whom they applied in every emergency and distress, by the arm, intimated that Tubourai Tamaide was dying, in consequence of something which our people had given him to eat, and that he must instantly go with her to his house. Mr. Banks set out without delay, and found his Indian friend leaning his head against a post, in an attitude of the utmost languor and despondency. The people about him intimated that he had been vomiting, and brought out a leaf folded up with great care, which they said contained some of the poison by the deleterious effects of which he was now dying. Mr. Banks hastily opened the leaf, and upon examining its contents found them to be no other than a chew of tobacco, which the chief had begged of some of our people, and which they had indiscreetly given him. He had observed that they kept it long in the mouth, and being desirous of doing the same, he had chewed it to powder and swallowed the spittle. During the examination of the leaf and its contents, he looked up at Mr. Banks with the most piteous aspect, and intimated that he had but a very short time to live. Mr. Banks, however, being now master of his disease, directed him to drink plentifully of cocoa-nut milk, which in a short time put an end to his sickness and apprehensions. And he spent the day at the fort with that uncommon flow of cheerfulness and good humour, which is always produced by a sudden and unexpected relief from pain, either of body or mind. Captain Wallis, having brought home one of the adzes which these people, having no metal of any kind, make of stone, Mr. Stevens, the secretary to the Admiralty, procured one to be made of iron in imitation of it, which I brought out with me to show how much we excelled in making tools after their own fashion. This I had not yet produced, as it never happened to come into my mind. But on the 1st of May, Tootahah, coming on board about 10 o'clock in the forenoon, expressed a great curiosity to see the contents of every chest and drawer that was in my cabin. As I always made a point of gratifying him, I opened them immediately, and having taken a fancy to many things that he saw and collected them together, he at last happened to cast his eye upon this adze. He instantly snatched it up with the greatest eagerness, and putting away everything which he had before selected, he asked me whether I would let him have that. I readily consented, and as if he was afraid I should repent, he carried it off immediately in a transport of joy, without making any other request, which whatever had been our liberality was seldom the case. About noon, a chief who had dined with me a few days before, accompanied by some of his women, came on board alone. I had observed that he was fed by his women, but I made no doubt that upon occasion he would condescend to feed himself. In this, however, I found myself mistaken. When my noble guest was seated and the dinner upon the table, I helped him to some victuals. As I observed that he did not immediately begin his meal, I pressed him to eat. But he still continued to sit motionless like a statue, without attempting to put a single morsel into his mouth, and would certainly have gone without his dinner if one of the servants had not fed him. The First Voyage of Captain James Cook, Volume 2, Book 1. An account of a voyage round the world in the years 1768, 1769, 1770 and 1771 by Lieutenant James Cook, commander of His Majesty's bark the Endeavour. Chapter 11. The observatory set up, the quadrant stolen, and conferences of the theft, a visit to Tootahah, description of a wrestling match, European seeds sown, names given to our people by the Indians. In the afternoon of Monday the 1st of May, we set up the observatory and took the astronomical quadrant, with some other instruments on shore, for the first time. The next morning, about 9 o'clock, I went on shore with Mr. Green to six the quadrant in a situation for use, when to our inexpressible surprise and concern, it was not to be found. It had been deposited in the tent which was reserved for my use, where, as I passed the night on board, nobody slept. It had never been taken out of the packing case, which was 18 inches square, and the whole was of considerable weight. A sentinel had been posted the whole night within 5 yards of the tent door, and none of the other instruments were missing. We at first suspected that it might have been stolen by some of our own people, who, seeing a deal box and not knowing the contents, might think it contained nails or some other subjects of traffic with the natives. A large reward was therefore offered to anyone who could find it, as, without this, we could not perform the service for which our voyage was principally undertaken. Our search in the meantime was not confined to the fort and the places adjacent, but as the case might possibly have been carried back to the ship, if any of our own people had been the thieves, the most diligent search was made for it on board. All the parties, however, returned without any news of the quadrant. Mr. Banks, therefore, who upon such occasions declined neither labour nor risk, and who had more influence over the Indians than any of us, determined to go in search of it into the woods. He hoped that if it had been stolen by the natives, he should find it wherever they had opened the box, as they would immediately discover that to them it would be wholly useless, or, if in this expectation he should be disappointed, that he might recover it by the ascendancy he had acquired over the chiefs. He set out, accompanied by a midshipman and Mr. Green, and as he was crossing the river he was met by Tubourai Tamaide, who immediately made the figure of a triangle with 3 bits of straw upon his hand. By this, Mr. Banks knew that the Indians were the thieves, and that although they had opened the case, they were not disposed to part with the contents. No time was therefore to be lost, and Mr. Banks made Tubourai Tamaide understand that he must instantly go with him to the place whither the quadrant had been carried. He consented, and they set out together to the eastward, the chief inquiring at every house which they passed after the thief by name. The people readily told him which way he was gone, and how long it was since he had been there. The hope which this gave them that they should overtake him supported them under their fatigue, and they pressed forward, sometimes walking, sometimes running, though the weather was intolerably hot. When they had climbed a hill at the distance of about 4 miles, their conductor showed them a point full 3 miles farther, and gave them to understand that they were not to expect the instrument till they had got thither. Here they paused. They had no arms, except a pair of pistols, which Mr. Banks always carried in his pocket. They were going to a place that was at least 7 miles distant from the fort, where the Indians might be less submissive than at home, and to take from them what they had ventured their lives to get, and what, notwithstanding our conjectures, they appeared desirous to keep. These were discouraging circumstances, and their situation would become more critical at every step. They determined, however, not to relinquish their enterprise, nor to pursue it without taking the best measures for their security that were in their power. It was therefore determined that Mr. Banks and Mr. Green should go on, and that the midshipman should return to me, and desire that I would send a party of men after them, acquainting me at the same time that it was impossible they should return till it was dark. Upon receiving this message, I set out with such a party as I thought sufficient for the occasion, leaving orders, both at the ship and at the fort, that no canoe should be suffered to go out of the bay, but that none of the natives should be seized or detained. In the meantime, Mr. Banks and Mr. Green pursued their journey under the auspices of Tubourai Tamaide, and in the very spot which he had specified, they met one of his own people, with part of the quadrant in his hand. At this most welcome sight they stopped, and a great number of Indians immediately came up, some of whom pressing rather rudely upon them. Mr. Banks thought it necessary to show one of his pistols, the sight of which reduced them instantly to order. As the crowd that gathered round them was every moment increasing, he marked out a circle in the grass, and they ranged themselves on the outside of it to the number of several hundreds, with great quietness and decorum. Into the middle of this circle, the box, which was now arrived, was ordered to be brought, with several reading glasses and other small matters, which in their hurry they had put into a pistol case, that Mr. Banks knew to be his property, it having been some time before stolen from the tents, with a horse pistol in it, which he immediately demanded, and which was also restored. Mr. Green was impatient to see whether all that had been taken away was returned, and upon examining the box found the stand, and a few small things of less consequence wanting. Several persons were sent in search of these, and most of the small things were returned. But it was signified that the thief had not brought the stand so far, and that it would be delivered to our friends as they went back. This being confirmed by Tubourai Tamaide, they prepared to return, as nothing would then be wanting but what might easily be supplied, and after they had advanced about 2 miles, I met them with my party, to our mutual satisfaction, congratulating each other upon the recovery of the Quadrant, with a pleasure proportioned to the importance of the event. About 8 o'clock, Mr. Banks with Tubourai Tamaide got back to the fort, when, to his great surprise, he found Tootahah in custody, and many of the natives in the utmost terror and distress, crowding about the gate. He went hastily in. Some of the Indians were suffered to follow him, and the scene was extremely affecting. Tubourai Tamaide, pressing forward, ran up to Tootahah, and catching him in his arms, they both burst into tears and wept over each other without being able to speak. The other Indians were also in tears for their chief, both he and they being strongly possessed with the notion that he was to be put to death. In this situation, they continued till I entered the fort, which was about a quarter of an hour afterwards. I was equally surprised and concerned at what had happened, the confining Tootahah being contrary to my orders, and therefore instantly set him at liberty. Upon inquiring into the affair, I was told that my going into the woods with a party of men under arms, at a time when a robbery had been committed, which it was supposed I should resent, in proportion to our apparent injury by the loss, had so alarmed the natives that in the evening they began to leave the neighbourhood of the fort with their effects, that a double canoe having been seen to put off from the bottom of the bay by Mr. Gore, the second lieutenant, who was left in command on board the ship, and who had received orders not to suffer any canoe to go out, he sent the boatswain with a boat after her to bring her back. That as soon as the boat came up, the Indians, being alarmed, leapt into the sea, and that Tootahah, being unfortunately one of the number, the boatswain took him up and brought him to the ship, suffering the rest of the people to swim on shore. That Mr. Gore, not sufficiently attending to the order that none of the people should be confined, had sent him to the fort, and Mr. Hicks, the first lieutenant, who commanded there, receiving him in charge from Gore, did not think himself at liberty to dismiss him. The notion that we intended to put him to death had possessed him so strongly that he could not be persuaded to the contrary, till by my orders he was led out of the fort. The people received him as they would have done a father in the same circumstances, and everyone pressed forward to embrace him. Sudden joy is commonly liberal, without a scrupulous regard to merit, and Tootahah, in the first expansion of his heart, upon being unexpectedly restored to liberty and life, insisted upon our receiving a present of 2 hogs. Though, being conscious that upon this occasion we had no claim to favours, we refused them many times. Mr. Banks and Dr. Solander attended the next morning in their usual capacity of marketmen, but very few Indians appeared, and those who came brought no provisions. Tootahah, however, sent some of his people for the canoe that had been detained, which they took away. A canoe having also been detained that belonged to Oberea Tupia, the person who managed her affairs when the Dolphin was here, was sent to examine whether anything on board had been taken away, and he was so well satisfied of the contrary that he left the canoe where he found it and joined us at the fort, where he spent the day and slept on board the canoe at night. About noon, some fishing boats came abreast of the tents but would part with very little of what they had on board, and we felt the want of cocoa nuts and breadfruit very severely. In the course of the day, Mr. Banks walked out into the woods, that by conversing with the people he might recover their confidence and goodwill. He found them civil, but they all complained of the ill treatment of their chief, who they said had been beaten and pulled by the hair. Mr. Banks endeavoured to convince them that he had suffered no personal violence, which to the best of our knowledge was true, yet perhaps the boatswain had behaved with a brutality which he was afraid or ashamed to acknowledge. The chief himself being probably, upon recollection, of opinion that we had ill-deserved the hogs, which he had left with us as a present, sent a messenger in the afternoon to demand an axe and a shirt in return. But as I was told that he did not intend to come down to the fort for 10 days, I excused myself from giving them till I should see him, hoping that his impatience might induce him to fetch them, and knowing that absence would probably continue the coolness between us, to which the first interview might put an end. The next day we were still more sensible of the inconvenience we had incurred by giving offence to the people in the person of their chief, for the market was so ill supplied that we were in want of necessaries. Mr. Banks therefore went into the woods to Tubourai Tamaide, and with some difficulty persuaded him to let us have 5 baskets of breadfruit, a very seasonable supply as they contained above 120. In the afternoon another messenger arrived from Tootahah for the axe and shirt. As it was now become absolutely necessary to recover the friendship of this man, without which it would be scarcely possible to procure provisions, I sent word that Mr. Banks and myself would visit him on the morrow and bring what he wanted with us. Early the next morning he sent again to remind me of my promise, and his people seemed to wait till we should set out with great impatience. I therefore ordered the pinnace, in which I embarked with Mr. Banks and Dr. Solander about 10 o'clock. We took one of Tootahah's people in the boat with us, and in about an hour we arrived at his place of residence, which is called Epar, and is about 4 miles to the westward of the tents. We found the people waiting for us in great numbers upon the shore, so that it would have been impossible for us to have proceeded, if way had not been made for us by a tall, well-looking man, who had something like a turban about his head and a long white stick in his hand, with which he laid about him at an unmerciful rate. This man conducted us to the chief, while the people shouted round us, "Tayo Tootahah! Tootahah is your friend." We found him, like an ancient patriarch, sitting under a tree, with a number of venerable old men standing round him. He made a sign to us to sit down, and immediately asked for his axe. This I presented to him, with an upper garment of broadcloth, made after the country fashion, and trimmed with tape, to which I also added a shirt. He received them with great satisfaction, and immediately put on the garment. But the shirt he gave to the person who had cleared the way for us upon our landing, who was now seated by us, and of whom he seemed desirous that we should take particular notice. In a short time, Oberea and several other women whom we knew came and sat down among us. Tootahah left us several times, but after a short absence returned. We thought it had been to show himself in his new finery to the people, but we wronged him, for it was to give directions for our refreshment and entertainment. While we were waiting for his return the last time he left us, very impatient to be dismissed, as we were almost suffocated in the crowd, word was brought us that he expected us elsewhere. We found him sitting under the awning of our own boat, and making signs that we should come to him. As many of us therefore went on board as the boat would hold, and he then ordered breadfruit and cocoa-nuts to be brought, of both which we tasted, rather to gratify him than because we had a desire to eat. A message was soon after brought him, upon which he went out of the boat, and we were in a short time desired to follow. We were conducted to a large area or courtyard, which was railed round with bamboos about 3 feet high on one side of his house, where an entertainment was provided for us, entirely new. This was a wrestling match. At the upper end of the area sat the chief, and several of his principal men were ranged on each side of him, so as to form a semicircle. These were the judges, by whom the victor was to be applauded. Seats were also left for us at each end of the line, but we chose rather to be at liberty among the rest of the spectators. When all was ready, 10 or 12 persons, whom we understood to be the combatants, and who were naked, except a cloth that was fastened about the waist, entered the area and walked slowly round it in a stooping posture, with their left hands on their right breasts and their right hands open, with which they frequently struck the left forearm so as to produce a quick, smart sound. This was a general challenge to the combatants whom they were to engage, or any other person present. After these followed others in the same manner, and then a particular challenge was given, by which each man singled out his antagonist. This was done by joining the finger ends of both hands and bringing them to the bread, at the same time moving the elbows up and down with a quick motion. If the person to whom this was addressed accepted the challenge, he repeated the signs, and immediately each put himself into an attitude to engage. The next minute they closed. But, except in first seizing each other, it was a mere contest of strength. Each endeavoured to lay hold of the other, first by the thigh, and if that failed by the hand, the hair, the cloth, or elsewhere as he could. When this was done, they grappled, without the least dexterity or skill, till one of them, by having a more advantageous hold, or greater muscular force, threw the other on his back. When the contest was over, the old men gave their plaudit to the victor in a few words, which they repeated together in a kind of tune. His conquest was also generally celebrated by 3 huzzas. The entertainment was then suspended for a few minutes, after which another couple of wrestlers came forward and engaged in the same manner. If it happened that neither was thrown, after the contest had continued about a minute, they parted either by consent or the intervention of their friends, and in this case each slapped his arm as a challenge to a new engagement, either with the same antagonist or some other. While the wrestlers were engaged, another party of men performed a dance which lasted also about a minute. But neither of these parties took the least notice of each other, their attention being wholly fixed on what they were doing. We observed with pleasure that the conqueror never exulted over the vanquished, and that the vanquished never repined at the success of the conqueror. The whole contest was carried on with perfect goodwill and good humour, though in the presence of at least 500 spectators, of whom some were women. The number of women indeed was comparatively small. None but those of rank were present, and we had reason to believe that they would not have been spectators of this exercise, but in compliment to us. This lasted about 2 hours, during all which time the man who had made way for us when we landed kept the people at a proper distance by striking those who pressed forward very severely with his stick. Upon inquiry we learnt that he was an officer belonging to Tootahah, acting as a master of the ceremonies. It is scarcely possible for those who are acquainted with the athletic sports of very remote antiquity not to remark a rude resemblance of them in this wrestling match among the natives of a little island in the midst of the Pacific Ocean. And even our female readers may recollect the account given of them by Fenelon in his Telemachus, where, though the events are fictitious, the manners of the age are faithfully transcribed from authors by whom they are supposed to have been truly related. When the wrestling was over, we were given to understand that 2 hogs and a large quantity of breadfruit were preparing for our dinner, which, as our appetites were now keen, was very agreeable intelligence. Our host, however, seemed to repent of his liberality, for instead of setting his 2 hogs before us, he ordered one of them to be carried into our boat. At first we were not sorry for this new disposition of matters, thinking that we should dine more comfortably in the boat than on shore, as the crowd would more easily be kept at a distance. But when we came on board, he ordered us to proceed with his hog to the ship. This was mortifying, as we were now to row 4 miles while our dinner was growing cold. However, we thought fit to comply, and were at last gratified with the cheer that he had provided, of which he and Tubourai Tamaide had a liberal share. Our reconciliation with this man operated upon the people like a charm, for he was no sooner known to be on board than breadfruit, cocoa nuts, and other provisions were brought to the fort in great plenty. Affairs now went on in the usual channel. But pork being still a scarce commodity, our master, Mr. Molyneux and Mr. Green, went in the pinnace to the eastward, on the 8th, early in the morning, to see whether they could procure any hogs or poultry in that part of the country. They proceeded in that direction 20 miles. But though they saw many hogs and one turtle, they could not purchase either at any price. The people everywhere told them that they all belonged to Tootahah, and that they could sell none of them without his permission. We now began to think that this man was indeed a great prince, for an influence so extensive and absolute could be acquired by no other. And we afterwards found that he administered the government of this part of the island, as sovereign, for a miner whom we never saw all the time that we were upon it. When Mr. Green returned from this expedition, he said he had seen a tree of a size which he was afraid to relate, it being no less than 60 yards in circumference. But Mr. Banks and Dr. Solander soon explained to him that it was a species of the fig, the branches of which, bending down, take fresh root in the earth, and thus form a congeries of trunks, which, being very close to each other, and all joined by a common vegetation, might easily be mistaken for one. Though the market at the fort was now tolerably supplied, provisions were brought more slowly, a sufficient quantity used to be purchased between sunrise and 8 o'clock, but it was now become necessary to attend the greatest part of the day. Mr. Banks therefore fixed his little boat up before the door of the fort, which was of great use as a place to trade in. Hitherto we had purchased cocoa nuts and breadfruit for beads. But the market becoming rather slack in these articles, we were now for the first time forced to bring out our nails. One of our smallest size, which was about 4 inches long, procured us 20 cocoa nuts and breadfruit in proportion, so that in a short time our first plenty was restored. On the 9th, soon after breakfast, we received a visit from Oberea, being the first that she had made us after the loss of our Quadrant and the unfortunate confinement of Tootahah. With her came her present favourite, Obade and Tupia. They brought us a hog and some breadfruit, in return for which we gave her a hatchet. We had now afforded our Indian friends a new and interesting object of curiosity, our forge, which having been set up some time, was almost constantly at work. It was now common for them to bring pieces of iron, which we supposed they must have got from the Dolphin, to be made into tools of various kinds, and as I was very desirous to gratify them, they were indulged, except when the smith's time was too precious to be spared. Oberea, having received her hatchet, produced as much old iron as would have made another, with a request that another might be made of it. In this, however, I could not gratify her, upon which she brought out a broken axe, and desired it might be mended. I was glad of an opportunity to compromise the difference between us. Her axe was mended, and she appeared to be content. They went away at night, and took with them the canoe, which had been a considerable time at the point, but promised to return in 3 days. On the 10th, I put some seeds of melons and other plants into a spot of ground which had been turned up for the purpose. They had all been sealed up by the person of whom they were bought, in small bottles with rosin, but none of them came up except mustard. Even the cucumbers and melons failed, and Mr. Banks is of opinion that they were spoiled by the total exclusion of fresh air. This day we learnt the Indian name of the island, which is Otaheite, and by that name I shall hereafter distinguish it. But after great pains taken, we found it utterly impossible to teach the Indians to pronounce our names. We had, therefore, new names, consisting of such sounds as they produced in the attempt. They called me Toot, Mr. Hicks, Heat, Molyneux, they renounced in absolute despair, and called the Master Boba, from his Christian name Robert. Mr. Gore was Tuaro, Dr. Solander, Turano, and Mr. Banks, Tapane, Mr. Green, Etere, Mr. Parkinson, Patini, Mr. Sporing, Polini, Petersgill, Petrodero, and in this manner they had now formed names for almost every man in the ship. In some, however, it was not easy to find any traces of the original, and they were perhaps not mere arbitrary sounds formed upon the occasion, but significant words in their own language. Monkhouse, the midshipman who commanded the party that killed the man for stealing the musket, they called Mate, not merely by an attempt to imitate in sound the first syllable of Monkhouse, but because Mat signifies dead, and this probably might be the case with others. The First Voyage of Captain James Cook, Volume 2, Book 1. An account of a voyage round the world in the years 1768, 1769, 1770 and 1771 by Lieutenant James Cook, commander of His Majesty's bark the Endeavour. Chapter 12. Some ladies visit the fort with very uncommon ceremonies. The Indians attend divine service and in the evening exhibit a most extraordinary spectacle. Tubourai Tamaide falls into temptation. Friday, the 12th of May, was distinguished by a visit from some ladies whom we had never seen before, and who introduced themselves with some very singular ceremonies. Mr. Banks was trading in his boat at the gate of the fort as usual, in company with Tootahah, who had that morning paid him a visit, and some other of the natives. Between 9 and 10 o'clock, a double canoe came to the landing place, under the awning of which sat a man and 2 women. The Indians that were about him made signs that he should go out to meet them, which he hasted to do. But by the time he could get out of the boat, they had advanced within 10 yards of him. They then stopped and made signs that he should do so too, laying down about a dozen young plantain trees and some other small plants. He complied, and the people having made a lane between them, the man, who appeared to be a servant, brought them to Mr. Banks by one of each at a time, passing and repassing 6 times, and always pronouncing a short sentence when he delivered them. Tupia, who stood by Mr. Banks, acted as his master of the ceremonies, and receiving the branches as they were brought, laid them down in the boat. When this was done, another man brought a large bundle of cloth, which having opened, he spread piece by piece upon the ground, in the space between Mr. Banks and his visitors. There were 9 pieces, and having laid 3 pieces one upon another, the foremost of the women, who seemed to be the principal, and who was called Oratua, stepped upon them, and taking up her garments all round her to the waist, turned about, with great composure and deliberation, and with an air of perfect innocence and simplicity, 3 times. When this was done, she dropped the veil, and stepping off the cloth, 3 more pieces were laid on, and she repeated the ceremony, then stepping off, as before. The last 3 were laid on, and the ceremony was repeated in the same manner, the 3rd time. Immediately after this, the cloth was rolled up, and given to Mr. Banks as a present from the lady, who, with her friend, came up and saluted him. He made such presents to them both as he thought would be most acceptable, and after having stayed about an hour, they went away. In the evening, the gentleman at the fort had a visit from Oberea and her favourite female attendant, whose name was Otheothea, an agreeable girl whom they were the more pleased to see, because, having been some days absent, it had been reported that she was either sick or dead. On the 13th, the market being over about 10 o'clock, Mr. Banks walked into the woods with his gun, as he generally did, for the benefit of the shade in the heat of the day. As he was returning back, he met Tubourai Tamaide near his occasional dwelling, and stopping to spend a little time with him, he suddenly took the gun out of Mr. Banks's hand, cocked it, and holding it up in the air, drew the trigger. Fortunately for him, it flashed in the pan. Mr. Banks immediately took it from him, not a little surprised how he had acquired sufficient knowledge of a gun to discharge it, and reproved him with great severity for what he had done. As it was of infinite importance to keep the Indians totally ignorant of the management of firearms, he had taken every opportunity of intimating that they could never offend him so highly as by even touching his piece. It was now proper to enforce this prohibition, and he therefore added threats to his reproof. The Indian bore all patiently, but the moment Mr. Banks crossed the river, he set off with all his family and furniture for his house at Ipara. This being quickly known from the Indians at the fort, and great inconvenience being apprehended from the displeasure of this man, who upon all occasions had been particularly useful, Mr. Banks determined to follow him without delay and solicit his return. He set out the same evening, accompanied by Mr. Molyneux, and found him sitting in the middle of a large circle of people to whom he had probably related what had happened and his fears of the consequences. He was himself the very picture of grief and dejection, and the same passions were strongly marked in the countenances of all the people that surrounded him. When Mr. Banks and Mr. Molyneux went into the circle, one of the women expressed her trouble, as Terepo had done upon another occasion, and struck a shark's tooth into her head several times, till it was covered with blood. Mr. Banks lost no time in putting an end to this universal distress. He assured the chief that everything which had passed should be forgotten, that there was not the least animosity remaining on one side, nor anything to be feared on the other. The chief was soon soothed into confidence and complacency. A double canoe was ordered to be got ready. They all returned together to the fort before supper, and as a pledge of perfect reconciliation, both he and his wife slept all night in Mr. Banks's tent. Their presence, however, was no palladium, for between 11 and 12 o'clock, one of the natives attempted to get into the fort by scaling the walls, with the design, no doubt, to steal whatever he should happen to find. He was discovered by the sentinel, who happily did not fire, and he ran away much faster than any of our people could follow him. The iron and iron tools, which were in continual use at the armourer's forge that was set up within the works, were temptations to theft which none of these people could withstand. On the 14th, which was Sunday, I directed that divine service should be performed at the fort. We were desirous that some of the principal Indians should be present, but when the hour came, most of them were returned home. Mr. Banks, however, crossed the river and brought back Tubourai Tamaide and his wise Tomio, hoping that it would give occasion to some inquiries on their part and some instruction on ours. Having seated them, he placed himself between them, and during the whole service they very attentively observed his behaviour and very exactly imitated it, standing, sitting or kneeling, as they saw him do. They were conscious that we were employed about somewhat serious and important, as appeared by their calling to the Indians without the fort to be silent. Yet when the service was over, neither of them asked any questions, nor would they attend to any attempt that was made to explain what had been done. Such were our matins. Our Indians thought fit to perform vespers of a very different kind. A young man, near 6 feet high, performed the rites of Venus with a little girl about 11 or 12 years of age, before several of our people and a great number of the natives, without the least sense of its being indecent or improper, but, as appeared, in perfect conformity to the custom of the place. Among the spectators were several women of superior rank, particularly Oberea, who may properly be said to have assisted at the ceremony, for they gave instructions to the girl how to perform her part, which, young as she was, she did not seem much to stand in need of. This incident is not mentioned as an object of idle curiosity, but as it deserves consideration in determining a question which has been long debated in philosophy: whether the shame attending certain actions which are allowed on all sides to be in themselves innocent is implanted in nature or superinduced by custom. If it has its origin in custom, it will perhaps be found difficult to trace that custom, however general, to its source. If in instinct, it will be equally difficult to discover from what cause it is subdued or at least overruled among these people, in whose manners not the least trace of it is to be found. On the 14th and 15th, we had another opportunity of observing the general knowledge which these people had of any design that was formed among them. In the night between the 13th and 14th, one of the water casks was stolen from the outside of the fort. In the morning, there was not an Indian to be seen who did not know that it was gone, yet they appeared not to have been trusted, or not to have been worthy of trust, for they seemed all of them disposed to give intelligence where it might be found. Mr. Banks traced it to a part of the bay where he was told it had been put into a canoe, but as it was not of great consequence, he did not complete the discovery. When he returned, he was told by Tubourai Tamaide that another cask would be stolen before the morning. How he came by this knowledge it is not easy to imagine. That he was not a party in the design is certain, for he came with his wife and his family to the place where the water casks stood, and placing their beds near them, he said he would himself be a pledge for their safety, in despite of the thief. Of this, however, we would not admit. And making him understand that a sentry would be placed to watch the casks till the morning, he removed the beds into Mr. Banks's tent, where he and his family spent the night, making signs to the sentry when he retired that he should keep his eyes open. In the night this intelligence appeared to be true. About 12 o'clock the thief came, but discovering that a watch had been set, he went away without his booty. Mr. Banks's confidence in Tubourai Tamaide had greatly increased since the affair of the knife, in consequence of which he was at length exposed to temptations which neither his integrity nor his honour was able to resist. They had withstood many allurements, but were at length ensnared by the fascinating charms of a basket of nails. These nails were much larger than any that had yet been brought into trade, and had, with perhaps some degree of criminal negligence, been left in a corner of Mr. Banks's tent, to which the chief had always free access. One of these nails Mr. Banks's servant happened to see in his possession, upon his having inadvertently thrown back that part of his garment under which it was concealed. Mr. Banks, being told of this, and knowing that no such thing had been given him either as a present or in barter, immediately examined the basket, and discovered that out of 7 nails, 5 were missing. He then, though not without great reluctance, charged him with the fact, which me immediately confessed, and however he might suffer, was probably not more hurt than his accuser. A demand was immediately made of restitution, but this he declined, saying that the nails were at Ipari. However, Mr. Banks appearing to be much in earnest, and using some threatening signs, he thought fit to produce one of them. He was then taken to the fort, to receive such judgment as should be given against him by the general voice. After some deliberation, that we might not appear to think too lightly of his offence, he was told that if he would bring the other 4 nails to the fort, it should be forgotten. To this condition he agreed, but I am sorry to say he did not fulfil it. Instead of fetching the nails, he removed with his family before night and took all his furniture with him. As our longboat had appeared to be leaky, I thought it necessary to examine her bottom, and, to my great surprise, found it so much eaten by the worms that it was necessary to give her a new one. No such accident had happened to the Dolphin's boats, as I was informed by the officers on board, and therefore it was a misfortune that I did not expect. I feared that the pinnace also might be nearly in the same condition, but upon examining her, I had the satisfaction to find that not a worm had touched her, though she was built of the same wood and had been as much in the water. The reason of this difference I imagined to be that the longboat was paid with varnish of pine and the pinnace painted with white lead and oil. The bottoms of all boats, therefore, which acts sent into this country should be painted like that of the pinnace, and the ships should be supplied with a good stock, in order to give them a new coating when it shall be found necessary. Having received repeated messages from Tootahah that if we would pay him a visit, he would acknowledge the favour by a present of 4 hogs, I sent Mr. Hicks, my first lieutenant, to try if he could not procure the hogs upon easier terms, with orders to show him every civility in his power. Mr. Hicks found that he was removed from Oberea to a place called Tootahah, 5 miles farther to the westward. He was received with great cordiality. 1 hog was immediately produced, and he was told that the other 3, which were at some distance, should be brought in the morning. Mr. Hicks readily consented to stay, but the morning came without the hogs, and it not being convenient to stay longer, he returned in the evening with the one that he had got. On the 25th, Tubourai Tamaide and his wife Tomio made their appearance at the tent, for the first time since he had been detected in stealing the nails. He seemed to be under some discontent and apprehension, yet he did not think fit to purchase our countenance and goodwill by restoring the 4 which he had sent away. As Mr. Banks and the other gentlemen treated him with a coolness and reserve which did not at all tend to restore his peace or good humour, his stay was short, and his departure abrupt. Mr. Monkhouse, the surgeon, went the next morning in order to effect a reconciliation by persuading him to bring down the nails, but he could not succeed. The First Voyage of Captain James Cook, Volume 2, Book 1. An account of a voyage round the world in the years 1768, 1769, 1770 and 1771 by Lieutenant James Cook, commander of His Majesty's bark the Endeavour. Chapter 13. Another visit to Tootahah with various adventures. Extraordinary amusement of the Indians, with remarks upon it. Preparations to observe the transit of Venus, and what happened in the meantime at the fort. On the 27th it was determined that we should pay our visit to Tootahah, though we were not very confident that we should receive the hogs for our pains. I therefore set out early in the morning with Mr. Banks and Dr. Solander and 3 others in the pinnace. He was now removed from Tootahah, where Mr. Hicks had seen him, to a place called Atahuru, about 6 miles farther, and as we could not go above halfway thither in the boat, it was almost evening before we arrived. We found him in his usual state, sitting under a tree with a great crowd about him. We made our presents in due form, consisting of a yellow stuff petticoat and some other trifling articles which were graciously received. A hog was immediately ordered to be killed and dressed for supper, with a promise of more in the morning. However, as we were less desirous of feasting upon our journey than of carrying back with us provisions, which would be more welcome at the fort, we procured a reprieve for the hog and supped upon the fruits of the country. As night now came on, and the place was crowded with many more than the houses and canoes would contain, there being Oberea with her attendants and many other travellers whom we knew, we began to look out for lodgings. Our party consisted of 6. Mr. Banks thought himself fortunate in being offered a place by Oberea in her canoe, and wishing his friends a good night, took his leave. He went to rest early, according to the custom of the country, and taking off his clothes, as was his constant practice, the nights being hot, Oberea kindly insisted upon taking them into her own custody, for otherwise she said they would certainly be stolen. Mr. Banks, having such a safeguard, resigned himself to sleep with all imaginable tranquillity, but awaking about 11 o'clock and wanting to get up, he searched for his clothes, where he had seen them deposited by Oberea when he lay down to sleep, and soon perceived that they were missing. He immediately awakened Oberea, who, starting up and hearing his complaint, ordered lights and prepared in great haste to recover what he had lost. Tootahah himself slept in the next canoe, and being soon alarmed, he came to them and set out with Oberea in search of the thief. Mr. Banks was not in a condition to go with them, for of his apparel scarce anything was left him but his breeches, his coat and his waistcoat, with his pistols, powder horn, and many other things that were in the pockets, were gone. In about half an hour his 2 noble friends returned, but without having obtained any intelligence of his clothes or of the thief. At first he began to be alarmed. His musquet had not indeed been taken away, but he had neglected to load it. Where I and Dr. Solander had disposed of ourselves he did not know, and therefore, whatever might happen, he could not have recourse to us for assistance. He thought it best, however, to express neither fear nor suspicion of those about him, and giving his musquet to Tupia, who had been waked in the confusion and stood by him, with a charge not to suffer it to be stolen, he betook himself again to rest, declaring himself perfectly satisfied with the pains that Tootahah and Oberea had taken to recover his things, though they had not been successful. As it cannot be supposed that in such a situation his sleep was very sound, he soon after heard music and saw lights at a little distance on shore. This was a concert or assembly, which they call a haver, a common name for every public exhibition. And as it would necessarily bring many people together, and there was a chance of my being among them with his other friends, he rose and made the best of his way towards it. He was soon led by the lights and the sound to the hut where I lay, with 3 other gentlemen of our party, and easily distinguishing us from the rest, He made up to us more than half naked and told us his melancholy story. We gave him such comfort as the unfortunate generally give to each other by telling him that we were fellow sufferers. I showed him that I was myself without stockings, they having been stolen from under my head, though I was sure I had never been asleep, and each of my associates convinced him by his appearance that he had lost a jacket. We determined, however, to hear out the concert, however deficient we might appear in our dress. It consisted of 3 drums, 4 flutes, and several voices. When this entertainment, which lasted about an hour, was over, we retired again to our sleeping places, having agreed that nothing could be done toward the recovery of our things till the morning. We rose at daybreak, according to the custom of the country. The first man that Mr. Banks saw was Tupia, faithfully attending with his musquet, and soon after, Oberea brought him some of her country clothes as a succedanium for his own, so that when he came to us he made a most motley appearance, half Indian and half English. Our party soon got together, except Dr. Solander, whose quarters we did not know, and who had not assisted at the concert. In a short time Tootahah made his appearance, and we pressed him to recover our clothes, but neither he nor Oberea could be persuaded to take any measure for that purpose, so that we began to suspect that they had been parties in the theft. About 8 o'clock, we were joined by Dr. Solander, who had fallen into honester hands at a house about a mile distant and had lost nothing. Having given up all hope of recovering our clothes, which indeed were never afterwards heard of, we spent all the morning in soliciting the hogs which we had been promised. But in this we had no better success. We therefore, in no very good humour, set out for the boat about 12 o'clock, with only that which we had redeemed from the butcher and the cook the night before. As we were returning to the boat, however, we were entertained with a sight that in some measure compensated for our fatigue and disappointment. In our way, we came to one of the few places where access to the island is not guarded by a reef, and consequently a high surf breaks upon the shore. A more dreadful one indeed I had seldom seen. It was impossible for any European boat to have lived in it, and if the best swimmer in Europe had, by any accident, been exposed to its fury, I am confident that he would not have been able to preserve himself from drowning, especially as the shore was covered with pebbles and large stones. Yet, in the midst of these breakers were 10 or 12 Indians swimming for their amusement. Whenever a surf broke near them, they dived under it, and, to all appearance with infinite facility, rose again on the other side. This diversion was greatly improved by the stern of an old canoe, which they happened to find upon the spot. They took this before them, and swam out with it as far as the outermost breach, then 2 or 3 of them getting into it, and turning the square end to the breaking wave, were driven in towards the shore with incredible rapidity, sometimes almost to the beach. But generally, the wave broke over them before they got halfway, in which case they dived, and rose on the other side with the canoe in their hands. They then swam out with it again, and were again driven back, just as our holiday youth climbed the hill in Greenwich Park for the pleasure of rolling down it. At this wonderful scene, we stood gazing for more than half an hour, during which time none of the swimmers attempted to come on shore, but seemed to enjoy their sport in the highest degree. We then proceeded in our journey, and late in the evening got back to the fort. Upon this occasion it may be observed that human nature is endued with powers which are only accidentally exerted to the utmost, and that all men are capable of what no man attains, except he is stimulated to the effort by some uncommon circumstances or situation. These Indians effected what to us appeared to be supernatural, merely by the application of such powers as they possessed in common with us, and all other men who have no particular infirmity or defect. The truth of the observation is also manifest from more familiar instances. The rope dancer and balance master owe their art, not to any peculiar liberality of nature, but to an accidental improvement of her common gifts, and though equal diligence and application would not always produce equal excellence in these any more than in other arts, yet there is no doubt but that a certain degree of proficiency in them might be universally attained. Another proof of the existence of abilities in mankind that are almost universally dormant is furnished by the attainments of blind men. It cannot be supposed that the loss of one sense, like the amputation of a branch from a tree, gives new vigour to those that remain. Every man's hearing and touch, therefore, are capable of the nice distinctions which astonish us in those that have lost their sight. And if they do not give the same intelligence to the mind, it is merely because the same intelligence is not required of them. He that can see may do from choice what the blind do by necessity, and by the same diligent attention to the other senses may receive the same notices from them. Let it therefore be remembered as an encouragement to persevering diligence and a principle of general use to mankind, that he who does all he can will ever effect much more than is generally thought to be possible. Among other Indians that had visited us, there were some from a neighbouring island which they called Emeo or Imau, the same to which Captain Wallis had given the name of the Duke of York's Island, and they gave us an account of no less than 22 islands that lay in the neighbourhood of Otaheite. As the day of observation now approached, I determined, in consequence of some hints which had been given me by Lord Morton, to send out 2 parties to observe the transit from other situations, hoping that if we should fail at Otaheite, they might have better success. We were, therefore, now busily employed in preparing our instruments and instructing such gentlemen in the use of them as I intended to send out. On Thursday, the 1st of June, the Saturday following being the day of the transit, I dispatched Mr. Gore in the longboat to Imau with Mr. Monkhouse and Mr. Sporing, a gentleman belonging to Mr. Banks, Mr. Green having furnished them with proper instruments. Mr. Banks himself thought fit to go upon this expedition, and several natives, particularly Tubourai Tamaide and Tomio, were also of the party. Very early on the Friday morning, I sent Mr. Hicks with Mr. Clark and Mr. Petersgill, the master's mates, and Mr. Saunders, one of the midshipmen, in the pinnace to the eastward, with orders to 6 on some convenient spot, at a distance from our principal observatory, where they also might employ the instruments with which they had been furnished for the same purpose. The longboat, not having been got ready till Thursday in the afternoon, though all possible expedition was used to sit her out. The people on board, after having rowed most part of the night, brought her to a grappling just under the land of Imau. Soon after daybreak, they saw an Indian canoe, which they hailed, and the people on board showed them an inlet through the reef, into which they pulled, and soon fixed upon a coral rock, which rose out of the water about 150 yards from the shore, as a proper situation for their observatory. It was about 80 yards long and 20 broad, and in the middle of it was a bed of white sand, large enough for the tents to stand upon. Mr. Gore and his assistants immediately began to set them up and make other necessary preparations for the important business of the next day. While this was doing, Mr. Banks, with the Indians of Otaheite and the people whom they had met in the canoe, went ashore upon the main island to buy provisions, of which he procured a sufficient supply before night. When he returned to the rock, he found the observatory in order and the telescopes all fixed and tried. The evening was very fine, yet their solicitude did not permit them to take much rest in the night. One or other of them was up every half hour, who satisfied the impatience of the rest by reporting the changes of the sky, now encouraging their hope by telling them that it was clear, and now alarming their fears by an account that it was hazy. At daybreak they got up and had the satisfaction to see the sun rise without a cloud. Mr. Banks then, wishing the observers, Mr. Gore and Mr. Monkhouse success, repaired again to the island, that he might examine its produce and get a fresh supply of provisions. He began by trading with the natives, for which purpose he took his station under a tree, and to keep them from pressing upon him in a crowd, he drew a circle round him, which he suffered none of them to enter. About 8 o'clock, he saw 2 canoes coming towards the place, and was given to understand by the people about him that they belonged to Tarau, the king of the island, who was coming to make him a visit. As soon as the canoes came near the shore, the people made a lane from the beach to the trading place, and His Majesty landed with his sister, whose name was Nuna. As they advanced towards the tree where Mr. Banks stood, he went out to meet them, and, with great formality, introduced them into the circle from which the other natives had been excluded. As it is the custom of these people to sit during all their conferences, Mr. Banks unwrapped a kind of turban of Indian cloth, which he wore upon his head instead of a hat, and spreading it upon the ground, they all sat down upon it together. The royal present was then brought, which consisted of a hog and a dog, some breadfruit, cocoa nuts, and other articles of the like kind. Mr. Banks then dispatched a canoe to the observatory for his present, and the messengers soon returned with an adze, a shirt, and some beads, which were presented to His Majesty, and received with great satisfaction. By this time, Tubourai Tamaide and Tomio joined them from the observatory. Tomio said that she was related to Terao and brought him a present of a long nail, at the same time complimenting Nuna with a shirt. The first internal contact of the planet with the sun being over, Mr. Banks returned to the observatory, taking Terao, Nuna, and some of their principal attendants, among whom were 3 very handsome young women, with him. He showed them the planet upon the sun, and endeavoured to make them understand that he and his companions had come from their own country on purpose to see it. Soon after, Mr. Banks returned with them to the island, where he spent the rest of the day in examining its produce, which he found to be much the same with that of Otaheite. The people whom he saw there also exactly resembled the inhabitants of that island, and many of them were persons whom he had seen upon it, so that all those whom he had dealt with knew of what his trading articles consisted and the value they bore. The next morning, having struck the tents, they set out on their return and arrived at the fort before night. The observation was made with equal success by the persons whom I had sent to the eastward, and at the fort, there not being a cloud in the sky from the rising to the setting of the sun, the whole passage of the planet Venus over the sun's disk was observed with great advantage by Mr. Green, Dr. Solander, and myself. Mr. Green's telescope and mine were of the same magnifying power, but that of Dr. Solander was greater. We all saw an atmosphere or dusky cloud round the body of the planet, which very much disturbed the times of contact, especially of the internal ones, and we differed from each other in our accounts of the times of the contacts much more than might have been expected. According to Mr. Green, the latitude of the observatory was found to be 17 degrees 29 minutes 15 seconds, and the longitude 149 degrees 32 minutes 30 seconds west of Greenwich. A more particular account will appear by the tables, for which the reader is referred to the Transactions of the Royal Society, Volume 61. Part 2, page 397 and sequence, where they are illustrated by a cut. But if we had reason to congratulate ourselves upon the success of our observation, we had scarce less cause to regret the diligence with which that time had been improved by some of our people to another purpose. While the attention of the officers was engrossed by the transit of Venus, some of the ship's company broke into one of the storerooms and stole a quantity of spike nails, amounting to no less than 100 weight. This was a matter of public and serious concern, for these nails, if circulated by the people among the Indians, would do us irreparable injury by reducing the value of iron, our staple commodity. One of the thieves was detected, but only 7 nails were found in his custody. He was punished with 24 lashes, but would impeach none of his accomplices. The First Voyage of Captain James Cook, Volume 2, Book 1. An account of a voyage round the world in the years 1768, 1769, 1770 and 1771 by Lieutenant James Cook, commander of His Majesty's bark, the Endeavour. Chapter 14. The ceremonies of an Indian funeral particularly described, general observations on the subject, a character found among the Indians to which the ancients paid great veneration, a robbery at the fort and its consequences, with a specimen of Indian cookery and various incidents. On the 5th, we kept His Majesty's birthday, for though it is the 4th, we were unwilling to celebrate it during the absence of the two parties who had been sent out to observe the transit. We had several of the Indian chiefs at our entertainment, who drank His Majesty's health by the name of Kihiago, which was the nearest imitation they could produce of King George. About this time died an old woman of some rank, who was related to Tomio, which gave us an opportunity to see how they disposed of the body, and confirmed us in our opinion that these people, contrary to the present custom of all other nations now known, never bury their dead. In the middle of a small square, neatly railed in with bamboo, the awning of a canoe was raised upon 2 posts, and under this the body was deposited upon such a frame as has before been described. It was covered with fine cloth, and near it was placed breadfruit, fish, and other provisions. We supposed that the food was placed there for the spirit of the deceased, and consequently that these Indians had some confused notion of a separate state. But upon our applying for further information to Tubourai Tamaide, he told us that the food was placed there as an offering to their gods. They do not, however, suppose that the gods eat any more than the Jews supposed that Jehovah could dwell in a house. The offering is made here upon the same principle as the temple was built at Jerusalem, as an expression of reverence and gratitude, and a solicitation of the more immediate presence of the deity. In the front of the area was a kind of stile, where the relations of the deceased stood to pay the tribute of their sorrow, and under the awning were innumerable small pieces of cloth, on which the tears and blood of the mourners had been shed. For in their paroxysms of grief, it is a universal custom to wound themselves with the shark's tooth. Within a few yards, 2 occasional houses were set up, in one of which some relations of the deceased constantly resided, and in the other the chief mourner, who is always a man, and who keeps there a very singular dress in which a ceremony is performed that will be described in its turn, near the place where the dead are thus set up to rot, the bones ark afterwards buried. What can have introduced among these people the custom of exposing their dead above ground, till the flesh is consumed by putrefaction, and then burying the bones, it is perhaps impossible to guess. But it is remarkable that Elian and Apollonius Rhodius impute a similar practice to the ancient inhabitants of Colchis, a country near Pontus in Asia, now called Mingrelia, except that among them this manner of disposing of the dead did not extend to both sexes. The women they buried, but the men they wrapped in a hide and hung up in the air by a chain. This practice among the Colchians is referred to a religious cause. The principal objects of their worship were the earth and the air, and it is supposed that, in consequence of some superstitious notion, they devoted their dead to both. Whether the natives of Otaheite had any notion of the same kind, we were never able certainly to determine. But we soon discovered that the repositories of their dead were also places of worship. Upon this occasion it may be observed that nothing can be more absurd than the notion that the happiness or misery of a future life depends, in any degree, upon the disposition of the body when the state of probation is past. Yet that nothing is more general than a solicitude about it. However cheap we may hold any funereal rites which custom has not familiarized or superstition rendered sacred, most men gravely deliberate how to prevent their body from being broken by the mattock and devoured by the worm when it is no longer capable of sensation, and purchase a place for it in holy ground when they believe the lot of its future existence to be irrevocably determined. So strong is the association of pleasing or painful ideas with certain opinions and actions which affect us while we live, that we involuntarily act as if it was equally certain that they would affect us in the same manner when we are dead, though this is an opinion that nobody will maintain. Thus it happens that the desire of preserving from reproach even the name that we leave behind us, or of procuring it honour, is one of the most powerful principles of action among the inhabitants of the most speculative and enlightened nations. posthumous reputation upon every principle must be acknowledged to have no influence upon the dead, yet the desire of obtaining and securing it no force of reason, no habits of thinking can subdue, except in those whom habitual baseness and guilt have rendered indifferent to honour and shame while they lived. This indeed seems to be among the happy imperfections of our nature upon which the general good of society in a certain measure depends. For as some crimes are supposed to be prevented by hanging the body of the criminal in chains after he is dead, so in consequence of the same association of ideas, much good is procured to society, and much evil prevented by a desire of preventing disgrace or procuring honour to a name when nothing but a name remains. Perhaps no better use can be made of reading an account of manners altogether new, by which the follies and absurdities of mankind are taken out of that particular connection in which habit has reconciled them to us, than to consider in how many instances they are essentially the same. When an honest devotee of the Church of Rome reads that there are Indians on the banks of the Ganges, who believe that they shall secure the happiness of a future state by dying with a cow's tail in their hands, he laughs at their folly and superstition. And if these Indians were to be told that there are people upon the continent of Europe who imagine that they shall derive the same advantage from dying with the slipper of a St. Francis upon their foot, they would laugh in their turn. But if, when the Indian heard the account of the Catholic and the Catholic that of the Indian, each was to reflect that there was no difference between the absurdity of the slipper and of the tail, but that the veil of prejudice and custom which covered it in their own case was withdrawn in the other, they would turn their knowledge to a profitable purpose. Having observed that breadfruit had for some days been brought in less quantities than usual, we inquired the reason, and were told that there being a great show of fruit upon the trees, they had been thinned all at once in order to make a kind of fore-paste, which the natives call mahi, and which, in consequence of having undergone a fermentation, will keep a considerable time and supply them with food when no ripe fruit is to be had. On the 10th, the ceremony was to be performed in honour of the old woman whose sepulchral tabernacle has just been described by the chief mourner, and Mr. Banks had so great a curiosity to see all the mysteries of the solemnity that he determined to take a part in it, being told that he could be present upon no other condition. In the evening, therefore, he repaired to the place where the body lay, and was received by the daughter of the deceased and several other persons, among whom was a boy about 14 years old, who were to assist in the ceremony. Tubourai Tamaide was to be the principal mourner, and his dress, which was extremely fantastical though not unbecoming, is represented by a figure in one of the plates. Mr. Banks was stripped of his European clothes, and a small piece of cloth being tied round his middle, his body was smeared with charcoal and water as low as the shoulders, till it was as black as that of a Negro. The same operation was performed upon several others, among whom were some women who were reduced to a state as near to nakedness as himself. The boy was blacked all over, and then the procession let forward. Tubourai Tamaide uttered something, which was supposed to be a prayer, near the body, and did the same when he came up to his own house. When this was done, the procession was continued towards the fort, permission having been obtained to approach it upon this occasion. It is the custom of the Indians to fly from these processions with the utmost precipitation, so that as soon as those who were about the fort saw it at a distance, they hid themselves in the woods. It proceeded from the fort along the shore and put to flight another body of Indians, consisting of more than 100, everyone hiding himself under the first shelter that he could find. It then crossed the river and entered the woods, passing several houses, all which were deserted, and not a single Indian could be seen during the rest of the procession, which continued more than half an hour. The office that Mr. Banks performed was called that of the Nineveh, of which there were 2 besides himself, and the natives having all disappeared, they came to the chief mourner and said, "Imatata," there are no people, after which the company was dismissed to wash themselves in the river and put on their customary apparel. On the 12th, complaint being made to me by some of the natives that 2 of the seamen had taken from them several bows and arrows and some strings of plaited hair, I examined the matter, and finding the charge well supported, I punished each of the criminals with 24 lashes. Their bows and arrows have not been mentioned before, nor were they often brought down to the fort. This day, however, Tubourai Tamaide brought down his, in consequence of a challenge which he had received from Mr. Gore. The chief supposed it was to try who could fend the arrow farthest, Mr. Gore, who best could hit a mark, and as Mr. Gore did not value himself upon shooting to a great distance, nor the chief upon hitting a mark, there was no trial of skill between them. Tubourai Tamaide, however, to show us what he could do, drew his bow and sent an arrow, none of which are feathered, 274 yards, which is something more than a 1/7 and something less than a 1/6 part of a mile. Their manner of shooting is somewhat singular. They kneel down, and the moment the arrow is discharged, drop the bow. Mr. Banks, in his morning walk this day, met a number of the natives whom, upon inquiry, he found to be travelling musicians, and having learnt where they were to be at night, we all repaired to the place. The band consisted 2 flutes and 3 drums, and we found a great number of people assembled upon the occasion. The drummers accompanied the music with their voices, and, to our great surprise, we discovered that we were generally the subject of the song. We did not expect to have found among the uncivilized inhabitants of this sequestered spot a character which has been the subject of such praise and veneration, where genius and knowledge have been most conspicuous. Yet these were the bards or minstrels of Otaheite. Their song was unpremeditated and accompanied with music. They were continually going about from place to place, and they were rewarded by the master of the house and the audience with such things as one wanted and the other could spare. On the 14th, we were brought into new difficulties and inconvenience by another robbery at the fort. In the middle of the night, one of the natives contrived to steal an iron coal rake that was made use of for the oven. It happened to be set up against the inside of the wall, so that the top of the handle was visible from without, and we were informed that the thief, who had been seen lurking there in the evening, came secretly about 3 o'clock in the morning, and, watching his opportunity when the sentinel's back was turned, very dexterously laid hold of it with a long crooked stick and drew it over the wall. I thought it of some consequence, if possible, to put an end to these practices at once by doing something that should make it the common interest of the natives themselves to prevent them. I had given strict orders that they should not be fired upon, even when detected in these attempts, for which I had many reasons. The common sentinels were by no means fit to be entrusted with a power of life and death, to be exerted whenever they should think fit, and I had already experienced that they were ready to take away the lives that were in their power upon the slightest occasion. Neither indeed did I think that the thefts which these people committed against us were, in them, crimes worthy of death. That thieves are hanged in England, I thought no reason why they should be shot in Otaheite, because with respect to the natives, it would have been an execution by a law ex post facto. They had no such law among themselves, and it did not appear to me that we had any right to make such a law for them. That they should abstain from theft or be punished with death was not one of the conditions under which they claimed the advantages of civil society as it is among us. And as I was not willing to expose them to firearms loaded with shot, neither could I perfectly approve of firing only with powder. At first, indeed, the noise and the smoke would alarm them, but when they found that no mischief followed, they would be led to despise the weapons themselves and proceed to insults which would make it necessary to put them to the test, and from which they would be deterred by the very sight of a gun, if it was never used but with effect. At this time, an accident furnished me with what I thought a happy expedient. It happened that above 20 of their sailing canoes were just come in with a supply of fish. Upon these I immediately seized, and bringing them into the river behind the fort, gave public notice that except the rake and all the rest of the things which from time to time had been stolen were returned, the canoes should be burnt. This menace I ventured to publish, though I had no design to put it into execution, making no doubt but that it was well known in whose possession the stolen goods were, and that as restitution was thus made a common cause, they would all of them in a short time be brought back. A list of the things was made out, consisting principally of the rake, the musquet, which had been taken from the marine when the Indian was shot, the pistols, which Mr. Banks lost with his clothes at Atahuru, a sword belonging to one of the petty officers, and the water cask. About noon, the rake was restored, and great solicitation was made for the release of the canoes, but I still insisted upon my original condition. The next day came, and nothing farther was restored, at which I was much surprised, for the people were in the utmost distress for the fish, which in a short time would be spoilt. I was, therefore, reduced to a disagreeable situation, either of releasing the canoes, contrary to what I had solemnly and publicly declared, or to detain them to the great injury of those who were innocent, without answering any good purpose to ourselves. As a temporary expedient, I permitted them to take the fish, but still detained the canoes. This very license, however, was productive of new confusion and injury, for it not being easy at once to distinguish to what particular persons the several lots of fish belonged, the canoes were plundered, under favour of this circumstance, by those who had no right to any part of their cargo. Most pressing instances were still made that the canoes might be restored, and I, having now the greatest reason to believe either that the things for which I detained them were not in the island, or that those who suffered by their detention had not sufficient influence over the thieves to prevail upon them to relinquish their booty, determined at length to give them up, not a little mortified at the bad success of my project. Another accident also about this time was, notwithstanding all our caution, very near embroiling us with the Indians. I sent the boat on shore with an officer to get ballast for the ship, and not immediately finding stones convenient for the purpose, he began to pull down some part of an enclosure where they deposited the bones of their dead. This the Indians violently opposed, and a messenger came down to the tents to acquaint the officers that they would not suffer it. Mr. Banks immediately repaired to the place, and an amicable end was soon put to the dispute by sending the boat's crew to the river, where stones enough were to be gathered without a possibility of giving offence. It is very remarkable that these Indians appeared to be much more jealous of what was done to the dead than the living. This was the only measure in which they ventured to oppose us, and the only insult that was offered to any individual among us was upon a similar occasion. Mr. Monkhouse happening one day to pull a flower from a tree which grew in one of their sepulchral enclosures, an Indian, whose jealousy had probably been upon the watch, came suddenly behind him and struck him. Mr. Monkhouse laid hold of him, but he was instantly rescued by two more, who took hold of Mr. Monkhouse's hair and forced him to quit his hold of their companion, and then ran away without offering him any farther violence. In the evening of the 19th, while the canoes were still detained, we received a visit from Oberea, which surprised us not a little, as she brought with her none of the things that had been stolen, and knew that she was suspected of having some of them in her custody. She said, indeed, that her favourite Obadi, whom she had beaten and dismissed, had taken them away, but she seemed conscious that she had no right to be believed. She discovered the strongest signs of fear, yet she surmounted it with astonishing resolution, and was very pressing to sleep with her attendants in Mr. Banks's tent. In this, however, she was not gratified. The affair of the jackets was too recent, and the tent was besides filled with other people. Nobody else seemed willing to entertain her, and she therefore, with great appearance of mortification and disappointment, spent the night in her canoe. The next morning early, she returned to the fort, with her canoe and everything that it contained, putting herself wholly into our power, with something like greatness of mind, which excited our wonder and admiration. As the most effectual means to bring about a reconciliation, she presented us with a hog and several other things, among which was a dog. We had lately learnt that these animals were esteemed by the Indians as more delicate food than their pork, and upon this occasion we determined to try the experiment. The dog, which was very fat, we consigned over to Tupia, who undertook to perform the double office of butcher and cook. He killed him by holding his hands close over his mouth and nose, an operation which continued above a quarter of an hour. While this was doing, a hole was made in the ground about a foot deep, in which a fire was kindled, and some small stones placed in layers alternately with the wood to heat. The dog was then singed by holding him over the fire, and, by scraping him with a shell, the hair taken off as clean as if he had been scalded in hot water. He was then cut up with the same instrument, and his entrails being taken out were sent to the sea, where, being carefully washed, they were put into cocoa-nut shells, with what blood had come from the body. When the whole was sufficiently heated, the fire was taken out, and some of the stones, which were not so hot as to discolour anything that they touched, being placed at the bottom, were covered with green leaves. The dog, with the entrails, was then placed upon the leaves, and other leaves being laid upon them. The hole was covered with the rest of the hot stones, and the mouth of the hole close stopped with mould. In somewhat less than 4 hours it was again opened, and the dog taken out excellently baked, and we all agreed that he made a very good dish. The dogs which are here bred to be eaten taste no animal food, but are kept wholly upon breadfruit, cocoa-nuts, yams, and other vegetables of the like kind. All the flesh and fish eaten by the inhabitants is dressed in the same way. On the 21st, we were visited at the fort by a chief called Oamo, whom we had never seen before, and who was treated by the natives with uncommon respect. He brought with him a boy about 7 years old, and a young woman about 16. The boy was carried upon a man's back, which we considered as a piece of state, for he was as well able to walk as any present. As soon as they were in sight, Oberea and several other natives who were in the fort went out to meet them, having first uncovered their heads and bodies as low as the waist. As they came on, the same ceremony was performed by all the natives who were without the fort. Uncovering the body, therefore, is in this country probably a mark of respect. And as all parts are here exposed with equal indifference, the ceremony of uncovering it from the waist downwards, which was performed by Uratua, might be nothing more than a different mode of compliment, adapted to persons of a different rank. The chief came into the tent, but no entreaty could prevail upon the young woman to follow him, though she seemed to refuse contrary to her inclination. The natives without were indeed all very solicitous to prevent her, sometimes, when her resolution seemed to fail, almost using force. The boy also they restrained in the same manner, but Dr. Solander, happening to meet him at the gate, took him by the hand and led him in before the people were aware of it. As soon, however, as those that were within saw him, they took care to have him sent out. These circumstances having strongly excited our curiosity, we inquired who they were, and were informed that Oamo was the husband of Oberea, though they had been a long time separated by mutual consent, and that the young woman and the boy were their children. We learnt also that the boy, whose name was Teridiri, was heir apparent to the sovereignty of the island, and that his sister was intended for his wife, the marriage being deferred only till he should arrive at a proper age. The sovereign at this time was a son of Wapai, whose name was Utu, and who, as before has been observed, was a minor. Wapai, Oamo, and Tootahah were brothers. Wapai was the eldest and Oamo the second, so that Wapai, having no child but Utu, Teridiri, the son of his next brother Oamo, was heir to the sovereignty. It will perhaps seem strange that a boy should be sovereign during the life of his father, but, according to the custom of the country, a child succeeds to a father's title and authority as soon as it is born. A regent is then elected, and the father of the new sovereign is generally continued in his authority under that title till his child is of age. But at this time, the choice had fallen upon Tootahah, the uncle. In consequence of his having distinguished himself in a war, Oamo asked many questions concerning England and its inhabitants, by which he appeared to have great shrewdness and understanding. The First Voyage of Captain James Cook, Volume 2, Book 1. An account of a voyage round the world in the years 1768, 1769, 1770 and 1771 by Lieutenant James Cook, commander of His Majesty's bark the Endeavour. Chapter 15. An account of the circumnavigation of the island and various incidents that happened during the expedition, with a description of a burying place and place of worship called a morai. On Monday the 26th, about 3 o'clock in the morning, I set out in the pinnace, accompanied by Mr. Banks, to make the circuit of the island, with a view to sketch out the coast and harbours. We took our route to the eastward, and about 8 in the forenoon we went on shore, in a district called Oahunu, which is governed by Ahio, a young chief, whom we had often seen at the tents, and who favoured us with his company to breakfast. Here also we found 2 other natives of our old acquaintance, Tituboalo and Huna, who carried us to their houses, near which we saw the body of the old woman, at whose funeral rites Mr. Banks had assisted, and which had been removed hither from the spot where it was first deposited, this place having descended from her by inheritance to Huna, and it being necessary on that account that it should lie here. We then proceeded on foot, the boat attending within call, to the harbour in which Mr. Bougainville lay, called Ohidea, where the natives showed us the ground upon which his people pitched their tent, and the brook at which they watered, though no trace of them remained, except the holes where the poles of the tent had been fixed, and a small piece of potsherd, which Mr. Banks found in looking narrowly about the spot. We met, however, with Oret, a chief who was their principal friend, and whose brother Utero went away with them. This harbour lies on the west side of a great bay, under shelter of a small island called Buru, near which is another called Tawiri. The breach in the reefs is here very large, but the shelter for the ships is not the best. Soon after we had examined this place, we took boat and asked Tituboalo to go with us to the other side of the bay, but he refused and advised us not to go, for he said the country there was inhabited by people who were not subject to Tootahah, and who would kill both him and us. Upon receiving this intelligence, we did not, as may be imagined, relinquish our enterprise, but we immediately loaded our pieces with ball. This was so well understood by Tituboalo as a precaution which rendered us formidable that he now consented to be of our party. Having rowed till it was dark, we reached a low neck of land, or isthmus, at the bottom of the bay, that divides the island into 2 peninsulas, each of which is a district or government wholly independent of the other. From Port Royal, where the ship was at anchor, the coast trends east by south and east by southeast 10 miles, then south by east and south 11 miles to the isthmus. In the first direction, the shore is in general open to the sea, but in the last it is covered by reefs of rocks, which form several good harbours with safe anchorage in 16, 18, 20 and 24 fathom of water, with other conveniences. As we had not yet got into our enemy's country, we determined to sleep on shore. We landed, and though we found but few houses, we saw several double canoes whose owners were well known to us, and who provided us with supper and lodging, of which Mr. Banks was indebted for his share to Uratua, the lady who had paid him her compliments in so singular a manner at the fort. In the morning, we looked about the country, and found it to be a marshy slat, about 2 miles over, across which the natives haul their canoes to the corresponding bay on the other side. We then prepared to continue our route for what Tituboalo called the other kingdom. He said that the name of it was Tiarabu, or Otaheite Ete, and that of the chief who governed it, Wahiatua. Upon this occasion also we learnt that the name of the peninsula where we had taken our station was Opureonu, or Otaheite Nue. Our new associate seemed to be now in better spirits than he had been the day before. The people in Tiarabu would not kill us, he said, but he assured us that we should be able to procure no victuals among them. And indeed, we had seen no breadfruit since we set out. After rowing a few miles, we landed in a district, which was the dominion of a chief called Maritata, the burying place of men, whose father's name was Pahairedo, the stealer of boats. Though these names seemed to favour the account that had been given by Tituboalo, we soon found that it was not true. Both the father and the son received us with the greatest civility, gave us provisions, and, after some delay, sold us a very large hog for a hatchet. A crowd soon gathered round us, but we saw only 2 people that we knew. Neither did we observe a single bead or ornament among them that had come from our ship, though we saw several things which had been brought from Europe. In one of the houses lay 2 12-pound shot, one of which was marked with the broad arrow of England, though the people said they had them from the ships that lay in Bougainville's harbour. We proceeded on foot till we came to the district which was immediately under the government of the principal chief, or king of the peninsula, Waheatua. Waheatua had a son, but whether, according to the custom of Opurionu, he administered the government as regent or in his own right, is uncertain. This district consists of a large and fertile plain, watered by a river so wide that we were obliged to ferry over it in a canoe. Our Indian train, however, chose to swim and took to the water with the same facility as a pack of hounds. In this place we saw no house that appeared to be inhabited, but the ruins of many that had been very large. We proceeded along the shore, which forms a bay called Oaitipeha, and at last we found the chief sitting near some pretty canoe awnings, under which, we supposed, he and his attendants slept. He was a thin old man, with a very white head and beard, and had with him a comely woman about 25 years old, whose name was Todide. We had often heard the name of this woman, and, from report and observation, we had reason to think that she was the Oberea of this peninsula. From this place, between which and the isthmus, there are other harbours, formed by the reefs that lie along the shore, where shipping may lie in perfect security, and from whence the land trends south-south-east. And to the SE part of the island, we were accompanied by Tiri, the son of Waheatua, of whom we had purchased a hog, and the country we passed through appeared to be more cultivated than any we had seen in other parts of the island. The brooks were everywhere banked into narrow channels with stone, and the shore had also a facing of stone where it was washed by the sea. The houses were neither large nor numerous, but the canoes that were hauled up along the shore were almost innumerable and superior to any that we had seen before, both in size and make. They were longer, the sterns were higher, and the awnings were supported by pillars. At almost every point there was a sepulchral building, and there were many of them also in land. They were of the same figure as those in Opurionu, but they were cleaner and better kept, and decorated with many carved boards, which were set upright, and on the top of which were various figures of birds and men. On one in particular, there was the representation of a cock, which was painted red and yellow, to imitate the feathers of that animal, and rude images of men were, in some of them, placed one upon the head of another. But in this part of the country, however fertile and cultivated, we did not see a single breadfruit. The trees were entirely bare, and the inhabitants seemed to subsist principally upon nuts, which are not unlike a chestnut, and which they call ahi. When we had walked till we were weary, we called up the boat, but both our Indians, Titubolo and Tuahau, were missing. They had, it seems, stayed behind at Waheatua's, expecting us to return thither, in consequence of a promise which had been extorted from us, and which we had it not in our power to fulfil. Tiri, however, and another, embarked with us, and we proceeded till we came abreast of a small island called Otuarite. It being then dark, we determined to land, and our Indians conducted us to a place where they said we might sleep. It was a deserted house, and near it was a little cove, in which the boat might lie with great safety and convenience. We were, however, in want of provisions, having been very sparingly supplied since we set out, and Mr. Banks immediately went into the woods to see whether any could be procured. As it was dark, he met with no people, and could find but one house that was inhabited. A breadfruit and a half, a few ahis and some fire were all that it afforded, upon which, with a duck or two and a few curlicus, we made our supper, which, if not scanty, was disagreeable by the want of bread, with which we had neglected to furnish ourselves, as we depended upon meeting with breadfruit, and took up our lodging under the awning of a canoe belonging to Thierry, which followed us. The next morning, after having spent some time in another fruitless attempt to procure a supply of provisions, we proceeded round the southeast point, part of which is not covered by any reef, but lies open to the sea, and here the hill rises directly from the shore. At the southernmost part of the island, the shore is again covered by a reef, which forms a good harbour, and the land about it is very fertile. We made this route partly on foot and partly in the boat. When we had walked about 3 miles, we arrived at a place where we saw several large canoes, and a number of people with them, whom we were agreeably surprised to find were of our intimate acquaintance. Here, with much difficulty, we procured some cocoa nuts, and then embarked, taking with us Tootahah, one of the Indians who had waited for us at Wahiatuas, and had returned the night before, long after it was dark. When we came abreast of the southeast end of the island, we went ashore by the advice of our Indian guide, who told us that the country was rich and good. The chief, whose name was Matiabo, soon came down to us, but seemed to be a total stranger both to us and to our trade. His subjects, however, brought us plenty of cocoa nuts and about 20 breadfruit. The breadfruit we bought at a very dear rate, but His Excellency sold us a pig for a glass bottle, which he preferred to everything else that we could give him. We found in his possession a goose and a turkey cock, which, we were informed, had been left upon the island by the Dolphin. They were both enormously fat and so tame that they followed the Indians, who were fond of them to excess wherever they went. In a long house in this neighbourhood, we saw what was altogether new to us. At one end of it, fastened to a semicircular board, hung 15 human jaw bones. They appeared to be fresh, and there was not one of them that wanted a single tooth. A sight so extraordinary strongly excited our curiosity, and we made many enquiries about it, but at this time could get no information, for the people either could not or would not understand us. When we left this place, the chief, Matiabo, desired leave to accompany us, which was readily granted. He continued with us the remainder of the day and proved very useful by piloting us over the shoals. In the evening, we opened the bay on the northwest side of the island, which answered to that on the southeast, so as at the isthmus, or carrying place, almost to intersect the island, as I have observed before. And when we had coasted about 2/3 of it, we determined to go on shore for the night. We saw a large house at some distance, which, Matiabo informed us, belonged to one of his friends, and soon after several canoes came off to meet us, having on board some very handsome women who, by their behaviour, seemed to have been sent to entice us on shore. As we had before resolved to take up our residence here for the night, little invitation was necessary. We found that the house belonged to the chief of the district, whose name was Wiveru. He received us in a very friendly manner and ordered his people to assist us in dressing our provision, of which we had now got a tolerable stock. When our supper was ready, we were conducted into that part of the house where Wiveru was sitting, in order to eat it. Matiabo supped with us, and Wiveru calling for his supper at the same time, we eat our meal very sociably and with great good humour. When it was over, we began to inquire where we were to sleep, and a part of the house was shown us, of which we were told we might take possession for that purpose. We then sent for our cloaks, and Mr. Banks began to undress, as his custom was, and with a precaution which he had been taught by the loss of the jackets at Atahuru, sent his clothes aboard the boat, proposing to cover himself with a piece of Indian cloth. When Matiabo perceived what was doing, he also pretended to want a cloak, and, as he had behaved very well and done us some service, a cloak was ordered for him. We lay down and observed that Matiabo was not with us, but we supposed that he was gone to bathe, as the Indians always do before they sleep. We had not waited long, however, when an Indian, who was a stranger to us, came and told Mr. Banks that the cloak and Matiabo had disappeared together. This man had so far gained our confidence that we did not at first believe the report, but it being soon after confirmed by Tootahah, our own Indian, we knew no time was to be lost. As it was impossible for us to pursue the thief with any hope of success without the assistance of the people about us, Mr. Banks started up and, telling our case, required them to recover the cloak, and to enforce his requisition, showed one of his pocket pistols, which he always kept about him. Upon the sight of the pistol, the whole company took the alarm, and, instead of assisting to catch the thief or recover what had been stolen, began with great precipitation to leave the place. One of them, however, was seized, upon which he immediately offered to direct the chase. I set out, therefore, with Mr. Banks, and though we ran all the way, the alarm had got before us, for in about 10 minutes we met a man bringing back the cloak, which the thief had relinquished in great terror, and as we did not then think fit to continue the pursuit, he made his escape. When we returned, we found the house, in which there had been between 200 and 300 people, entirely deserted. It being, however, soon known that we had no resentment against anybody but Matiabo, the chief Wiveru, our host, with his wife and many others, returned and took up their lodging with us for the night. In this place, however, we were destined to more confusion and trouble, for about 5 o'clock in the morning our sentry alarmed us with an account that the boat was missing. He had seen her, he said, about half an hour before at her grappling, which was not above 50 yards from the shore, but upon hearing the sound of oars, he had looked out again and could see nothing of her. At this account, we started up greatly alarmed and ran to the waterside. The morning was clear and starlight, so that we could see to a considerable distance, but there was no appearance of the boat. Our situation was now such as might justify the most terrifying apprehensions. As it was a dead calm, and we could not therefore suppose her to have broken from her grappling, we had great reason to fear that the Indians had attacked her, and finding the people asleep, had succeeded in their enterprise. We were but 4, with only 1 musket and 2 pocket pistols, without a spare ball or charge of powder for either. In this state of anxiety and distress, we remained a considerable time, expecting the Indians every moment to improve their advantage when, to our unspeakable satisfaction, we saw the boat return, which had been driven from her grappling by the tide, a circumstance to which, in our confusion and surprise, we did not advert. As soon as the boat returned, we got our breakfast, and were impatient to leave the place, lest some other vexatious accident should befall us. It is situated on the north side of Tiarabou, the south-east peninsula, or division of the island, and at the distance of about 5 miles southeast from the isthmus, having a large and commodious harbour, inferior to none in the island, about which the land is very rich in produce. Notwithstanding we had had little communication with this division, the inhabitants everywhere received us in a friendly manner. We found the whole of it fertile and populous, and, to all appearance, in a more flourishing state than Opurionu, though it is not above 1/4 part as large. The next district in which we landed was the last in Tiarabou, and governed by a chief, whose name we understood to be Omoi. Omo was building a house, and being therefore very desirous of procuring a hatchet, he would have been glad to have purchased one with anything that he had in his possession. It happened, however, rather unfortunately for him and us, that we had not 1 hatchet left in the boat. We offered to trade with nails, but he would not part with anything in exchange for them. We therefore re-embarked and put off our boat, but the chief, being unwilling to relinquish all hope of obtaining something from us that would be of use to him, embarked in a canoe with his wife Wanauda and followed us. After some time we took them into the boat, and when we had rowed about a league, they desired we would put ashore. We immediately complied with his request, and found some of his people who had brought down a very large hog. We were as unwilling to lose the hog as the chief was to part with us, and it was indeed worth the best axe we had in the ship. We therefore hit upon an expedient, and told him that if he would bring his hog to the fort at Matavai, the Indian name for Port Royal Bay, he should have a large axe and a nail into the bargain for his trouble. To this proposal, after having consulted with his wife, he agreed and gave us a large piece of his country cloth as a pledge that he would perform his agreement, which, however, he never did. At this place we saw a very singular curiosity. It was the figure of a man, constructed of basket work, rudely made, but not ill-designed. It was something more than 7 feet high, and rather too bulky in proportion to its height. The wicker skeleton was completely covered with feathers, which were white where the skin was to appear, and black in the parts which it is their custom to paint or stain, and upon the head, where there was to be a representation of hair. Upon the head also were 4 protuberances, 3 in front and 1 behind, which we should have called horns, but which the Indians dignified with the name of Tate-Eat, little men. The image was called Manio, and was said to be the only one of the kind in Otaheite. They attempted to give us an explanation of its use and design, but we had not then acquired enough of their language to understand them. We learnt, however, afterwards that it was a representation of Mau, one of their Iatuas, or gods of the second class. After having settled our affairs with Omo, we proceeded on our return, and soon readied Oporeonu, the northwest peninsula. After rowing a few miles, we went on shore again, but the only thing we saw worth notice was a repository for the dead, uncommonly decorated. The pavement was extremely neat, and upon it was raised a pyramid, about 5 feet high, which was entirely covered with the fruits of 2 plants, peculiar to the country. Near the pyramid was a small image of stone, of very rude workmanship, and the first instance of carving in stone that we had seen among these people. They appeared to set a high value upon it, for it was covered from the weather by a shed that had been erected on purpose. We proceeded in the boat and passed through the only harbour on the south side of Oporeonu that is fit for shipping. It is situated about 5 miles to the westward of the isthmus, between 2 small islands that lie near the shore, and about a mile distant from each other, and affords good anchorage in 11 and 12 fathom water. We were now not far from the district called Papara, which belonged to our friends Oamo and Oberea, where we proposed to sleep. We went on shore about an hour before night, and found that they were both absent, having left their habitations to pay us a visit at Matavai. This, however, did not alter our purpose. We took up our quarters at the house of Oberea, which, though small, was very neat, and at this time had no inhabitant but her father, who received us with looks that bid us welcome. Having taken possession, we were willing to improve the little daylight that was left us, and therefore walked out to a point upon which we had seen at a distance trees that are here called etoa, which generally distinguish the places where these people bury the bones of their dead. Their name for such burying grounds, which are also places of worship, is morai. We were soon struck with the sight of an enormous pile, which, we were told, was the morai of Oamo and Oberea, and the principal piece of Indian architecture in the island. It was a pile of stonework, raised pyramidically, upon an oblong base or square, 267 feet long and 87 wide. It was built like the small pyramidal mounts upon which we sometimes six the pillar of a sundial, where each side is a flight of steps. The steps, however, at the sides were broader than those at the ends, so that it terminated not in a square of the same figure with the base, but in a ridge, like the roof of a house. There were 11 of these steps, each of which was 4 feet high, so that the height of the pile was 44 feet. Each step was formed of one course of white coral stone, which was neatly squared and polished. The rest of the mass, for there was no hollow within, consisted of round pebbles, which, from the regularity of their figure, seemed to have been wrought. Some of the coral stones were very large. We measured one of them and found it 3 feet and a half by 2 feet and a half. The foundation was of rock stones, which were also squared, and one of them measured 4 feet 7 inches by 2 feet 4. Such a structure, raised without the assistance of iron tools to shape the stones, or mortar to join them, struck us with astonishment. It seemed to be as compact and firm as it could have been made by any workman in Europe, except that the steps, which range along its greatest length, are not perfectly straight, but sink in a kind of hollow in the middle, so that the whole surface, from end to end, is not a right line, but a curve. The quarry stones, as we saw no quarry in the neighbourhood, must have been brought from a considerable distance, and there is no method of conveyance here but by hand. The coral must also have been fished from under the water, where, though it may be found in plenty, it lies at a considerable depth, never less than 3 feet. Both the rock stone and the coral could be squared only by tools made of the same substance, which must have been a work of incredible labour. But the polishing was more easily effected by means of the sharp coral sand, which is found everywhere upon the seashore in great abundance. In the middle of the top stood the image of a bird, carved in wood, and near it lay the broken one of a fish, carved in stone. The whole of this pyramid made part of one fide of a spacious area or square, nearly of equal sides, being 360 feet by 354, which was walled in with stone and paved with flat stones in its whole extent, though there were growing in it, notwithstanding the pavement, several of the trees which they call etoa and plantains. About 100 yards to the west of this building was another paved area or court, in which were several small stages raised on wooden pillars about 7 feet high, which are called by the Indians iwatas, and seem to be a kind of altars, as upon these are placed provisions of all kinds as offerings to their gods. We have since seen whole hogs placed upon them, and we found here the skulls of above 50, besides the skulls of a great number of dogs. The principal object of ambition among these people is to have a magnificent morai, and this was a striking memorial of the rank and power of Oberea. It has been remarked that we did not find her invested with the same authority that she exercised when the Dolphin was at this place, and we now learnt the reason of it. Our way from her house to the morai lay along the seaside, and we observed everywhere under our feet a great number of human bones, chiefly ribs and vertebrae. Upon inquiring into the cause of so singular an appearance, we were told that in the then last month of Owarahue, which answered to our December 1768, about 4 or 5 months before our arrival, the people of Tiarabou, the SE Peninsula which we had just visited, made a descent at this place, and killed a great number of people, whose bones were those that we saw upon the shore. That upon this occasion, Oberea and Oamo, who then administered the government for his son, had fled to the mountains, and that the conquerors burnt all the houses which were very large, and carried away the hogs and what other animals they found. We learnt also that the turkey and goose, which we had seen when we were with Matiabo, the stealer of cloaks, were among the spoils. This accounted for their being found among people with whom the Dolphin had little or no communication, and upon mentioning the jawbones, which we had seen hanging from a board in a long house, we were told that they also had been carried away as trophies, the people here carrying away the jawbones of their enemies as the Indians of North America do the scalps. After having thus gratified our curiosity, we returned to our quarters, where we passed the night in perfect security and quiet. By the next evening, we arrived at Atahuru, the residence of our friend Tootahah, where, the last time we passed the night under his protection, we had been obliged to leave the best part of our clothes behind us. This adventure, however, seemed now to be forgotten on both sides. Our friends received us with great pleasure, and gave us a good supper and a good lodging, where we suffered neither loss or disturbance. The next day, Saturday, July the 1st, we got back to our fort at Matavai, having found the circuit of the island, including both peninsulas, to be about 30 leagues. Upon our complaining of the want of breadfruit, we were told that the produce of the last season was nearly exhausted, and that what was seen sprouting upon the trees would not be fit to use in less than 3 months. This accounted for our having been able to procure so little of it in our route. While the breadfruit is ripening upon the flats, the inhabitants are supplied in some measure from the trees which they have planted upon the hills to preserve a succession. But the quantity is not sufficient to prevent scarcity. They live therefore upon the four paste which they call mahi, upon wild plantains and ahi nuts, which at this time are in perfection. How it happened that the dolphin, which was here at this season, found such plenty of breadfruit upon the trees, I cannot tell, except the season in which they ripen varies. At our return, our Indian friends crowded about us, and none of them came empty-handed. Though I had determined to restore the canoes which had been detained to their owners, it had not yet been done, but I now released them as they were applied for. Upon this occasion, I could not but remark with concern that these people were capable of practicing petty frauds against each other, with a deliberate dishonesty, which gave me a much worse opinion of them than I had ever entertained from the robberies they committed under the strong temptation to which a sudden opportunity of enriching themselves with the inestimable metal and manufactures of Europe exposed them. Among others who applied to me for the release of a canoe was one Potato, a man of some consequence, well known to us all. I consented, supposing the vessel to be his own, or that he applied on the behalf of a friend. He went immediately to the beach and took possession of one of the boats, which, with the assistance of his people, he began to carry off. Upon this, however, it was eagerly claimed by the right owners, who, supported by the other Indians, clamorously reproached him for invading their property and prepared to take the canoe from him by force. Upon this, he desired to be heard, and told them that the canoe did indeed once belong to those who claimed it, but that I, having seized it as a forfeit, had sold it to him for a pig. This silenced the clamour. The owners, knowing that from my power there was no appeal, acquiesced, and Potato would have carried off his prize if the dispute had not fortunately been overheard by some of our people who reported it to me. I gave orders immediately that the Indians should be undeceived, upon which the right owners took possession of their canoe, and Potato was so conscious of his guilt that neither he nor his wife, who was privy to his knavery, could look us in the face for some time afterwards. The First Voyage of Captain James Cook, Volume 2, Book 1. An account of a voyage round the world in the years 1768, 1769, 1770 and 1771 by Lieutenant James Cook, commander of His Majesty's bark, the Endeavour. Chapter 16. An expedition of Mr. Banks to trace the river. Marks of subterraneous fire. Preparations for leaving the island. An account of Tupia. On the third day, Mr. Banks set out early in the morning with some Indian guides to trace our river up the valley from which it issues and examine how far its banks were inhabited. For about 6 miles they met with houses not far distant from each other on each side of the river, and the valley was everywhere about 400 yards wide from the foot of the hill on one side to the foot of that on the other. But they were now shown a house which they were told was the last that they would see. When they came up to it, the master of it offered them refreshments of coconuts and other fruit, of which they accepted. After a short stay, they walked forward for a considerable time. In Badway, it is not easy to compute distances, but they imagined that they had walked about 6 miles farther, following the course of the river, when they frequently passed under vaults, formed by fragments of the rock, in which they were told people who were benighted frequently passed the night. Soon after, they found the river banked by steep rocks, from which a cascade, falling with great violence, formed a pool so steep that the Indians said they could not pass it. They seemed indeed not much to be acquainted with the valley beyond this place, their business lying chiefly upon the declivity of the rocks on each side, and the plains which extended on their summits, where they found plenty of a wild plantain, which they called vey. The way up these rocks from the banks of the river was in every respect dreadful. The sides were nearly perpendicular and in some places 100 feet high. They were also rendered exceeding slippery by the water of innumerable springs which issued from the fissures on the surface. Yet up these precipices a way was to be traced by a succession of long pieces of the bark of the Hibiscus tiliaceus, which served as a rope for the climber to take hold of, and assisted him in scrambling from one ledge to another, though upon these ledges there was footing only for an Indian or a goat. One of these ropes was nearly 30 feet in length, and their guides offered to assist them in mounting this pass, but recommended another at a little distance lower down, as less difficult and dangerous. They took a view of this better way, but found it so bad that they did not choose to attempt it, as there was nothing at the top to reward their toil and hazard, but a grove of the wild plantain or vey tree, which they had often seen before. During this excursion, Mr. Banks had an excellent opportunity to examine the rocks, which were almost everywhere naked, for minerals, but he found not the least appearance of any. The stones everywhere, like those of Madeira, showed manifest tokens of having been burnt, nor is there a single specimen of any stone, among all those that were collected in the island, upon which there are not manifest and indubitable marks of fire, except perhaps some small pieces of the hatchet stone, and even of that, other fragments were collected, which are burnt almost to a pumice. Traces of fire are also manifest in the very clay upon the hills, and it may, therefore, not unreasonably be supposed that this and the neighbouring islands are either shattered remains of a continent, which some have supposed to be necessary in this part of the globe to preserve an equilibrium of site's parts, which were left behind when the rest sunk by the mining of a subterraneous fire so as to give a passage to the sea over it, or were torn from rocks, which, from the creation of the world, had been the bed of the sea, and thrown up in heaps to a height which the waters never reach. One or other of these suppositions will perhaps be thought the more probable, as the water does not gradually grow shallow as the shore is approached, and the islands are almost everywhere surrounded by reefs, which appear to be rude and broken, as some violent concussion would naturally leave the solid substance of the earth. It may also be remarked upon this occasion that the most probable cause of earthquakes seems to be the sudden rushing in of water upon some vast mass of subterraneous fire, by the instantaneous rarefaction of which into vapour the mine is sprung, and various substances in all stages of vitrification, with shells and other marine productions that are now found fossil, and the strata that covered the furnace, are thrown up, while those parts of the land which were supported upon the broken shell give way and sink into the gulf. With this theory, the phenomena of all earthquakes seem to agree. Pools of water are frequently left where land has subsided, and various substances, which manifestly appear to have suffered by the action of fire, are thrown up. It is indeed true that fire cannot subsist without air, but this cannot be urged against there being fire below that part of the earth which forms the bed of the sea, because there may be innumerable fissures by which a communication between those parts and the external air may be kept up, even upon the highest mountains, and at the greatest distance from the seashore. On the 4th, Mr. Banks employed himself in planting a great quantity of the seeds of watermelons, oranges, lemons, limes, and other plants and trees, which he had collected at Rio de Janeiro. For these, he prepared ground on each side of the fort, with as many varieties of soil as he could choose, and there is little doubt but that they will succeed. He also gave liberally of these seeds to the Indians, and planted many of them in the woods. Some of the melon seeds having been planted soon after our arrival, the natives showed him several of the plants, which appeared to be in the most flourishing condition, and were continually asking him for more. We now began to prepare for our departure, by bending the sails and performing other necessary operations on board the ship, our water being already on board, and the provisions examined. In the meantime, we had another visit from Oamo Oberea and their son and daughter, the Indians expressing their respect by uncovering the upper parts of their body as they had done before. The daughter, whose name we understood to be Toimata, was very desirous to see the fort, but her father would by no means suffer her to come in. Tiri, the son of Waheatua, the sovereign of Tiarabu, the southeast peninsula, was also with us at this time, and we received intelligence of the landing of another guest whose company was neither expected nor desired. This was no other than the ingenious gentleman who contrived to steal our quadrant. We were told that he intended to try his fortune again in the night. But the Indians all offered very zealously to assist us against him, desiring that for this purpose they might be permitted to lie in the fort. This had so good an effect that the thief relinquished his enterprise in despair. On the 7th, the carpenters were employed in taking down the gates and palisadoes of our little fortification for firewood on board the ship, and one of the Indians had dexterity enough to steal the staple and hook upon which the gate turned. He was immediately pursued, and after a chase of 6 miles he appeared to have been passed, having concealed himself among some rushes in the brook. The rushes were searched, and though the thief had escaped, a scraper was found which had been stolen from the ship some time before, and soon after our old friend Tubourai Tamaide brought us the staple. On the 8th and 9th, we continued to dismantle our fort, and our friends still flocked about us. Some, I believe, sorry at the approach of our departure, and others desirous to make as much as they could of us while we stayed. We were in hopes that we should now leave the island without giving or receiving any other offence, but it unfortunately happened otherwise. 2 foreign seamen having been out with my permission, one of them was robbed of his knife, and endeavouring to recover it, probably with circumstances of great provocation, the Indians attacked him and dangerously wounded him with a stone. They wounded his companion also slightly in the head, and then fled into the mountains. As I should have been sorry to take any farther notice of the affair, I was not displeased that the offenders had escaped. But I was immediately involved in a quarrel which I very much regretted, and which yet it was not possible to avoid. In the middle of the night between the 8th and 9th, Clement Webb and Samuel Gibson, 2 of the Marines, both young men, went privately from the fort, and in the morning were not to be found. As public notice had been given that all hands were to go on board on the next day, and that the ship would sail on the morrow of that day or the day following, I began to fear that the absentees intended to stay behind. I knew that I could take no effectual steps to recover them without endangering the harmony and goodwill which at present subsisted among us, and therefore determined to wait a day for the chance of their return. On Monday morning the 10th, the Marines, to my great concern, not being returned, an inquiry was made after them of the Indians, who frankly told us that they did not intend to return and had taken refuge in the mountains, where it was impossible for our people to find them. They were then requested to assist in the search, and after some deliberation, 2 of them undertook to conduct such persons as I should think proper to send after them to the place of their retreat. As they were known to be without arms, I thought 2 would be sufficient, and accordingly dispatched a petty officer and the corporal of the Marines with the Indian guides to fetch them back. As the recovery of these men was a matter of great importance, as I had no time to lose, and as the Indians spoke doubtfully of their return, telling us that they had each of them taken a wife and were become inhabitants of the country, it was intimated to several of the chiefs who were in the fort with their women, among whom were Tubourai Tamaide, Tomio, and Oberea, that they would not be permitted to leave it till our deserters were brought back. This precaution I thought the more necessary, as by concealing them a few days, they might compel me to go without them. And I had the pleasure to observe that they received the intimation with very little signs, either of fear or discontent, assuring me that my people should be secured and sent back as soon as possible. While this was doing at the fort, I sent Mr. Hicks in the pinnace to fetch Tootahah on board the ship, which he did, without alarming either him or his people. If the Indian guides proved faithful and in earnest, I had reason to expect the return of my people with the deserters before evening. Being disappointed, my suspicions increased, and night coming on, I thought it was not safe to let the people whom I had detained as hostages continue at the fort, and I therefore ordered Tubourai Tamaide, Oberea, and some others to be taken on board the ship. This spread a general alarm, and several of them, especially the women, expressed their apprehensions with great emotion and many tears when they were put into the boat. I went on board with them, and Mr. Banks remained on shore, with some others whom I thought it of less consequence to secure. About 9 o'clock, Webb was brought back by some of the natives, who declared that Gibson and the petty officer and corporal would be detained till Tootahah should be set at liberty. The tables were now turned upon me, but I had proceeded too far to retreat. I immediately dispatched Mr. Hicks in the longboat with a strong party of men to rescue the prisoners, and told Tootahah that it behoved him to send some of his people with them, with orders to afford them effectual assistance and to demand the release of my men in his name, for that I should expect him to answer for the contrary. He readily complied. This party recovered my men without the least opposition, and about 7 o'clock in the morning returned with them to the ship, though they had not been able to recover the arms which had been taken from them when they were seized. These, however, were brought on board in less than half an hour, and the chiefs were immediately set at liberty. When I questioned the petty officer concerning what had happened on shore, he told me that neither the natives who went with him, nor those whom they met in their way, would give them any intelligence of the deserters, but on the contrary, became very troublesome. That, as he was returning for further orders to the ship, he and his comrade were suddenly seized by a number of armed men, who, having learnt that Tootahah was confined, had concealed themselves in a wood for that purpose, and who, having taken them at a disadvantage, forced their weapons out of their hands and declared that they would detain them till their chief should be set at liberty. He said, however, that the Indians were not unanimous in this measure, that some were for setting them at liberty and others for detaining them, that an eager dispute ensued, and that from words they came to blows, but that the party for detaining them at length prevailed. That soon after, Webb and Gibson were brought in by a party of the natives as prisoners, that they also might be secured as hostages for the chief, but that it was after some debate resolved to fend Webb to inform me of their resolution, to assure me that his companions were safe, and direct me where I might send my answer. Thus it appears that whatever were the disadvantages of seizing the chiefs, I should never have recovered my men by any other method. When the chiefs were set on shore from the ship, those at the fort were also set at liberty, and after staying with Mr. Banks about an hour, they all went away. Upon this occasion, as they had done upon another of the same kind, they expressed their joy by an undeserved liberality, strongly urging us to accept of 4 hogs. These we absolutely refused as a present, and they as absolutely refusing to be paid for them. The hogs did not change masters. Upon examining the deserters, we found that the account which the Indians had given of them was true. They had strongly attached themselves to 2 girls, and it was their intention to conceal themselves till the ship had sailed and take up their residence upon the island. This night, everything was got off from the shore, and every body slept on board. Among the natives who were almost constantly with us was Tupia, whose name has been often mentioned in this narrative. He had been, as I have before observed, the first minister of Oberea when she was in the height of her power. He was also the chief Tahoa, or priest of the island, consequently well acquainted with the religion of the country, as well with respect to its ceremonies as principles. He had also great experience and knowledge in navigation, and was particularly acquainted with the number and situation of the neighbouring islands. This man had often expressed a desire to go with us, and on the 12th in the morning, having with the other natives left us the day before, he came on board with a boy about 13 years of age, his servant, and urged us to let him proceed with us on our voyage. To have such a person on board was certainly desirable for many reasons. By learning his language and teaching him ours, we should be able to acquire a much better knowledge of the customs, policy, and religion of the people than our short stay among them could give us. I therefore gladly agreed to receive them on board. As we were prevented from sailing today by having found it necessary to make new stocks to our small and best bower anchors, the old ones having been totally destroyed by the worms, Tupia said he would go once more on shore and make a signal for the boat to fetch him off in the evening. He went accordingly, and took with him a miniature picture of Mr. Banks's to show his friends, and several little things to give them as parting presents. After dinner, Mr. Banks being desirous to procure a drawing of the marae belonging to Tootahah at Oberea, I attended him thither, accompanied by Dr. Solander, in the pinnace. As soon as we landed, many of our friends came to meet us, though some absented themselves in resentment of what had happened the day before. We immediately proceeded to Tootahah's house, where we were joined by Oberea with several others who had not come out to meet us, and a perfect reconciliation was soon brought about, in consequence of which they promised to visit us early the next day to take a last farewell of us, as we told them we should certainly set sail in the afternoon. At this place also we found Tupia, who returned with us and slept this night on board the ship for the first time. On the next morning, Thursday the 13th of July, the ship was very early crowded with our friends and surrounded by a multitude of canoes, which were filled with the natives of an inferior class. Between 11 and 12 we weighed anchor, and as soon as the ship was under sail, the Indians on board took their leaves and wept, with a decent and silent sorrow, in which there was something very striking and tender. The people in the canoes, on the contrary, seemed to vie with each other in the loudness of their lamentations, which we considered rather as affectation than grief. Tupia sustained himself in this scene with a firmness and resolution truly admirable. He wept indeed, but the effort that he made to conceal his tears concurred with them to do him honour. He sent his last present, a shirt by Otheothea, to Potomai, Tootahah's favourite mistress, and then went with Mr. Banks to the masthead, waving to the canoes as long as they continued in sight. Thus we took leave of Otaheite and its inhabitants after a stay of just 3 months. For much the greater part of the time we lived together in the most cordial friendship and a perpetual reciprocation of good offices. The accidental differences which now and then happened could not be more sincerely regretted on their part than they were on ours. The principal causes were such as necessarily resulted from our situation and circumstances, in conjunction with the infirmities of human nature, from our not being able perfectly to understand each other, and from the disposition of the inhabitants to theft, which we could not at all times bear with or prevent. They had not, however, except in one instance, been attended with any fatal consequence, and to that accident were owing the measures that I took to prevent others of the same kind. I hoped, indeed, to have availed myself of the impression which had been made upon them by the lives that had been sacrificed in their contest with the Dolphin, so as that the intercourse between us should have been carried on wholly without bloodshed. And by this hope all my measures were directed during the whole of my continuance at the island, and I sincerely wish that whoever shall next visit it may be still more fortunate. Our traffic here was carried on with as much order as in the best regulated market in Europe. It was managed principally by Mr. Banks, who was indefatigable in procuring provision and refreshments while they were to be had. But during the latter part of our time they became scarce, partly by the increased consumption at the fort and ship, and partly by the coming on of the season in which cocoa nuts and breadfruit fail. All kind of fruit we purchased for beads and nails, but no nails less than 40 were current. After a very short time, we could never get a pig of more than 10 or 12 pounds for less than a hatchet, because though these people set a high value upon spike nails, yet these being an article with which many people in the ship were provided, the women found a much more easy way of procuring them than by bringing down provisions. The best articles for traffic here are axes, hatchets, spikes, large nails, looking glasses, knives and beads, for some of which everything that the natives have may be procured. They are indeed fond of fine linen cloth, both white and printed, but an axe worth half a crown will fetch more than a piece of cloth worth 20 shillings. The First Voyage of Captain James Cook, Volume 2, Book 1. An account of a voyage round the world in the years 1768, 1769, 1770 and 1771 by Lieutenant James Cook, Commander of His Majesty's bark the Endeavour. Chapter 17. A particular description of the island. its produce and inhabitants, their dress, habitations, food, domestic life and amusements. We found the longitude of Port Royal Bay in this island as settled by Captain Wallis, who discovered it on the 9th of June 1767 to be within half a degree of the truth. We found Point Venus, the northern extremity of the island, and the eastern point of the bay to lie in the longitude of 149 degrees 30 minutes, this being the mean result of a great number of observations made upon the spot. The island is surrounded by a reef of coral rock, which forms several excellent bays and harbours, some of which have been particularly described, where there is room and depth of water for any number of the largest ships. Port Royal Bay, called by the natives Matavai, which is not inferior to any in Otaheite, may easily be known by a very high mountain in the middle of the island, which bears due south from Point Venus. To sail into it, either keep the west point of the reef that lies before Point Venus, close on board, or give it a berth of near half a mile, in order to avoid a small shoal of coral rocks, on which there is but 2 fathom and an half of water. The best anchoring is on the eastern side of the bay, where there is 16 and 14 fathom upon an ousey bottom. The shore of the bay is a fine sandy beach, behind which runs a river of fresh water, so that any number of ships may water here without incommoding each other. But the only wood for firing upon the whole island is that of fruit trees, which must be purchased of the natives, or all hope of living upon good terms with them given up. There are some harbours to the westward of this bay which have not been mentioned, but, as they are contiguous to it and laid down in the plan, a description of them is unnecessary. The face of the country, except that part of it which borders upon the sea, is very uneven. It rises in ridges that run up into the middle of the island, and there form mountains, which may be seen at the distance of 60 miles. Between the foot of these ridges and the sea is a border of low land surrounding the whole island, except in a few places where the ridges rise directly from the sea. The border of low land is in different parts of different breadths, but nowhere more than 1.5 miles. The soil, except upon the very tops of the ridges, is extremely rich and fertile, watered by a great number of rivulets of excellent water, and covered with fruit trees of various kinds, some of which are of a stately growth and thick foliage, so as to form one continued wood. And even the tops of the ridges, though in general they are bare and burnt up by the sun, are in some parts not without their produce. The low land that lies between the foot of the ridges and the sea, and some of the valleys, are the only parts of the island that are inhabited, and here it is populous. The houses do not form villages or towns, but are ranged along the whole border at the distance of about 50 yards from each other, with little plantations of plantains, the tree which furnishes them with cloth. The whole island, according to Tupia's account, who certainly knew, could furnish 6,780 sighting men, from which the number of inhabitants may easily be computed. The produce of this island is breadfruit, coconuts, bananas, of 13 forts, the best we had ever eaten, plantains, a fruit not unlike an apple, which, when ripe, is very pleasant, 5 sweet potatoes, yams, cocoas, a kind of arum, a fruit known here by the name of jambu, and reckoned most delicious. Sugar cane, which the inhabitants eat raw, a root of the salop kind, called by the inhabitants pea, a plant called ethi, of which the root only is eaten, a fruit that grows in a pod, like that of a large kidney bean, which, when it is roasted, eats very much like a chestnut, by the natives called ahe, a tree called wara, called in the East Indies pandanes, which produces fruit, something like the pineapple, a shrub called nono, the morinda, which also produces fruit, a species of fern, of which the root is eaten, and sometimes the leaves, and a plant called thieve, of which the root also is eaten. But the fruits of the nono, the fern, and the thieve are eaten only by the inferior people, and in times of scarcity. All these, which serve the inhabitants for food, the earth produces spontaneously or with so little culture, that they seem to be exempted from the first general curse, that man should eat his bread in the sweat of his brow. They have also the Chinese paper mulberry, Morus, papyrifera, which they call aouta, a tree resembling the wild fig tree of the West Indies, another species of fig, which they call mate. The Cordia sebestina orientalis, which they call etu, a kind of cyperus grass, which they call mu, a species of tournefortia, which they call tahenu, another of the convolvulus polus, which they call urhe, the Solanum centifolium, which they call ibua, the Calophyllum mophilum, which they call tamanu, the Hibiscus tiliaceus, called poiro, a frutescent nettle, the Urtica argentea, called eroa, with many other plants which cannot here be particularly mentioned. Those that have been named already will be referred to in the subsequent part of this work. They have Ho European fruit, garden stuff, pulse, or legumes, nor grain of any kind. Of tame animals they have only hogs, dogs, and poultry. Neither is there a wild animal in the island, except ducks, pigeons, paroquets, with a few other birds, and rats, there being no other quadruped, nor any serpent. But the sea supplies them with great variety of most excellent fish, to eat which is their chief luxury, and to catch it their principal labour. As to the people, they are of the largest size of Europeans. The men are tall, strong, well-limbed, and finely shaped. The tallest that we saw was a man upon a neighbouring island, called Huaheine, who measured 6 feet 3 inches and a half. The women of the superior rank are also in general above our middle stature, but those of the inferior class are rather below it, and some of them are very small. This defect in size probably proceeds from their early commerce with men, the only thing in which they differ from their superiors that could possibly affect their growth. Their natural complexion is that kind of clear olive, or brunette, which many people in Europe prefer to the finest white and red. In those that are exposed to the wind and sun, it is considerably deepened, but in others that live under shelter, especially the superior class of women, it continues of its native hue, and the skin is most delicately smooth and soft. They have no tint in their cheeks, which we distinguish by the name of colour. The shape of the face is comely, the cheekbones are not high, neither are the eyes hollow, nor the brow prominent. The only feature that does not correspond with our ideas of beauty is the nose, which in general is somewhat flat, but their eyes, especially those of the women, are full of expression, sometimes sparkling with fire, and sometimes melting with softness. Their teeth also are, almost without exception, most beautifully even and white, and their breath perfectly without taint. The hair is almost universally black and rather coarse. The men have beards which they wear in many fashions, always, however, plucking out great part of them and keeping the rest perfectly clean and neat. Both sexes also eradicate every hair from under their arms, and accused us of great uncleanliness for not doing the same. In their motions there is at once vigour and ease. Their walk is graceful, their deportment liberal, and their behaviour to strangers and to each other affable and courteous. In their dispositions also they seem to be brave, open, and candid, without either suspicion or treachery, cruelty or revenge, so that we place the same confidence in them as in our best friends, many of us, particularly Mr. Banks, sleeping frequently in their houses in the woods without a companion, and consequently wholly in their power. They were, however, all thieves, and when that is allowed, they need not much fear a competition with the people of any other nation upon earth. During our stay in this island, we saw about 5 or 6 persons, like one that was met by Mr. Banks and Dr. Solander on the 24th of April in their walk to the eastward, whose skins were of a dead white, like the nose of a white horse, with white hair, beard, brows, and eyelashes, red, tender eyes, a short sight, and scurfy skins, covered with a kind of white down. but we found that no two of these belonged to the same family and therefore concluded that they were not a species, but unhappy individuals, rendered anomalous by disease. It is a custom in most countries where the inhabitants have long hair for the men to cut it short and the women to pride themselves in its length. Here, however, the contrary custom prevails. The women always cut it short round their ears, and the men, except the fishers, who are almost continually in the water, suffer it to slow in large waves over their shoulders, or tie it up in a bunch on the top of their heads. They have a custom also of anointing their heads with what they call mono, an oil expressed from the cocoa nut in which some sweet herbs or flowers have been infused. As the oil is generally rancid, the smell is at first very disagreeable to a European, and as they live in a hot country and have no such thing as a comb, they are not able to keep their heads free from lice, which the children and common people sometimes pick out and eat, a hateful custom, wholly different from their manners in every other particular, for they are delicate and cleanly almost without example, and those to whom we distributed combs soon delivered themselves from vermin, with a diligence which showed that they were not more odious to us than to them. They have a custom of staining their bodies nearly in the same manner as is practiced in many other parts of the world, which they call tattooing. They prick the skin, so as just not to fetch blood, with a small instrument, something in the form of a hoe. That part which answers to the blade is made of a bone or shell, scraped very thin, and is from 1/4 inch to 1.5 inches wide. The edge is cut into sharp teeth or points from the number of 3 to 20, according to its size. When this is to be used, they dip the teeth into a mixture of a kind of lamp black, formed of the smoke that rises from an oily nut which they burn instead of candles and water. The teeth, thus prepared, are placed upon the skin, and the handle to which they are fastened being struck, by quick smart blows, with a stick fitted to the purpose, they pierce it, and at the same time carry into the puncture the black composition, which leaves an indelible stain. The operation is painful, and it is some days before the wounds are healed. It is performed upon the youth of both sexes when they are about 12 or 14 years of age, on several parts of the body, and in various figures, according to the fancy of the parent, or perhaps the rank of the party. The women are generally marked with this stain, in the form of a Z, on every joint of their fingers and toes, and frequently round the outside of their feet. The men are also marked with the same figure, and both men and women have squares, circles, crescents, and ill-designed representations of men, birds or dogs, and various other devices impressed upon their legs and arms, some of which we were told had significations, though we could never learn what they were. But the part on which these ornaments are lavished with the greatest profusion is the breech. This, in both sexes, is covered with a deep black, above which arches are drawn one over another as high as the short ribs. They are often 1/4 inch broad, and the edges are not straight lines but indented. These arches are their pride, and are shown both by men and women with a mixture of ostentation and pleasure, whether as an ornament or a proof of their fortitude and resolution in bearing pain, we could not determine. The face in general is left unmarked, for we saw but one instance to the contrary. Some old men had the greatest part of their bodies covered with large patches of black, deeply indented at the edges, like a rude imitation of flame. But we were told that they came from a low island called Nowara, and were not natives of Otaheite. Mr. Banks saw the operation of tattooing performed upon the backside of a girl about 13 years old. The instrument used upon this occasion had 30 teeth, and every stroke, of which at least 100 were made in a minute, drew an ichor or serum a little tinged with blood. The girl bore it with most stoical resolution for about 1/4 hour. But the pain of so many 100 punctures as she had received in that time then became intolerable. She first complained in murmurs, then wept, and at last burst into loud lamentations, earnestly imploring the operator to desist. He was, however, inexorable, and when she began to struggle, she was held down by two women, who sometimes soothed and sometimes chid her, and now and then, when she was most unruly, gave her a smart blow. Mr. Banks stayed in a neighbouring house an hour, and the operation was not over when he went away. Yet it was performed but upon one side, the other having been done some time before. And the arches upon the loins, in which they most pride themselves, and which give more pain than all the rest, were still to be done. It is strange that these people should value themselves upon what is no distinction. For I never saw a native of this island, either man or woman, in a state of maturity, in whom these marks were wanting. Possibly they may have their rise in superstition, especially as they produce no visible advantage, and are not made without great pain. But though we inquired of many hundreds, we could never get any account of the matter. Their clothing consists of cloth or matting of different kinds, which will be described among their other manufactures. The cloth, which will not bear wetting, they wear in dry weather, and the matting when it rains. They are put on in many different ways, just as their fancy leads them. For in their garments nothing is cut into shape, nor are any two pieces sewed together. The dress of the better sort of women consists of 3 or 4 pieces. One piece, about 2 yards wide and 11 yards long, they wrap several times round their waist so as to hang down like a petticoat as low as the middle of the leg, and this they call paru. 2 or 3 other pieces, about 2 yards and a half long and 1 wide, each having a hole cut in the middle, they place one upon another, and then putting the head through the holes, they bring the long ends down before and behind. The others remain open at the sides and give liberty to the arms. This, which they call the tabuta, is gathered round the waist and confined with a girdle or sash of thinner cloth, which is long enough to go many times round them, and exactly resembles the garment worn by the inhabitants of Peru and Chile, which the Spaniards call poncho. The dress of the men is the same, except that instead of suffering the cloth that is wound about the hips to hang down like a petticoat, they bring it between their legs so as to have some resemblance to breeches, and it is then called maro. This is the dress of all ranks of people, and being universally the same as to form, the gentlemen and ladies distinguish themselves from the lower people by the quantity. Some of them will wrap round them several pieces of cloth, 8 or 10 yards long and 2 or 3 broad, and some throw a large piece loosely over their shoulders in the manner of a cloak, or perhaps 2 pieces, if they are very great personages, and are desirous to appear in state. The inferior sort, who have only a small allowance of cloth from the tribes or families to which they belong, are obliged to be more thinly clad. In the heat of the day they appear almost naked, the women having only a scanty petticoat, and the men nothing but the sash that is passed between their legs and fastened round the waist. As finery is always troublesome, and particularly in a hot country, where it consists in putting one covering upon another, the women of rank always uncover themselves as low as the waist in the evening, throwing off all that they wear on the upper part of the body, with the same negligence and ease as our ladies would lay by a cardinal or double handkerchief. And the chiefs, even when they visited us, though they had as much cloth round their middle as would clothe a dozen people, had frequently the rest of the body quite naked. Upon their legs and feet they wear no covering, but they shade their faces from the sun with little bonnets, either of matting or of cocoa-nut leaves, which they make occasionally in a few minutes. This, however, is not all their headdress. The women sometimes wear little turbans, and sometimes a dress which they value much more, and which, indeed, is much more becoming, called tomu. The tomu consists of human hair, plaited in threads scarcely thicker than sewing silk. Mr. Banks has pieces of it above a mile in length without a knot. These they wind round the head in such a manner as produces a very pretty effect, and in a very great quantity. For I have seen 5 or 6 such pieces wound about the head of one woman. Among these threads they stick flowers of various kinds, particularly the Cape jessamine, of which they have great plenty, as it is always planted near their houses. The men sometimes stick the tail feather of the tropic bird upright in their hair, which, as I have observed before, is often tied in a bunch upon the top of their heads. Sometimes they wear a kind of whimsical garland, made of flowers of various kinds, stuck into a piece of the rind of a plantain, or of scarlet peas, stuck with gum upon a piece of wood. And sometimes they wear a kind of wig, made of the hair of men or dogs, or perhaps of cocoa-nut strings, woven upon one thread, which is tied under their hair, so that these artificial honours of their head may hang down behind. Their personal ornaments, besides flowers, are few. Both sexes wear earrings, but they are placed only on one side. When we came, they consisted of small pieces of shell, stone, berries, red peas, or some small pearls, 3 in a string, but our beads very soon supplanted them all. The children go quite naked, the girls till they are 3 or 4 years old, and the boys till they are 6 or 7. The houses, or rather dwellings of these people, have been occasionally mentioned before. They are all built in the wood, between the sea and the mountains, and no more ground is cleared for each house than just sufficient to prevent the dropping of the branches from rotting the thatch with which they are covered. From the house, therefore, the inhabitant steps immediately under the shade, which is the most delightful that can be imagined. It consists of groves of breadfruit and cocoa-nuts without underwood, which are intersected in all directions by the paths that lead from one house to the other. Nothing can be more grateful than this shade in so warm a climate, nor anything more beautiful than these walks. As there is no underwood, the shade cools without impeding the air, and the houses, having no walls, receive the gale from whatever point it blows. I shall now give a particular description of a house of a middling size, from which, as the structure is universally the same, a perfect idea may be formed both of those that are bigger and those that are less. The ground which it covers is an oblong square, 24 feet long and 11 wide. Over this, a roof is raised upon 3 rows of pillars or posts, parallel to each other, one on each side, and the other in the middle. This roof consists of 2 flat sides inclining to each other and terminating in a ridge, exactly like the roofs of our thatched houses in England. The utmost height within is about 9 feet, and the eaves on each side reach to within about 3.5 feet of the ground. Below this, and through the whole height at each end, it is open, no part of it being enclosed with a wall. The roof is thatched with palm leaves, and the floor is covered some inches deep with soft hay. Over this are laid mats, so that the whole is one cushion upon which they sit in the day and sleep in the night. In some houses, however, there is one stool, which is wholly appropriated to the master of the family. Besides this, they have no furniture except a few little blocks of wood, the upper side of which is hollowed into a curve and which serve them for pillows. The house is indeed principally used as a dormitory, for except it rains, they eat in the open air, under the shade of the next tree. The clothes that they wear in the day serve them for covering in the night. The floor is the common bed of the whole household and is not divided by any partition. The master of the house and his wife sleep in the middle, next to them the married people, next to them the unmarried women, and next to them, at a little distance, the unmarried men. The servants, or tutu as they are called, sleep in the open air, except it rains, and in that case they come just within the shed. There are, however, houses of another kind belonging to the chiefs, in which there is some degree of privacy. These are much smaller, and so constructed as to be carried about in their canoes from place to place, and set up occasionally like a tent. They are enclosed on the sides with cocoa-nut leaves, but not so close as to exclude the air, and the chief and his wife sleep in them alone. There are houses also of a much larger size, not built either for the accommodation of a single chief or a single family, but as common receptacles for all the people of a district. Some of them are 200 feet long, 30 broad, and under the ridge 20 feet high. These are built and maintained at the common expense of the district, for the accommodation of which they are intended, and have on one side of them a large area, enclosed with low palisados. These houses, like those of separate families, have no walls. Privacy, indeed, is little wanted among people who have not even the idea of indecency, and who gratify every appetite and passion before witnesses, with no more sense of impropriety than we feel when we satisfy our hunger at a social board with our family or friends. Those who have no idea of indecency with respect to actions can have none with respect to words. It is, therefore, scarcely necessary to observe that in the conversation of these people, that which is the principal source of their pleasure is always the principal topic, and that everything is mentioned without any restraint or emotion, and in the most direct terms by both sexes. Of the food eaten here, the greater part is vegetable. Here are no tame animals except hogs, dogs, and poultry, as I have observed before, and these are by no means plenty. When a chief kills a hog, it is almost equally divided among his dependents, and as they are very numerous, the share of each individual at these feasts, which are not frequent, must necessarily be small. Dogs and fowls fall somewhat more frequently to the share of the common people. I cannot much commend the flavour of their fowls, but we all agreed that a South Sea dog was little inferior to an English lamb. Their excellence is probably owing to their being kept up and fed wholly upon vegetables. The sea affords them a great variety of fish. The smaller fish, when they catch any, are generally eaten raw, as we eat oysters, and nothing that the sea produces comes amiss to them. They are fond of lobsters, crabs, and other shellfish, which are found upon the coast, and they will eat not only sea insects, but what the seamen call blubbers, though some of them are so tough that they are obliged to suffer them to become putrid before they can be chewed. Of the many vegetables that have been mentioned already as serving them for food, the principal is the breadfruit, to procure which costs them no trouble or labour but climbing a tree. The tree which produces it does not indeed shoot up spontaneously, but if a man plants 10 of them in his lifetime, which he may do in about an hour, he will as completely fulfil his duty to his own and future generations, as the native of our less temperate climate can do by ploughing in the cold of winter and reaping in the summer's heat, as often as these seasons return. Even if, after he has procured bread for his present household, he should convert a surplus into money and lay it up for his children. It is true, indeed, that the breadfruit is not always in season, but cocoa nuts, bananas, plantains, and a great variety of other fruits supply the deficiency. It may well be supposed that cookery is but little studied by these people as an art, and indeed they have but 2 ways of applying fire to dress their food, broiling and baking. The operation of broiling is so simple that it requires no description, and their baking has been described already, page 152, in the account of an entertainment prepared for us by Tupia. Hogs and large fish are extremely well dressed in the same manner, and, in our opinion, were more juicy and more equally done than by any art of cookery now practiced in Europe. Breadfruit is also cooked in an oven of the same kind, which renders it soft and something like a boiled potato, not quite so farinaceous as a good one, but more so than those of the middling sort. Of the breadfruit, they also make 3 dishes by putting either water or the milk of the cocoa nut to it, then beating it to a paste with a stone pestle, and afterwards mixing it with ripe plantains, bananas, or the forepaste which they call mahi. The mahi, which has been mentioned as a succedaneum for ripe breadfruit, before the season for gathering a fresh crop comes on, is thus made. The fruit is gathered just before it is perfectly ripe, and being laid in heaps is closely covered with leaves. In this state, it undergoes a fermentation and becomes disagreeably sweet. The core is then taken out entire, which is done by gently pulling the stalk, and the rest of the fruit is thrown into a hole, which is dug for that purpose, generally in the houses, and neatly lined in the bottom and sides with grass. The hole is then covered with leaves and heavy stones laid upon them. In this state, it undergoes a second fermentation and becomes 4, after which it will suffer no change for many months. It is taken out of the hole As it is wanted for use and being made into balls, it is wrapped up in leaves and baked. After it is dressed, it will keep 5 or 6 weeks. It is eaten both cold and hot, and the natives seldom make a meal without it, though to us the taste was as disagreeable as that of a pickled olive generally is the first time it is eaten. As the making of this mahi depends, like brewing, upon fermentation, so, like brewing, it sometimes fails, without their being able to ascertain the cause. It is very natural, therefore, that the making it should be connected with superstitious notions and ceremonies. It generally falls to the lot of the old women, who will suffer no creature to touch anything belonging to it, but those whom they employ as assistants, nor even to go into that part of the house where the operation is carrying on. Mr. Banks happened to spoil a large quantity of it only by inadvertently touching a leaf which lay upon it. The old woman, who then presided over these mysteries, told him that the process would fail, and immediately uncovered the whole in a fit of vexation and despair. Mr. Banks regretted the mischief he had done, but was somewhat consoled by the opportunity which it gave him of examining the preparation, which perhaps but for such an accident would never have offered. Such is their food, to which salt water is the universal source, no meal being eaten without it. Those who live near the sea have it fetched as it is wanted. Those who live at some distance keep it in large bamboos, which are set up in their houses for use. Salt water, however, is not their only source. They make another of the kernels of cocoa nuts, which being fermented till they dissolve into a paste somewhat resembling butter, are beaten up with salt water. The flavour of this is very strong, and was, when we first tasted it, exceedingly nauseous. A little use, however, reconciled some of us to it so much that they preferred it to our own sauces, especially with fish. The natives seem to consider it as a dainty, and do not use it at their common meals, possibly because they think it ill management to use cocoa nuts so lavishly, or perhaps when we were at the island they were scarcely ripe enough for the purpose. For drink, they have in general nothing but water or the juice of the cocoa nut, the art of producing liquors that intoxicate by fermentation being happily unknown among them. Neither have they any narcotic which they chew, as the natives of some other countries do opium, beetle root and tobacco. Some of them drank freely of our liquors, and in a few instances became very drunk. But the persons to whom this happened were so far from desiring to repeat the debauch that they would never touch any of our liquors afterwards. We were, however, informed that they became drunk by drinking a juice that is expressed from the leaves of a plant which they call ava ava. This plant was not in season when we were there, so that we saw no instances of its effects, and as they considered drunkenness as a disgrace, they probably would have concealed from us any instances which might have happened during our stay. This vice is almost peculiar to the chiefs and considerable persons, who vie with each other in drinking the greatest number of draughts, each draught being about a pint. They keep this intoxicating juice with great care from their women. Table they have none, but their apparatus for eating is set out with great neatness, though the articles are too simple and too few to allow anything for show, and they commonly eat alone. But when a stranger happens to visit them, he sometimes makes a second in their mess. Of the meal of one of their principal people, I shall give a particular description. He sits down under the shade of the next tree, or on the shady side of his house, and a large quantity of leaves, either of the breadfruit or banana, are neatly spread before him upon the ground as a tablecloth. A basket is then set by him that contains his provision, which, if fish or flesh, is ready dressed and wrapped up in leaves, and 2 cocoa-nut shells, one full of salt water and the other of fresh. His attendants, which are not few, seat themselves round him, and when all is ready, he begins by washing his hands and his mouth thoroughly with the fresh water, and this he repeats almost continually throughout the whole meal. He then takes part of his provision out of the basket, which generally consists of a small fish or 2 or 3 breadfruits, 14 or 15 ripe bananas, or 6 or 7 apples. He first takes half a breadfruit, peels off the rind, and takes out the core with his nails. Of this, he puts as much into his mouth as it can hold, and while he chews it, takes the fish out of the leaves and breaks one of them into the salt water, placing the other, and what remains of the breadfruit, upon the leaves that have been spread before him. When this is done, he takes up a small piece of the fish that has been broken into the salt water with all the fingers of one hand and sucks it into his mouth so as to get with it as much of the salt water as possible. In the same manner, he takes the rest by different morsels, and between each, at least very frequently, takes a small sup of the salt water, either out of the cocoa-nut shell or the palm of his hand. In the meantime, one of his attendants has prepared a young cocoa-nut by peeling off the outer rind with his teeth, an operation which to an European appears very surprising. But it depends so much upon sleight that many of us were able to do it before we left the island, and some that could scarcely crack a filbert. The matter, when he chooses to drink, takes the cocoa-nut thus prepared, and boring a hole through the shell with his singer or breaking it with a stone, he sucks out the liquor. When he has eaten his breadfruit and fish, he begins with his plantains, one of which makes but a mouthful, though it be as big as a black pudding. If instead of plantains he has apples, he never tastes them till they have been pared. To do this, a shell is picked up from the ground, where they are always in plenty, and tossed to him by an attendant. He immediately begins to cut or scrape off the rind, but so awkwardly that great part of the fruit is wasted. If, instead of fish, he has flesh, he must have some succedaneum for a knife to divide it. And for this purpose, a piece of bamboo is tossed to him, of which he makes the necessary implement by splitting it transversely with his nail. While all this has been doing, some of his attendants have been employed in beating breadfruit with a stone pestle upon a block of wood. By being beaten in this manner, and sprinkled from time to time with water, it is reduced to the consistence of a soft paste, and is then put into a vessel somewhat like a butcher's tray, and either made up alone or mixed with banana or mahai, according to the taste of the master, by pouring water upon it by degrees and squeezing it often through the hand. Under this operation, it acquires the consistence of a thick custard, and a large cocoa-nut shell full of it being set before him, he sips it as we should do a jelly if we had no spoon to take it from the glass. The meal is then finished by again washing his hands and his mouth, after which the cocoa-nut shells are cleaned and everything that is left is replaced in the basket. The quantity of food which these people eat at a meal is prodigious. I have seen one man devour 2 or 3 fishes as big as a perch, 3 breadfruits, each bigger than 2 fists, 14 or 15 plantains or bananas, each of them 6 or 7 inches long and 4 or 5 round, and near a quart of the pounded breadfruit, which is as substantial as the thickest unbaked custard. This is so extraordinary that I scarcely expect to be believed, and I would not have related it upon my own single testimony. But Mr. Banks, Dr. Solander, and most of the other gentlemen have had ocular demonstration of its truth, and know that I mention them upon the occasion. It is very wonderful that these people, who are remarkably fond of society, and particularly that of their women, should exclude its pleasures from the table, where among all other nations, whether civil or savage, they have been principally enjoyed. How a meal, which everywhere else brings families and friends together, came to separate them here, we often inquired, but could never learn. They eat alone, they said, because it was right. But why it was right to cat alone, they never attempted to tell us. Such, however, was the force of habit, that they expressed the strongest dislike and even disgust at our eating in society, especially with our women, and of the same victuals. At first we thought this strange singularity arose from some superstitious opinion, but they constantly affirmed the contrary. We observed also some caprices in the custom, for which we could as little account as for the custom itself. We could never prevail with any of the women to partake of the victuals at our table when we were dining in company, yet they would go 5 or 6 together into the servants' apartments, and there eat very heartily of whatever they could, and of which I have before given a particular instance, nor were they in the least disconcerted if we came in while they were doing it. When any of us have been alone with a woman, she has sometimes eaten in our company. But then she has expressed the greatest unwillingness that it should be known, and always extorted the strongest promises of secrecy. Among themselves, even 2 brothers and 2 sisters have each their separate baskets, with provision and the apparatus of their meal. When they first visited us at our tents, each brought his basket with him. And when we sat down to table, they would go out, sit down upon the ground, at 2 or 3 yards distance from each other, and turning their faces different ways, take their repast without interchanging a single word. The women not only abstain from eating with the men and of the same victuals, but even have their victuals separately prepared by boys kept for that purpose, who deposit it in a separate shed and attend them with it at their meals. But though they would not eat with us or with each other, they have often asked us to eat with them, when we have visited those with whom we were particularly acquainted at their houses. And we have often upon such occasions eaten out of the same basket and drunk out of the same cup. The elder women, however, always appeared to be offended at this liberty, and if we happened to touch their victuals, or even the basket that contained it, would throw it away. After meals, and in the heat of the day, the middle-aged people of the better fort generally sleep. They are indeed extremely indolent, and sleeping and eating is almost all that they do. Those that are older are less drowsy, and the boys and girls are kept awake by the natural activity and sprightliness of their age. Their amusements have occasionally been mentioned in my account of the incidents that happened during our residence in this island, particularly music, dancing, wrestling, and shooting with the bow. They also sometimes vie with each other in throwing a lance. As shooting is not at a mark but for distance, throwing the lance is not for distance but at a mark. The weapon is about 9 feet long, the mark is the bowl of a plantain, and the distance about 20 yards. Their only musical instruments are flutes and drums. The flutes are made of a hollow bamboo about a foot long, and, as has been observed before, have only 2 stops, and consequently but 4 notes, out of which they seem hitherto to have formed but 1 tune. To these stops they apply the foresinger of the left hand and the middle singer of the right. The drum is made of a hollow block of wood, of a cylindrical form, solid at one end and covered at the other with shark's skin. These they beat not with sticks, but their hands, and they know how to tune 2 drums of different notes into concord. They have also an expedient to bring the flutes that play together into unison, which is to roll up a leaf so as to slip over the end of the shortest, like our sliding tubes for telescopes, which they move up or down till the purpose is answered, of which they seem to judge by their ear with great nicety. To these instruments they sing, and as I have observed before, their songs are often extempore. They call every 2 verses or couplet a song. Pehe they are generally, though not always in rhyme, and when pronounced by the natives, we could discover that they were metre. Mr. Banks took great pains to write down some of them which were made upon our arrival, as nearly as he could express their founds by combinations of our letters. But when we read them, not having their accent, we could scarcely make them either metre or rhyme. The reader will easily perceive that they are of very different structure. Of these verses, our knowledge of the language is too imperfect to attempt a translation. They frequently amuse themselves by singing such couplets as these when they are alone, or with their families, especially after it is dark. For though they need no fires, they are not without the comfort of artificial light between sunset and bedtime. Their candles are made of the kernels of a kind of oily nut, which they stick one over another upon a skewer that is thrust through the middle of them. The upper one being lighted, burns down to the second, at the same time consuming that part of the skewer which goes through it. The second, taking fire, burns in the same manner down to the third, and so of the rest. Some of these candles will burn a considerable time, and they give a very tolerable light. They do not often sit up above an hour after it is dark, but when they have strangers who sleep in the house, they generally keep a light burning all night, possibly as a check upon such of the women as they wish not to honour them with their favours. Of their itinerary concerts, I need add nothing to what has been said already. especially as I shall have occasion, more particularly, to mention them when I relate our adventures upon another island. In other countries, the girls and unmarried women are supposed to be wholly ignorant of what others upon some occasions may appear to know, and their conduct and conversation are consequently restrained within narrower bounds and kept at a more remote distance from whatever relates to a connection with the other sex. But here, it is just contrary. Among other diversions, there is a dance called Timarodi, which is performed by young girls whenever 8 or 10 of them can be collected together, consisting of motions and gestures beyond imagination wanton, in the practice of which they are brought up from their earliest childhood, accompanied by words which, if it were possible, would more explicitly convey the same ideas. In these dances they keep time with an exactness which is scarcely excelled by the best performers upon the stages of Europe. But the practice which is allowed to the virgin is prohibited to the woman from the moment that she has put these hopeful lessons in practice and realized the symbols of the dance. It cannot be supposed that among these people chastity is held in much estimation. It might be expected that sisters and daughters would be offered to strangers either as a courtesy or for reward, and that breaches of conjugal fidelity, even in the wife, should not be otherwise punished than by a few hard words or perhaps a slight beating, as indeed is the case. But there is a scale in dissolute sensuality, which these people have ascended, wholly unknown to every other nation, whose manners have been recorded from the beginning of the world to the present hour, and which no imagination could possibly conceive. A very considerable number of the principal people of Otaheite, of both sexes, have formed themselves into a society, in which every woman is common to every man, thus securing a perpetual variety as often as their inclination prompts them to seek it, which is so frequent that the same man and woman seldom cohabit together more than 2 or 3 days. These societies are distinguished by the name of arkoi, and the members have meetings at which no other is present, where the men amuse themselves by wrestling, and the women, notwithstanding their occasional connection with different men, dance the Timarodi in all its latitude as an incitement to desires which it is said are frequently gratified upon the spot. This, however, is comparatively nothing. If any of the women happen to be with child, which in this manner of life happens less frequently than if they were to cohabit only with one man, the poor infant is smothered the moment it is born, that it may be no encumbrance to the father, nor interrupt the mother in the pleasures of her diabolical prostitution. It sometimes indeed happens that the passion which prompts a woman to enter into this society is surmounted when she becomes a mother, by that instinctive affection which nature has given to all creatures for the preservation of their offspring. But even in this case, she is not permitted to spare the life of her infant, except she can find a man who will patronize it as his child. If this can be done, the murder is prevented. But both the man and woman, being deemed by this act to have appropriated each other, are ejected from the community and forfeit all claim to the privileges and pleasures of Arioi for the future, the woman from that time being distinguished by the term wanonau, bearer of children, which is here a term of reproach, though none can be more honourable in the estimation of wisdom and humanity, of right reason, and every passion that distinguishes the man from the brute. It is not sit that a practice so horrid and so strange should be imputed to human beings upon slight evidence, but I have such as abundantly justifies me in the account I have given. The people themselves are so far from concealing their connection with such a society as a disgrace that they boast of it as a privilege, and both myself and Mr. Banks, when particular persons have been pointed out to us as members of the Arioi, have questioned them about it, and received the account that has been here given from their own lips. They have acknowledged that they had long been of this accursed society, that they belonged to it at that time, and that several of their children had been put to death. But I must not conclude my account of the domestic life of these people without mentioning their personal cleanliness. If that which lessens the good of life and increases the evil is vice, surely cleanliness is a virtue, The want of it tends to destroy both beauty and health and mingles disgust with our best pleasures. The natives of Otaheite, both men and women, constantly wash their whole bodies in running water 3 times every day. Once as soon as they rise in the morning, once at noon, and again before they sleep at night, whether the sea or river is near them or at a distance. I have already observed that they wash not only the mouth but the hands at their meals, almost between every morsel, and their clothes as well as their persons are kept without spot or stain, so that in a large company of these people nothing is suffered but heat, which perhaps is more than can be said of the politest assembly in Europe. The First Voyage of Captain James Cook, Volume 2, Book 1. An account of a voyage round the world in the years 1768, 1769, 1770 and 1771 by Lieutenant James Cook, commander of His Majesty's bark the Endeavour. Chapter 18. Of the manufactures, boats and navigation of Otaheite. If necessity is the mother of invention, it cannot be supposed to have been much exerted where the liberality of nature has rendered the diligence of art almost superfluous. Yet there are many instances both of ingenuity and labour among these people, which, considering the want of metal for tools, do honour to both. Their principal manufacture is their cloth, in the making and dyeing of which I think there are some particulars which may instruct even the artificers of Great Britain, and for that reason my description will be more minute. Their cloth is of 3 kinds, and it is made of the bark of 3 different trees, the Chinese paper mulberry, the breadfruit tree, and the tree which resembles the wild fig tree of the West Indies. The finest and whitest is made of the paper mulberry, auta. This is worn chiefly by the principal people, and when it is dyed red, takes a better colour. A second fort, inferior in whiteness and softness, is made of the breadfruit tree, uru, and worn chiefly by the inferior people, and a third of the tree that resembles the fig, which is coarse and harsh, and of the colour of the darkest brown paper. This, though it is less pleasing both to the eye and the touch, is the most valuable, because it resists water, which the other 2 sorts will not. Of this, which is the most rare as well as the most useful, the greater part is perfumed and worn by the chiefs as a morning dress. All these trees are propagated with great care, particularly the mulberry, which covers the largest part of the cultivated land and is not fit for use after 2 or 3 years' growth, when it is about 6 or 8 feet high and somewhat thicker than a man's thumb. Its excellence is to be thin, straight, tall, and without branches. The lower leaves, therefore, are carefully plucked off with their germs as often as there is any appearance of their producing a branch. But though the cloth made of these 3 trees is different, it is all manufactured in the same manner. I shall therefore describe the process only in the fine sort that is made of the mulberry. When the trees are of a proper size, they are drawn up and stripped of their branches, after which the roots and tops are cut off. The bark of these rods being then slit up longitudinally is easily drawn off, and, when a proper quantity has been procured, it is carried down to some running water, in which it is deposited to soak and secured from sloting away by heavy stones. When it is supposed to be sufficiently softened, the women servants go down to the brook and, stripping themselves, sit down in the water to separate the inner bark from the green part on the outside. To do this, they place the underside upon a flat, smooth board, and with the shell which our dealers call tiger's tongue, Telina gargardia, scrape it very carefully, dipping it continually in the water till nothing remains but the fine fibres of the inner coat. Being thus prepared in the afternoon, they are spread out upon plantain leaves in the evening. And in this part of the work there appears to be some difficulty, as the mistress of the family always superintends the doing of it. They are placed in lengths of about 11 or 12 yards, one by the side of another, till they are about a foot broad, and 2 or 3 layers are also laid one upon the other. Care is taken that the cloth shall be in all parts of an equal thickness, so that if the bark happens to be thinner in any particular part of one layer than the rest, a piece that is somewhat thicker is picked out to be laid over it in the next. In this state, it remains till the morning, when great part of the water which it contained when it was laid out is either drained off or evaporated, and the several fibres adhere together, so as that the whole may be raised from the ground in one piece. It is then taken away and laid upon the smooth side of a long piece of wood, prepared for the purpose and beaten by the women servants, with instruments about a foot long and 3 inches thick, made of a hard wood which they call etoa. The shape of this instrument is not unlike a square razor strop, only that the handle is longer, and each of its 4 sides or faces is marked lengthways, with small grooves or furrows of different degrees of fineness, those on one side being of a width and depth sufficient to receive a small pack thread, and the others finer in a regular gradation, so that the last are not more than equal to sewing silk. They beat it first with the coarsest side of this mallet, keeping time like our smiths. It spreads very fast under the strokes, chiefly, however, in the breadth, and the grooves in the mallet mark it with the appearance of threads. It is successively beaten with the other sides, last with the finest, and is then fit for use. Sometimes, however, it is made still thinner by beating it with the finest side of the mallet, after it has been several times doubled. It is then called hobu, and is almost as thin as a muslin. It becomes very white by being bleached in the air, but is made still whiter and softer by being washed and beaten again, after it has been worn. Of this cloth there are several sorts, of different degrees of fineness, in proportion as it is more or less beaten without being doubled. The other cloth also differs in proportion as it is beaten, but they differ from each other in consequence of the different materials of which they are made. The bark of the breadfruit is not taken till the trees are considerably longer and thicker than those of the fig. The process afterwards is the same. When cloth is to be washed after it has been worn, it is taken down to the brook and left to soak, being kept fast to the bottom, as at first, by a stone. It is then gently wrung or squeezed, and sometimes several pieces of it are laid one upon another and beaten together with the coarsest side of the mallet, and they are then equal in thickness to broadcloth, and much more soft and agreeable to the touch, after they have been a little while in use, though, when they come immediately from the mallet, they feel as if they had been starched. This cloth sometimes breaks in the beating, but is easily repaired by pasting on a patch with a gluten that is prepared from the root of the pea, which is done so nicely that it cannot be discovered. The women also employ themselves in removing blemishes of every kind, as our ladies do in needlework or knotting. Sometimes, when their work is intended to be very fine, they will paste an entire covering of hobu over the whole. The principal excellencies of this cloth are its coolness and softness, and its imperfections, its being pervious to water like paper and almost as easily torn. The colours with which they dye this cloth are principally red and yellow. The red is exceedingly beautiful, and I may venture to say, a brighter and more delicate colour than any we have in Europe. That which approaches nearest is our full scarlet, and the best imitation which Mr. Banks's natural history painter could produce was by a mixture of vermilion and carmine. The yellow is also a bright colour, but we have many as good. The red colour is produced by the mixture of the juices of 2 vegetables, neither of which separately has the least tendency to that hue. One is a species of fig, called here mat, and the other the cordia sebestina, or etu. Of the fig the fruit is used, and of the cordia the leaves. The fruit of the fig is about as big as a rouncival pea, or very small gooseberry, and each of them, upon breaking off the stalk very close, produces 1 drop of a milky liquor resembling the juice of our figs, of which the tree is indeed a species. This liquor the women collect into a small quantity of cocoa-nut water. To prepare a gill of cocoa-nut water will require between 3 and 4 quarts of these little figs. When a sufficient quantity is prepared, the leaves of the etu are well wetted in it, and then laid upon a plantain leaf, where they are turned about till they become more and more flaccid, and then they are gently squeezed, gradually increasing the pressure, but so as not to break them. As the flaccidity increases and they become spongy, they are supplied with more of the liquor. In about 5 minutes, the colour begins to appear upon the veins of the leaves, and in about 10 or a little more, they are perfectly saturated with it. They are then squeezed with as much force as can be applied, and the liquor strained at the same time that it is expressed. For this purpose, the boys prepare a large quantity of the mu by drawing it between their teeth, or 2 little sticks, till it is freed from the green bark and the branny substance that lies under it, and a thin web of the fibres only remains. In this, the leaves of the etu are enveloped, and through these, the juice which they contain is strained as it is forced out. As the leaves are not succulent, little more juice is pressed out of them than they have imbibed. When they have been once emptied, they are filled again, and again pressed till the quality which tinctures the liquor as it passes through them is exhausted. They are then thrown away. But the mu, being deeply stained with the colour, is preserved, as a brush to lay the dye upon the cloth. The expressed liquor is always received into small cups made of the plantain leaf, whether from a notion that it has any quality favourable to the colour, or from the facility with which it is procured, and the convenience of small vessels to distribute it among the artificers, I do not know. Of the thin cloth they seldom dye more than the edges, but the thick cloth is coloured through the whole surface. The liquor is indeed used rather as a pigment than a dye, for a coat of it is laid upon one side only, with the fibres of the mu, and though I have seen of the thin cloth that has appeared to have been soaked in the liquor, the colour has not had the same richness and loutre as when it has been applied in the other manner. Though the leaf of the etu is generally used in this process and probably produces the finest colour, yet the juice of the figs will produce a red by a mixture with the species of tournefortia which they call tahenu, the pohue, the urhe, or Convolvulus brasiliensis, and a species of solanum called ebua. From the use of these different plants, or from different proportions of the materials, many varieties are observable in the colours of their cloth, some of which are conspicuously superior to others. The beauty, however, of the best is not permanent, but it is probable that some method might be found to six it, if proper experiments were made, and perhaps to search for latent qualities, which may be brought out by the mixture of one vegetable juice with another, would not be an unprofitable employment. Our present most valuable dyes afford sufficient encouragement to the attempt, for by the mere inspection of indigo, woad, dyer's weed, and most of the leaves which are used for the like purposes, the colours which they yield could never be discovered. Of this Indian red I shall only add that the women who have been employed in preparing or using it carefully preserve the colour upon their fingers and nails, where it appears in its utmost beauty as a great ornament. The yellow is made of the bark of the root of the Morinda citrifolia called nono, by scraping and infusing it in water. After standing some time, the water is strained and used as a dye, the cloth being dipped into it. The Morinda, of which this is a species, seems to be a good subject for examination with a view to dyeing. Brown, in his History of Jamaica, mentions 3 species of it, which he says are used to dye brown, and Rumphius says of the Bancuda augustifolia, which is nearly allied to our nono, that it is used by the inhabitants of the East Indian Islands as a fixing drug for red colours with which it particularly agrees. The inhabitants of this island also dye yellow with the fruit of the tamanu, but how the colour is extracted we had no opportunity to discover. They have also a preparation with which they dye brown and black. But these colours are so indifferent that the method of preparing them did not excite our curiosity. Another considerable manufacture is matting of various kinds, some of which is finer and better in every respect than any we have in Europe. The coarser sort serves them to sleep upon, and the finer to wear in wet weather. With the fine, of which there are also 2 sorts, much pains is taken, especially with that made of the bark of the poeru, the hibiscus tiliaceus of Linnaeus, some of which is as fine as a coarse cloth. The other sort, which is still more beautiful, they call van. It is white, glossy and shining, and is made of the leaves of their huaro, a species of the pandanus, of which we had no opportunity to see either the flowers or fruit. They have other mats, or as they call them mocas, to sit or to sleep upon, which are formed of a great variety of rushes and grass, and which they make, as they do everything else that is plaited, with amazing facility and dispatch. They are also very dexterous in making basket and wicker work. Their baskets are of 1,000 different patterns, many of them exceedingly neat, and the making them is an art that everyone practices, both men and women. They make occasional baskets and panniers of the coconut leaf in a few minutes, and the women who visited us early in a morning used to send, as soon as the sun was high, for a few of the leaves, of which they made little bonnets to shade their faces, at so small an expense of time and trouble, that, when the sun was again low in the evening, they used to throw them away. These bonnets, however, did not cover the head, but consisted only of a band that went round it, and a shade that projected from the forehead. Of the bark of the puero, they make ropes and lines, from the thickness of an inch to the size of a small pack thread. With these they make nets for fishing. Of the fibres of the coconut they make thread, for fastening together the several parts of their canoes, and belts, either round or slat, twitted or plaited. And of the bark of the eroa, a kind of nettle which grows in the mountains, and is therefore rather scarce, they make the best fishing lines in the world. With these they hold the strongest and most active fish, such as bonitas and albicores, which would snap our strongest silk lines in a minute, though they are twice as thick. They make also a kind of seine, of a coarse broad grass, the blades of which are like flags. These they twill and tie together in a loose manner, till the net, which is about as wide as a large sack, is from 60 to 80 fathom long. This they haul in shoal smooth water, and its own weight keeps it so close to the ground that scarcely a single fish can escape. In every expedient indeed for taking fish, they are exceedingly ingenious. They make harpoons of cane, and point them with hard wood, which in their hands strike fish more effectually than those which are headed with iron can do in ours, setting aside the advantage of ours being fastened to a line, so that the fish is secured if the hook takes place, though it does not mortally wound him. Of fish hooks they have two sorts, admirably adapted in their construction as well to the purpose they are to answer, as to the materials of which they are made. One of these, which they call riti, is used for towing. The shank is made of mother of pearl, the most glossy that can be got. The inside, which is naturally the brightest, is put behind. To these hooks, a tuft of white dog's or hog's hair is fixed, so as somewhat to resemble the tail of a fish. These implements, therefore, are both hook and bait, and are used with a rod of bamboo and line of eroa. The fisher, to secure his success, watches the flight of the birds which constantly attend the bonitas when they swim in shoals, by which he directs his canoe, and when he has the advantage of these guides, he seldom returns without a prize. The other kind of hook is also made of mother of pearl, or some other hard shell. They cannot make them bearded like our hooks, but to effect the same purpose, they make the point turn inwards. These are made of all sizes and used to catch various kinds of fish with great success. The manner of making them is very simple, and every fisherman is his own artificer. The shell is first cut into square pieces by the edge of another shell, and wrought into a form corresponding with the outline of the hook by pieces of coral, which are sufficiently rough to perform the office of a file. A hole is then bored in the middle, the drill being no other than the first stone they pick up that has a sharp corner. This they six into the end of a piece of bamboo and turn it between the hands like a chocolate mill. When the shell is perforated and the hole sufficiently wide, a small file of coral is introduced, by the application of which the hook is in a short time completed, few costing the artificer more time than a quarter of an hour. Of their masonry, carving and architecture, the reader has already formed some idea from the account that has been given of the maraes, or repositories of the dead. The other most important article of building and carving is their boats. And perhaps, to fabricate one of their principal vessels with their tools is as great a work as to build a British man of war with ours. They have an adze of stone, a chisel or gouge of bone, generally that of a man's arm between the wrist and elbow, a rasp of coral, and the skin of a stingray with coral sand as a file or polisher. This is a complete catalogue of their tools, and with these they build houses, construct canoes, hew stone, and fell, cleave, carve and polish timber. The stone which makes the blade of their adzes is a kind of basaltes, of a blackish or grey colour, not very hard, but of considerable toughness. They are formed of different sizes. Some, that are intended for felling, weigh from 6 to 8 pounds. Others, that are used for carving, not more than so many ounces. But it is necessary to sharpen both almost every minute, for which purpose a stone and a coconut shell full of water are always at hand. Their greatest exploit, to which these tools are less equal than to any other, is felling a tree. This requires many hands and the constant labour of several days. When it is down, they split it, with the grain, into planks from 3 to 4 inches thick. The whole length and breadth of the tree, many of which are 8 feet in the girt and 40 to the branches, and nearly of the same thickness throughout. The tree generally used is in their language called avi, the stem of which is tall and straight, though some of the smaller boats are made of the breadfruit tree, which is a light spongy wood and easily wrought. They smooth the plank very expeditiously and dexterously with their adzes, and can take off a thin coat from a whole plank without missing a stroke. As they have not the art of warping a plank, every part of the canoe, whether hollow or flat, is shaped by hand. The canoes, or boats, which are used by the inhabitants of this and the neighbouring islands, may be divided into 2 general classes, one of which they call ivahars, the other pahias. The ivaha is used for short excursions to sea, and is wall-sided and flat-bottomed, the pahi for longer voyages, and is bow-sided and sharp-bottomed. The ivahars are all of the same figure, but of different sizes and used for different purposes. Their length is from 72 feet to 10, but the breadth is by no means in proportion, for those of 10 feet are about a foot wide, and those of more than 70 arc scarcely 2. There is the fighting ivahar, the fishing ivahar, and the travelling ivahar, for some of these go from one island to another. The fighting ivahar is by far the longest, and the head and stern are considerably raised above the body in a semicircular form, particularly the stern, which is sometimes 17 or 18 feet high, though the boat itself is scarcely 3. These never go to sea single, but are fastened together, side by side, at the distance of about 3 feet, by strong poles of wood which are laid across them and lashed to the gunwales. Upon these, in the forepart, a stage or platform is raised, about 10 or 12 feet long, and somewhat wider than the boats, which is supported by pillars about 6 feet high. Upon this stage stand the fighting men, whose missile weapons are slings and spears. For, among other singularities in the manners of these people, their bows and arrows are used only for diversion, as we throw quoits. Below these stages sit the rowers, who receive from them those that are wounded, and furnish fresh men to ascend in their room. Some of these have a platform of bamboos or other light wood through their whole length and considerably broader, by means of which they will carry a great number of men. But we saw only one fitted in this manner. The fishing ivahars vary in length from about 40 feet to the smallest size, which is about 10. All that are of the length of 25 feet and upwards, of whatever sort, occasionally carry sail. The travelling ivahar is always double, and furnished with a small neat house about 5 or 6 feet broad and 6 or 7 feet long, which is fastened upon the forepart for the convenience of the principal people, who fit in them by day and sleep in them at night. The fishing ivahars are sometimes joined together and have a house on board, but this is not common. Those which are shorter than 5 and 20 feet seldom or never carry sail, and, though the stern rises about 4 or 5 feet, have a flat head and a board that projects forward about 4 feet. The pahier is also of different sizes from 60 to 30 feet long, but like the ivahar, is very narrow. One that I measured was 51 feet long and only 1.5 feet wide at the top. In the widest part, it was about 3 feet, and this is the general proportion. It does not, however, widen by a gradual swell, but the fides being straight and parallel for a little way below the gunwale, it swells abruptly and draws to a ridge at the bottom, so that a transverse section of it has somewhat the appearance of the mark upon cards called a spade, the whole being much wider in proportion to its length. These, like the largest ivahars, are used for sighting, but principally for long voyages. The sighting pahi, which is the largest, is fitted with the stage or platform, which is proportionably larger than those of the ivahar, as their form enables them to sustain a much greater weight. Those that are used for sailing are generally double, and the middle size are said to be the best sea boats. They are sometimes out a month together, going from island to island, and sometimes, as we were credibly informed, they are a fortnight or 20 days at sea, and could keep it longer if they had more stowage for provisions and conveniencies to hold fresh water. When any of these boats carry sail single, they make use of a log of wood, which is fastened to the end of 2 poles that lie across the vessel and project from 6 to 10 feet according to the size of the vessel beyond its side, somewhat like what is used by the flying proa of the Ladrone Islands, and called in the account of Lord Anson's voyage an outrigger. To this outrigger the shrouds are fastened, and it is essentially necessary in trimming the boat when it blows fresh. Some of them have 1 mast, and some 2. They are made of a single stick, and when the length of the canoe is 30 feet, that of the mast is somewhat less than 25. It is fixed to a frame that is above the canoe and receives a sail of matting about 1/3 longer than itself. The sail is pointed at the top, square at the bottom, and curved at the side, somewhat resembling what we call a shoulder of mutton sail and use for boats belonging to men of war. It is placed in a frame of wood, which surrounds it on every side, and has no contrivance either for reefing or furling, so that, if either should become necessary, it must be cut away, which, however, in these equal climates can seldom happen. At the top of the mast are fastened ornaments of feathers, which are placed inclining obliquely forwards, the shape and position of which will be conceived at once from the figure in one of the cuts. The oars or paddles that are used with these boats have a long handle and a flat blade, not unlike a baker's peel. Of these, every person in the boat has one, except those that sit under the awning, and they push her forward with them at a good rate. These boats, however, admit so much water at the seams that one person at least is continually employed in throwing it out. The only thing in which they excel is landing and putting off from the shore in a surf. By their great length and high sterns they land dry, when our boats could scarcely land at all, and have the same advantages in putting off by the height of the head. The ivahars are the only boats that are used by the inhabitants of Otaheite, but we saw several pies that came from other islands. Of one of these I shall give the exact dimensions from a careful admeasurement, and then particularly describe the manner in which they are built. To illustrate my description of the manner in which these vessels are built, it will be necessary to refer to the figure, in which AA is the first seam, BB the second, and CC the third. The first stage or keel under AA is made of a tree hollowed out like a trough, for which the longest trees are chosen that can be got, so that there are never more than 3 in the whole length. The next stage, under BB, is formed of straight plank, about 4 feet long, 15 inches broad, and 2 inches thick. The third stage, under CC, is, like the bottom made of trunks, hollowed into its bilging form. The last is also cut out of trunks, so that the moulding is of one piece with the upright. To form these parts separately, without saw, plane, chisel, or any other iron tool, may well be thought no easy task, but the great difficulty is to join them together. When all the parts are prepared, the keel is laid upon blocks, and the planks, being supported by stanchions, are sewed or clamped together with strong thongs of plaiting, which are passed several times through holes that are bored with a gouge or auger of bone that has been described already, and the nicety with which this is done may be inferred from their being sufficiently watertight for use without corking. As the plaiting soon rots in the water, it is renewed at least once a year, in order to which the vessel is taken entirely to pieces. The head and stern are rude with respect to the design, but very neatly finished and polished to the highest degree. These pahis are kept with great care in a kind of house built on purpose for their reception. The houses are formed of poles set upright in the ground, the tops of which are drawn towards each other and fastened together with their strongest cord, so as to form a kind of Gothic arch, which is completely thatched quite to the ground, being open only at the ends. They are sometimes 50 or 60 paces long. As connected with the navigation of these people, I shall mention their wonderful sagacity in foretelling the weather, at least the quarter from which the wind shall blow at a future time. They have several ways of doing this, of which, however, I know but one. They say that the Milky Way is always curved laterally, but sometimes in one direction and sometimes in another, and that this curvature is the effect of its being already acted upon by the wind and its hollow part therefore towards it, so that, if the same curvature continues a night, a corresponding wind certainly blows the next day. Of their rules I shall not pretend to judge, but I know that, by whatever means, they can predict the weather, at least the wind, with much greater certainty than we can. In their longer voyages, they steer by the sun in the day, and in the night by the stars, all of which they distinguish separately by names, and know in what part of the heavens they will appear in any of the months during which they are visible in their horizon. They also know the time of their annual appearing and disappearing with more precision than will easily be believed by an European astronomer. The First Voyage of Captain James Cook, Volume 2, Book 1, An Account of a Voyage Round the World in the years 1768, 1769, 1770 and 1771 by Lieutenant James Cook, Commander of His Majesty's bark the Endeavour. Chapter 19 of the Division of Time in Otaheite, Numeration, Computation of Distance, Language, Diseases, Disposal of the Dead, Religion, War, Weapons and Government, with some general observations for the use of future navigators. We were not able to acquire a perfect idea of their method of dividing time, but observed that in speaking of it, either past or to come, they never used any term but malama, which signifies moon. Of these moons they count 13, and then begin again, which is a demonstration that they have a notion of the solar year. But how they compute their months so that 13 of them shall be commensurate with the year, we could not discover. For they say that each month has 29 days, including one in which the moon is not visible. They have names for them separately, and have frequently told us the fruits that would be in season, and the weather that would prevail in each of them. And they have indeed a name for them collectively, though they use it only when they speak of the mysteries of their religion. Every day is subdivided into 12 parts, each of 2 hours, of which 6 belong to the day and 6 to the night. At these divisions, they guess pretty nearly by the height of the sun while he is above the horizon. But there are few of them that can guess at them, when he is below it, by the stars. In numeration they proceed from 1 to 10, the number of fingers on both hands. And though they have for each number a different name, they generally take hold of their fingers one by one, shifting from one hand to the other till they come to the number they want to express. And in other instances, we observed that, when they were conversing with each other, they joined signs to their words, which were so expressive that a stranger might easily apprehend their meaning. In counting from 10, they repeat the name of that number and add the word more. 10 and 1 more is 11. 10 and 2 more, 12. And so of the rest, as we say 1 and 20, 2 and 20. When they come to 10 and 10 more, they have a new denomination, as we say a score. And by these scores they count till they get 10 of them, when they have a denomination for 200, and we never could discover that they had any denomination to express a greater number. Neither, indeed, do they seem to want any, for 10 of these amount to 2,000, a greater number than they can ever apply. In measuring distance they are much more deficient than in computing numbers, having but one term which answers to fathom. When they speak of distances from place to place, they express it, like the Asiatics, by the time that is required to pass it. Their language is soft and melodious. It abounds with vowels, and we easily learnt to pronounce it, but found it exceedingly difficult to teach them to pronounce a single word of ours. Probably not only from its abounding in consonants, but from some peculiarity in its structure. For Spanish and Italian words, if ending in a vowel, they pronounced with great facility. Whether it is copious, we were not sufficiently acquainted with it to know, but it is certainly very imperfect, for it is almost totally without inflection, both of nouns and verbs. Few of the nouns have more than one case, and few of the verbs more than one tense. Yet we found no great difficulty in making ourselves mutually understood, however strange it may appear in speculation. They have, however, certain affixa, which, though but few in number, are very useful to them, and puzzled us extremely. One asks another, Hareheya, where are you going? The other answers Iva Hinera, to my wives, upon which the first repeating the answer interrogatively, to your wives, is answered, Iva Hinerera, yes, I am going to my wives. Here the suffixa era and era save several words to both parties. Among people whose food is so simple, and who in general are seldom drunk, it is scarcely necessary to say that there are but few diseases. We saw no critical disease during our stay upon the island, and but few instances of sickness, which were accidental fits of the colic. The natives, however, are afflicted with the erysipelas and cutaneous eruptions of the scaly kind, very nearly approaching to a leprosy. Those in whom this distemper was far advanced lived in a state of seclusion from all society, each in a small house built upon some unfrequented spot where they were supplied with provisions, but whether they had any hope of relief or languished out the remainder of their lives in solitude and despair, we could not learn. We observed also a few who had ulcers upon different parts of their bodies, some of which had a very virulent appearance, yet they seemed not much to be regarded by those who were afflicted with them, for they were left entirely without application, even to keep off the flies. Where intemperance produces no diseases, there will be no physicians by profession. Yet where there is sufferance, there will always be attempts to relieve. And where the cause of the mischief and the remedy are alike unknown, these will naturally be directed by superstition. Thus it happens that in this country, and in all others which are not further injured by luxury or improved by knowledge, the management of the sick falls to the lot of the priest. The method of cure that is practiced by the priests of Otaheite consists chiefly of prayers and ceremonies. When he visits his patient, he repeats certain sentences, which appear to be set forms contrived for the occasion, and at the same time plats the leaves of the cocoa nut into different figures very neatly. Some of these he fastens to the fingers and toes of the sick, and often leaves behind him a few branches of the Thespecia populnea, which they call a midho. These ceremonies are repeated till the patient recovers or dies. If he recovers, they say the remedies cured him. If he dies, they say the disease was incurable, in which perhaps they do not much differ from the custom of other countries. If we had judged of their skill in surgery from the dreadful seers which we sometimes saw, we should have supposed it to be much superior to the art not only of their physicians, but of ours. We saw one man whose face was almost entirely destroyed. His nose, including the bone, was perfectly flat, and one cheek and one eye were so beaten in that the hollow would almost receive a man's fist, yet no ulcer remained. And our companion, Tupia, had been pierced quite through his body by a spear headed with the bone of the stingray, the weapon having entered his back and come out just under his breast. But except in reducing dislocations and fractures, the best surgeon can contribute very little to the cure of a wound. The blood itself is the best vulnerary balsam, and when the juices of the body are pure and the patient is temperate, nothing more is necessary as an aid to nature in the cure of the worst wound than the keeping it clean. Their commerce with the inhabitants of Europe has, however, already entailed upon them that dreadful curse which avenged the inhumanities committed by the Spaniards in America, the venereal disease. As it is certain that no European vessel besides our own, except the Dolphin, and the two that were under the command of Monsignor Bougainville, ever visited this island, it must have been brought either by one of them or by us. That it was not brought by the Dolphin, Captain Wallis has demonstrated in the account of her voyage, Volume 1, page 489-490. And nothing is more certain than that, when we arrived, it had made most dreadful ravages in the island. One of our people contracted it within 5 days after we went on shore, and by the inquiries among the natives, which this occasioned, we learnt, when we came to understand a little of their language, that it had been brought by the vessels which had been there about 15 months before us, and had lain on the east side of the island. They distinguished it by a name of the same import, with rottenness, but of a more extensive signification, and described in the most pathetic terms the sufferings of the first victims to its rage, and told us that it caused the hair and the nails to fall off, and the flesh to rot from the bones, that it spread a universal terror and consternation among them, so that the sick were abandoned by their nearest relations, lest the calamity should spread by contagion, and left to perish alone in such misery as till then had never been known among them. We had some reason, however, to hope that they had found out a specific to cure it. During our stay upon the island, we saw none in whom it had made a great progress, and one who went from us infected returned after a short time in perfect health. And by this it appeared either that the disease had cured itself, or that they were not unacquainted with the virtues of simples, nor implicit dupes to the superstitious follies of their priests. We endeavoured to learn the medical qualities which they imputed to their plants, but our knowledge of their language was too imperfect for us to succeed. If we could have learnt their specific for the venereal disease, if such they have, it would have been of great advantage to us, for when we left the island, it had been contracted by more than half the people on board the ship. It is impossible but that, in relating incidents, many particulars with respect to the customs, opinions, and works of these people should be anticipated. To avoid repetition, therefore, I shall only supply deficiencies. Of the manner of disposing of their dead, much has been said already. I must more explicitly observe that there are 2 places in which the dead are deposited. One a kind of shed, where the flesh is suffered to putrefy. The other an enclosure, with erections of stone, where the bones are afterwards buried. The sheds are called tupapau, and the enclosures morai. The morais are also places of worship. As soon as a native of Otaheite is known to be dead, the house is filled with relations, who deplore their loss, some by loud lamentations, and some by less clamorous but more genuine expressions of grief. Those who are in the nearest degree of kindred and are really affected by the event are silent. The rest are one moment uttering passionate exclamations in a chorus, and the next laughing and talking without the least appearance of concern. In this manner the remainder of the day on which they assemble is spent, and all the succeeding night. On the next morning the body is shrouded in their cloth, and conveyed to the seaside upon a bier which the bearers support upon their shoulders, attended by the priest, who, having prayed over the body, repeats his sentences during the procession. When it arrives at the water's edge, it is set down upon the beach. The priest renews his prayers and, taking up some of the water in his hands, sprinkles it towards the body, but not upon it. It is then carried back 40 or 50 yards, and soon after brought again to the beach, where the prayers and sprinkling are repeated. It is thus removed backwards and forwards several times, and while these ceremonies have been performing, a house has been built and a small space of ground railed in. In the centre of this house, or tupapau, posts are set up to support the bier, which is at length conveyed thither and placed upon it, and here the body remains to putrefy till the flesh is wholly wasted from the bones. These houses of corruption are of a size proportioned to the rank of the person whose body they are to contain. Those allotted to the lower class are just sufficient to cover the bier and have no railing round them. The largest we ever saw was 11 yards long, and such as these are ornamented according to the abilities and inclination of the surviving kindred, who never fail to lay a profusion of good cloth about the body, and sometimes almost cover the outside of the house. Garlands of the fruit of the palm nut or pandanus and cocoa leaves, twisted by the priests in mysterious knots, with a plant called by them ethi no morai, which is particularly consecrated to funereal solemnities, are deposited about the place. Provision and water are also left at a little distance, of which, and of other decorations, a more particular description has been given already. As soon as the body is deposited in the tupapau, the mourning is renewed. The women assemble and are led to the door by the nearest relation, who strikes a shark's tooth several times into the crown of her head. The blood copiously follows and is carefully received upon pieces of linen, which are thrown under the bier. The rest of the women follow this example, and the ceremony is repeated at the interval of 2 or 3 days, as long as the zeal and sorrow of the parties hold out. The tears also which are shed upon these occasions are received upon pieces of cloth and offered as oblations to the dead. Some of the younger people cut off their hair, and that is thrown under the bier with the other offerings. This custom is founded upon a notion that the soul of the deceased, which they believe to exist in a separate state, is hovering about the place where the body is deposited, that it observes the actions of the survivors and is gratified by such testimonies of their affection and grief. 2 or 3 days after these ceremonies have been commenced by the women, during which the men seem to be wholly insensible of their loss, they also begin to perform their part. The nearest relations take it in turn to assume the dress and perform the office which have already been particularly described in the account of Tubourai Tamaide's having acted as chief mourner to an old woman, his relation, who died while we were in the island. One part of the ceremony, however, which accounts for the running away of the people as soon as this procession is in sight, has not been mentioned. The chief mourner carries in his hand a long, flat stick, the edge of which is set with shark's teeth, and in a frenzy, which his grief is supposed to have inspired, he runs at all he sees, and if any of them happen to be overtaken, he strikes them most unmercifully with this indented cudgel, which cannot fail to wound them in a dangerous manner. These processions continue at certain intervals for 5 moons, but are less and less frequent by a gradual diminution as the end of that time approaches. When it is expired, what remains of the body is taken down from the bier, and the bones, having been scraped and washed very clean, are buried according to the rank of the person, either within or without a marae. If the deceased was an erie or chief, his skull is not buried with the rest of the bones, but is wrapped up in fine cloth and put in a kind of box made for that purpose, which is also placed in the morai. This coffer is called Uhare Note Orometua, the house of a teacher or master. After this, the mourning ceases, except some of the women continue to be really afflicted for the loss, and in that case they will sometimes suddenly wound themselves with the shark's tooth wherever they happen to be. This perhaps will account for the passion of grief in which Terapo wounded herself at the fort. Some accidental circumstance might forcibly revive the remembrance of a friend or relation whom she had lost, with a pungency of regret and tenderness which forced a vent by tears and prompted her to a repetition of the funereal rite. The ceremonies, however, do not cease with the mourning. Prayers are still said by the priest, who is well paid by the surviving relations, and offerings made at the morai. Some of the things, which from time to time are deposited there, are emblematical. A young plantain represents the deceased, and the bunch of feathers the deity who is invoked. The priest places himself over against the symbol of the god, accompanied by some of the relations who are furnished with a small offering, and repeats his oraison in a set form, consisting of separate sentences. At the same time, weaving the leaves of the cocoa nut into different forms, which he afterwards deposits upon the ground where the bones have been interred. The deity is then addressed by a shrill screech, which is used only upon that occasion. When the priest retires, the tuft of feathers is removed, and the provisions left to putrefy or be devoured by the rats. Of the religion of these people, we were not able to acquire any clear and consistent knowledge. We found it like the religion of most other countries, involved in mystery and perplexed with apparent inconsistencies. The religious language is also here, as it is in China, different from that which is used in common, so that Tupia, who took great pains to instruct us, having no words to express his meaning which we understood, gave us lectures to very little purpose. What we learnt, however, I will relate with as much perspicuity as I can. Nothing is more obvious to a rational being, however ignorant or stupid, than that the universe and its various parts, as far as they fall under his notice, were produced by some agent inconceivably more powerful than himself. And nothing is more difficult to be conceived, even by the most sagacious and knowing, than the production of them from nothing, which among us is expressed by the word creation. It is natural, therefore, as no being apparently capable of producing the universe is to be seen, that he should be supposed to reside in some distant part of it, or to be in his nature invisible, and that he should have originally produced all that now exists in a manner similar to that in which nature is renovated by the succession of one generation to another. But the idea of procreation includes in it that of two persons, and from the conjunction of two persons, these people imagine everything in the universe either originally or derivatively to proceed. The supreme deity, one of these two first beings, they call Taruatai Hetumu, and the other, whom they suppose to have been a rock, Te Papa. A daughter of these was Tetomatatayo, the year or 13 months collectively, which they never name but upon this occasion, and she, by the common father, produced the months, and the months by conjunction with each other, the days. The stars they suppose partly to be the immediate offspring of the first pair, and partly to have increased among themselves. And they have the same notion with respect to the different species of plants. Among other progeny of Taruatai Hetumu and Te Papa, they suppose an inferior race of deities whom they call Eatuas. Two of these Eatuas, they say, at some remote period of time, inhabited the earth and were the parents of the first man. When this man, their common ancestor, was born, they say that he was round like a ball, but that his mother, with great care, drew out his limbs, and having at length moulded him into his present form, she called him Eothe, which signifies finished. That being prompted by the universal instinct to propagate his kind, and being able to find no female but his mother, he begot upon her a daughter, and upon the daughter other daughters for several generations, before there was a son. A son, however, being at length born, he, by the assistance of his sisters, peopled the world. Besides their daughter Tetomatatayo, the first progenitors of nature had a son whom they called Tain. Taruatai Hetumu, the supreme deity, they emphatically style the causer of earthquakes. But their prayers are more generally addressed to Tain, whom they suppose to take a greater part in the affairs of mankind. Their subordinate deities or Eatuas, which are numerous, are of both sexes. The male are worshipped by the men, and the female by the women, and each have Moraeus to which the other sex is not admitted, though they have also Moraeus common to both. Men perform the office of priest to both sexes, but each sex has its priests, for those who officiate for one sex do not officiate for the other. They believe the immortality of the soul, at least its existence in a separate state, and that there are two situations of different degrees of happiness, somewhat analogous to our heaven and hell. The superior situation they call Tavirua Perai, the other Tiahobu. They do not, however, consider them as places of reward and punishment, but as receptacles for different classes. The first, for their chiefs and principal people, the other for those of inferior rank. For they do not suppose that their actions here in the least influence their future state, or indeed that they come under the cognizance of their deities at all. Their religion, therefore, if it has no influence upon their morals, is at least disinterested, and their expressions of adoration and reverence, whether by words or actions, arise only from a humble sense of their own inferiority and the ineffable excellence of divine perfection. The character of the priest or Tahowa is hereditary. The class is numerous and consists of all ranks of people. The chief, however, is generally the younger brother of a good family and is respected in a degree next to their kings. Of the little knowledge that is possessed in this country, the priests have the greatest share, but it consists principally in an acquaintance with the names and ranks of the different Eatuas, or subordinate divinities, and the opinions concerning the origin of things, which have been traditionally preserved among the order in detached sentences, of which some will repeat an incredible number, though but very few of the words that are used in their common dialect occur in them. The priests, however, are superior to the rest of the people in the knowledge of navigation and astronomy, and indeed the name Tahowa signifies nothing more than a man of knowledge. As there are priests of every class, they officiate only among that class to which they belong. The priest of the inferior class is never called upon by those of superior rank, nor will the priest of the superior rank officiate for any of the inferior class. Marriage in this island, as appeared to us, is nothing more than an agreement between the man and woman, with which the priest has no concern. Where it is contracted, it appears to be pretty well kept, though sometimes the parties separate by mutual consent, and in that case a divorce takes place with as little trouble as the marriage. But though the priesthood has laid the people under no tax for a nuptial benediction, there are two operations which it has appropriated, and from which it derives considerable advantages. One is tattooing, and the other circumcision, though neither of them have any connection with religion. The tattooing has been described already. Circumcision has been adopted merely from motives of cleanliness. It cannot indeed properly be called circumcision, because the prepuce is not mutilated by a circular wound, but only slit through the upper part to prevent its contracting over the glands. As neither of these can be performed by any but a priest, and as to be without either is the greatest disgrace, they may be considered as a claim to surplus fees like our marriages and christenings, which are cheerfully and liberally paid, not according to any settled stipend, but the rank and abilities of the parties or their friends. The Marae, as has already been observed, is at once a burying ground and a place of worship, and in this particular, our churches too much resemble it. The Indian, however, approaches his Marae with a reverence and humility that disgraces the Christian, not because he holds anything sacred that is there, but because he there worships an invisible divinity for whom, though he neither hopes for reward nor fears punishment, at his hand, he always expresses the profoundest homage and most humble adoration. I have already given a very particular description both of the Marae and the altars that are placed near them. When an Indian is about to worship at the Marae or brings his offering to the altar, he always uncovers his body to the waist, and his looks and attitude are such as sufficiently express a corresponding disposition of mind. It did not appear to us that these people are, in any instance, guilty of idolatry. At least they do not worship anything that is the work of their hands, nor any visible part of the creation. This island, indeed, and the rest that lie near it, have a particular bird, some a heron, and others a king's fisher, to which they pay a peculiar regard, and concerning which they have some superstitious notions with respect to good and bad fortune, as we have of the swallow and robin redbreast, giving them the name of Iatua, and by no means killing or molesting them. Yet they never address a petition to them, or approach them with any act of adoration. Though I dare not assert that these people, to whom the art of writing, and consequently the recording of laws, are utterly unknown, live under a regular form of government. Yet a subordination is established among them that greatly resembles the early state of every nation in Europe under the feudal system, which secured liberty in the most licentious excess to a few, and entailed the most abject slavery upon the rest. Their orders are Eri Rahi, which answers to king, Eri, baron, Manahuni, vassal, and Tutu, villain. The Eri Rahi, of which there are two in this island, one being the sovereign of each of the peninsulas of which it consists, is treated with great respect by all ranks, but did not appear to us to be invented with so much power as was exercised by the Eries in their own districts. Nor indeed did we, as I have before observed, once see the sovereign of Oberea no, while we were in the island. The Eries are lords of one or more of the districts into which each of the peninsulas is divided, of which there may be about 100 in the whole island, and they parcel out their territories to the Manahunis, who cultivate each his part which he holds under the baron. The lowest class, called Tutu, seem to be nearly under the same circumstances as the villains in feudal governments. These do all the laborious work. They cultivate the land under the Manahunis, who are only nominal cultivators for the lord. They fetch wood and water and, under the direction of the mistress of the family, dress the victuals. They also catch the fish. Each of the Eries keeps a kind of court and has a great number of attendants, chiefly the younger brothers of their own tribe. And among these, some hold particular offices, but of what nature exactly we could not tell. One was called the Aoa no Leri, and another the Wano no Leri, and these were frequently dispatched to us with messages. Of all the courts of these Eries, that of Tootahah was the most splendid, as indeed might reasonably be expected, because he administered the government for Utu, his nephew, who was Eri Rahi of Obakono, and lived upon his estate. The child of the baron, or Eri, as well as of the sovereign, or Eri Rehi, succeeds to the title and honours of the father as soon as it is born. So that a baron, who was yesterday called Eri, and was approached with the ceremony of lowering the garments so as to uncover the upper part of the body, is today, if his wife was last night delivered of a child, reduced to the rank of a private man, all marks of respect being transferred to the child if it is suffered to live, though the father still continues possessor and administrator of his estate. Probably this custom has its share, among other inducements, in forming the societies called Arioi. If a general attack happens to be made upon the island, every district under the command of an Eri is obliged to furnish its proportion of soldiers for the common defence. The number furnished by the principal districts which Tupia recollected, when added together, amounted, as I have observed before, to 6,680. Upon such occasions, the united force of the whole island is commanded in chief by the Eri Rahi. Private differences between two Eries are decided by their own people, without at all disturbing the general tranquillity. Their weapons are slings, which they use with great dexterity, pikes headed with the stings of stingrays, and clubs of about 6 or 7 feet long, made of a very hard, heavy wood. Thus armed, they are said to fight with great obstinacy, which is the more likely to be true, as it is certain that they give no quarter to either man, woman, or child, who is so unfortunate as to fall into their hands during the battle, or for some hours afterwards, till their passion, which is always violent though not lasting, has subsided. The Eri Rahi of Obereonu, while we were here, was in perfect amity with the Eri Rahi of Tiarabu, the other peninsula, though he took himself the title of King of the whole island. This, however, produced no more jealousy in the other sovereign than the title of King of France, assumed by our sovereign, does in his most Christian majesty. In a government so rude, it cannot be expected that distributive justice should be regularly administered, and indeed where there is so little opposition of interest, in consequence of the facility with which every appetite and passion is gratified, there can be but few crimes. There is nothing like money, the common medium by which every want and every wish is supposed to be gratified by those who do not possess it. There is no apparently permanent good which either fraud or force can unlawfully obtain. And when all the crimes that are committed by the inhabitants of civilized countries to get money are set out of the account, not many will remain. Add to this that where the commerce with woman is restrained by no law, men will seldom be under any temptation to commit adultery, especially as one woman is always less preferred to another, where they are less distinguished by personal decorations and the adventitious circumstances which are produced by the varieties of art and the refinements of sentiment. That they are thieves is true, but as among these people no man can be much injured or benefited by theft, it is not necessary to retrain it by such punishments, as in other countries are absolutely necessary to the very existence of civil society. Tupia, however, tells us that adultery is sometimes committed as well as theft. In all cafes where an injury has been committed, the punishment of the offender lies with the sufferer. Adultery, if the parties are caught in the fact, is sometimes punished with death in the first ardour of resentment. But without circumstances of immediate provocation, the female sinner seldom suffers more than a beating. As punishment, however, is enforced by no law, nor taken into the hand of any magistrate, it is not often inflicted except the injured party is the strongest. Though the chiefs do sometimes punish their immediate dependents for faults committed against each other and even the dependents of others, if they are accused of any offence committed in their district. Having now given the best description that I can of the island in its present state, and of the people with their customs and manners, language and arts, I shall only add a few general observations which may be of use to future navigators if any of the ships of Great Britain should receive orders to visit it. As it produces nothing that appears to be convertible into an article of trade and can be useful only by affording refreshments to shipping in their passage through these seas, it might be made to answer this purpose in a much greater degree by transporting thither sheep, goats, and horned cattle, with European garden stuff and other useful vegetables, which there is the greatest reason to suppose will flourish in so fine a climate and so rich a soil. Though this and the neighbouring islands lie within the Tropic of Capricorn, yet the heat is not troublesome, nor did the winds blow constantly from the east. We had frequently a fresh gale from the southwest for 2 or 3 days, and sometimes, though very seldom, from the northwest. Tupia reported that southwesterly winds prevail in October, November and December, and we have no doubt of the fact. When the winds are variable, they are always accompanied by a swell from the southwest or west-southwest. There is also a swell from the same points when it is calm, and the atmosphere loaded with clouds, which is a sure indication that the winds are variable or westerly out at sea, for with the settled trade wind the weather is clear. The meeting with westerly winds within the general limits of the eastern trade has induced some navigators to suppose that they were near some large tract of land, of which, however, I think they are no indication. It has been found, both by us and the Dolphin, that the trade wind in these parts does not extend farther to the south than 20 degrees, beyond which we generally found a gale from the westward. And it is reasonable to suppose that when these winds blow strong, they will drive back the easterly wind and consequently encroach upon the limits within which they constantly blow, and thus necessarily produce variable winds, as either happens to prevail, and a southwesterly swell. This supposition is the more probable, as it is well known that the trade winds blow but faintly for some distance within their limits, and therefore may be more easily stopped or repelled by a wind in the contrary direction. It is also well known that the limits of the trade winds vary not only at different seasons of the year, but sometimes at the same season, in different years. There is therefore no reason to suppose that southwesterly winds within these limits are caused by the vicinity of large tracts of land, especially as they are always accompanied with a large swell in the same direction in which they blow. And we find a much greater surf beating upon the shores of the southwest side of the islands that are situated just within the limits of the trade wind than upon any other part of them. The tides about these islands are perhaps as inconsiderable as in any part of the world. A south or S by W moon makes high water in the Bay of Matavai at Otaheite, but the water very seldom rises perpendicularly above 10 or 12 inches. The variation of the compass I found to be 4 degrees 46 minutes easterly, this being the result of a great number of trials made with 4 of Dr. Knight's needles adapted to azimuth compasses. These compasses I thought the best that could be procured, yet, when applied to the meridian line, I found them to differ not only one from another, sometimes a degree and a half, but the same needle, half a degree from itself, in different trials made on the same day. And I do not remember that I have ever found 2 needles which exactly agreed at the same time and place, though I have often found the same needle agree with itself in several trials made one after the other. This imperfection of the needle, however, is of no consequence to navigation, as the variation can always be found to a degree of accuracy, more than sufficient for all nautical purposes. The First Voyage of Captain James Cook, Volume 2, Book 1. An account of a voyage round the world in the years 1768, 1769, 1770 and 1771 by Lieutenant James Cook, commander of His Majesty's bark the Endeavour. Chapter 20. A description of several other islands in the neighbourhood of Otaheite with various incidents, a dramatic entertainment, and many particulars relative to the customs and manners of the inhabitants. After parting with our friends, we made an easy sail, with gentle breezes and clear weather, and were informed by Tupia that 4 of the neighbouring islands, which he distinguished by the names of Huahine Ulietea, Otaha and Bolabola, lay at the distance of between 1 and 2 days' sail from Otaheite, and that hogs, fowls and other refreshments, with which we had of late been but sparingly supplied, were there to be procured in great plenty. But having discovered from the hills of Otaheite an island lying to the northward, which he called Tethuroa, I determined first to stand that way, to take a nearer view of it. It lies north half west, distant 8 leagues from the northern extremity of Otaheite, upon which we had observed the transit, and to which we had, for that reason, given the name of Point Venus. We found it to be a small, low island, and were told by Tupia that it had no settled inhabitants, but was occasionally visited by the inhabitants of Otaheite, who sometimes went thither for a few days to fish. We therefore determined to spend no more time in a farther examination of it, but to go in search of Huahine and Ulietea, which he described to be well peopled, and as large as Otaheite. At 6 o'clock in the morning of the 14th, the westernmost part of Aimeo, or York Island, bore south, E half south, and the body of Otaheite, E half south. At noon, the body of York Island bore E by S, half south, and Port Royal Bay, at Otaheite, S, 70 degrees 45 minutes east, distant 61 miles, and an island which we took to be Saunders's Island, called by the natives Tapua Manau, bore SSW. We also saw land bearing NW half W, which Tupia said was Huahine. On the 15th it was hazy, with light breezes and calms succeeding each other, so that we could see no land, and made but little way. Our Indian, Tupia, often prayed for a wind to his god Tain, and as often boasted of his success, which indeed he took a very effectual method to secure, for he never began his address to Tain, till he saw a breeze so near that he knew it must reach the ship before his oraison was well over. On the 16th we had a gentle breeze, and in the morning about 8 o'clock being close in with the northwest part of the island Huahane, we sounded but had no bottom with 80 fathom. Some canoes very soon came off, but the people seemed afraid and kept at a distance till they discovered Tupia, and then they ventured nearer. In one of the canoes that came up to the ship's side was the king of the island and his wife. Upon assurances of friendship, frequently and earnestly repeated, their majesties and some others came on board. At first they were struck with astonishment and wondered at everything that was shown them, yet they made no inquiries, and seeming to be satisfied with what was offered to their notice, they made no search after other objects of curiosity with which it was natural to suppose a building of such novelty and magnitude as the ship must abound. After some time, they became more familiar. I was given to understand that the name of the king was Ori, and he proposed as a mark of amity that we should exchange names. To this I readily consented, and he was Cookie, for so he pronounced my name, and I was Ori for the rest of the time we were together. We found these people to be very nearly the same with those of Otaheite in person, dress, language, and every other circumstance, except if Tupia might be believed that they would not steal. Soon after dinner we came to an anchor in a small but excellent harbour on the west side of the island, which the natives call O'Hara, in 18 fathom water, clear ground, and secure from all winds. I went immediately ashore, accompanied by Mr. Banks, Dr. Solander, Mr. Monkhouse, Tupia, King Cookie, and some other of the natives who had been on board ever since the morning. The moment we landed, Tupia stripped himself as low as the waist and desired Mr. Monkhouse to do the same. He then sat down before a great number of the natives, who were collected together in a large house or shed. For here, as well as at Otaheite, a house consists only of a roof supported upon poles, the rest of us, by his desire, standing behind. He then began a speech or prayer which lasted about a quarter of an hour, the king who stood over against him every now and then answering in what appeared to be set responses. In the course of this harangue, he delivered at different times 2 handkerchiefs, a black silk neckcloth, some beads, 2 small bunches of feathers, and some plantains, as presents to their Yetua, or god. In return for these, he received for our Yetua a hog, some young plantains, and 2 small bunches of feathers, which he ordered to be carried on board the ship. After these ceremonies, which we supposed to be the ratification of a treaty between us, everyone was dismissed to go whither he pleased, and Tupia immediately repaired to offer his oblations at one of the maraes. The next morning we went on shore again and walked up the hills, where the productions were exactly the same as those of Otaheite, except that the rocks and clay appeared to be more burnt. The houses were neat, and the boathouses remarkably large. One that we measured was 50 paces long, 10 broad, and 24 feet high. The whole formed a pointed arch, like those of our old cathedrals, which was supported on one side by 26, and on the other by 30 pillars, or rather posts, about 2 feet high and 1 thick, upon most of which were rudely carved the heads of men, and several fanciful devices, not altogether unlike those which we sometimes see printed from wooden blocks at the beginning and end of old books. The plains, or flat part of the country, abounded in breadfruit and cocoa-nut trees. In some places, however, there were salt swamps and lagoons, which would produce neither. We went again ashore on the 18th, and would have taken the advantage of Tupia's company in our perambulation. But he was too much engaged with his friends. We took, however, his boy, whose name was Tayeto, and Mr. Banks went to take a farther view of what had much engaged his attention before. It was a kind of chest or ark, the lid of which was nicely sewed on and thatched very neatly with palm nut leaves. It was fixed upon 2 poles and supported on little arches of wood, very neatly carved. The use of the poles seemed to be to remove it from place to place in the manner of our sedan chairs. In one end of it was a square hole, in the middle of which was a ring touching the sides and leaving the angles open so as to form a round hole within a square one. The first time Mr. Banks saw this coffer, the aperture at the end was stopped with a piece of cloth, which, lest he should give offence, he left untouched. Probably there was then something within, but now the cloth was taken away, and upon looking into it, it was found empty. The general resemblance between this repository and the Ark of the Lord among the Jews is remarkable. But it is still more remarkable that upon inquiring of the boy what it was called, he said, "Uhare no Iatua, the house of the god." He could, however, give no account of its signification or use. We had commenced a kind of trade with the natives, but it went on slowly, for when anything was offered, not one of them would take it upon his own judgment, but collected the opinions of 20 or 30 people, which could not be done without great loss of time. We got, however, 11 pigs, and determined to try for more the next day. The next day, therefore, we brought out some hatchets, for which we hoped we should have had no occasion, upon an island which no European had ever visited before. These procured us 3 very large hogs, and as we proposed to sail in the afternoon, King Ori and several others came on board to take their leave. To the king I gave a small plate of pewter, on which was stamped this inscription: His Britannic Majesty's ship, Endeavour, Lieutenant Cook Commander, 16th July 1769, Huaheine. I gave him also some medals or counters, resembling the coin of England, struck in the year 1761, with some other presents, and he promised that with none of these, particularly the plate, he would ever part. I thought it as lasting a testimony of our having first discovered this island as any we could leave behind, and having dismissed our visitors well satisfied and in great good humour, we set sail, about half an hour after 2 in the afternoon. The island of Huaheine, or Huahene, is situated in the latitude of 16 degrees 43 minutes south and longitude 150 degrees 52 minutes west from Greenwich. It is distant from Otaheite about 31 leagues in the direction of north, 58W, and is about 7 leagues in compass. Its surface is hilly and uneven, and it has a safe and commodious harbour. The harbour, which is called by the natives Owale or O'Hara, lies on the west side under the northernmost high land and within the north end of the reef, which lies along that side of the island. There are 2 inlets or openings by which it may be entered through the reef about 1.5 miles distant from each other. The southernmost is the widest, and on the south side of it lies a very small sandy island. Huaheine seems to be a month forwarder in its productions than Otaheite, as we found the cocoa nuts full of kernel, and some of the new breadfruit sit to eat. Of the cocoa nuts the inhabitants make a food which they call po, by mixing them with yams. They scrape both fine, and having incorporated the powder, they put it into a wooden trough with a number of hot stones, by which an oily kind of hasty pudding is made that our people relished very well, especially when it was fried. Mr. Banks found not more than 11 or 12 new plants, but he observed some insects and a species of scorpion which he had not seen before. The inhabitants seemed to be larger made and more stout than those of Otaheite. Mr. Banks measured one of the men and found him to be 6 feet 3 inches and a half high. Yet they are so lazy that he could not persuade any of them to go up the hills with him. They said if they were to attempt it, the fatigue would kill them. The women were very fair, more so than those of Otaheite, and in general we thought them more handsome, though none that were equal to some individuals. Both sexes seemed to be less timid and less curious. It has been observed that they made no inquiries on board the ship. And when we fired a gun, they were frighted indeed, but they did not fall down, as our friends at Otaheite constantly did when we first came among them. For this difference, however, we can easily account upon other principles. The people at Huaheine had not seen the dolphin, those at Otaheite had. In one, the report of a gun was connected with the idea of instant destruction. To the other, there was nothing dreadful in it but the appearance and the found, as they had never experienced its power of dispensing death. While we were on shore, we found that Tupia had commended them beyond their merit when he said that they would not steal, for one of them was detected in the fact. But when he was seized by the hair, the rest, instead of running away, as the people at Otaheite would have done, gathered round and inquired what provocation had been given. But this also may be accounted for without giving them credit for superior courage. They had no experience of the consequence of European resentment, which the people at Otaheite had in many instances purchased with life. It must, however, be acknowledged, to their honour, that when they understood what had happened, they showed strong signs of disapprobation and prescribed a good beating for the thief, which was immediately administered. We now made sail for the island of Ulietia, which lies southwest by west, distant 7 or 8 leagues from Huahane, and at half an hour after 6 in the evening, we were within 3 leagues of the shore on the eastern side. We stood off and on all night, and when the day broke the next morning, we stood in for the shore. We soon after discovered an opening in the reef which lies before the island, within which Tupia told us there was a good harbour. I did not, however, implicitly take his word, but sent the master out in the pinnace to examine it. He soon made the signal for the ship to follow. We accordingly stood in, and anchored in 22 fathom with soft ground. The natives soon came off to us in 2 canoes, each of which brought a woman and a pig. The woman, we supposed, was a mark of confidence, and the pig was a present. We received both with proper acknowledgments, and complimented each of the ladies with a spike nail and some beads, much to their satisfaction. We were told by Tupia, who has always expressed much fear of the men of Bolabola, that they have made a conquest of this island, and that if we remain here, they will certainly come down tomorrow and sight us. We determined, therefore, to go on shore without delay, while the day was our own. I landed in company with Mr. Banks, Dr. Solander, and the other gentleman, Tupia being also of the party. He introduced us by repeating the ceremonies which he had performed at Huahane, after which I hoisted an English jack and took possession of this and the 3 neighbouring islands, Huahane, Otaha and Bolabola, which were all in sight, in the name of His Britannic Majesty. After this, we took a walk to a great morai called Tapo de Boatea. We found it very different from those of Otaheite, for it consisted only of 4 walls, about 8 feet high, of coral stones, some of which were of an immense size, enclosing an area of about 25 yards square, which was filled up with smaller stones. Upon the top of it, many planks were set up an end, which were carved in their whole length. At a little distance we found an altar, or uhata, upon which lay the last oblation or sacrifice, a hog of about 80 pounds weight, which had been offered whole and very nicely roasted. Here were also 4 or 5 ohare no etua, or houses of God, to which carriage poles were fitted, like that which we had seen at Huahane. One of these Mr. Banks examined by putting his hand into it, and found a parcel about 5 feet long and 1 thick, wrapped up in mats. He broke a way through several of these mats with his fingers, but at length came to one which was made of the fibres of the cocoa nut, so firmly plaited together that he found it impossible to tear it, and therefore was forced to desist, especially as he perceived that what he had done already gave great offence to our new friends. From hence we went to a long house, not far distant, where among rolls of cloth and several other things we saw the model of a canoe about 3 feet long, to which were tied 8 human jawbones. We had already learnt that these, like scalps among the Indians of North America, were trophies of war. Tupia affirmed that they were the jawbones of the natives of this island. If so, they might have been hung up with the model of a canoe as a symbol of invasion by the warriors of Bolabola, as a memorial of their conquest. Night now came on apace, but Mr. Banks and Dr. Solander continued their walk along the shore, and at a little distance saw another Uhara Noeatwa, and a tree of the fig kind, the same as that which Mr. Green had seen at Otaheite in great perfection, the trunk, or rather congeries of the roots of which was 42 paces in circumference. On the 21st, having dispatched the master in the longboat to examine the coast of the south part of the island, and one of the mates in the yawl to found the harbour where the ship lay, I went myself in the pinnace to survey that part of the island which lies to the north. Mr. Banks and the gentleman were again on shore, trading with the natives and examining the products and curiosities of the country. They saw nothing, however, worthy notice, but some more jawbones, of which they made no doubt, but that the account they had heard was true. On the 22nd and 23rd, having strong gales and hazy weather, I did not think it safe to put to sea. But on the 24th, though the wind was still variable, I got under sail and plied to the northward within the reef, with a view to go out at a wider opening than that by which I had entered. In doing this, however, I was unexpectedly in the most imminent danger of striking on the rock. The master, whom I had ordered to keep continually founding in the chains, suddenly called out, "2 fathom." This alarmed me, for though I knew the ship drew at least 14 feet, and that therefore it was impossible such a shoal should be under her keel, yet the master was either mistaken, or she went along the edge of a coral rock, many of which, in the neighbourhood of these islands, are as steep as a wall. This harbour or bay is called by the natives Upoa, and taken in its greatest extent, it is capable of holding any number of shipping. It extends almost the whole length of the east side of the island, and is defended from the sea by a reef of coral rocks. The southernmost opening in this reef, or channel into the harbour by which we entered, is little more than a cable's length wide. It lies off the eastermost point of the island, and may be known by another small woody island, which lies a little to the southeast of it, called by the people here Oatara. Between 3 and 4 miles northwest from this island lie 2 other islets in the same direction as the reef, of which they are a part, called Opururu and Tamu. Between these lies the other channel into the harbour, through which I went out, and which is a full 1/4 of a mile wide. Still farther to the northwest are some other small islands, near which I am told there is another small channel into the harbour, but this I know only by report. The principal refreshments that are to be procured at this part of the island are plantains, coconuts, yams, hogs, and fowls. The hogs and fowls, however, are scarce, and the country, where we saw it, is neither so populous nor so rich in produce as Otaheite, or even Huahane. Wood and water may also be procured here, but the water cannot conveniently be got at. We were now again at sea without having received any interruption from the hostile inhabitants of Bolabola, whom, notwithstanding the fears of Tupia, we intended to visit. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon of the 25th, we were within a league of Otaha, which bore north 77 west. To the northward of the south end of that island, on the east side of it, and something more than a mile from the shore, lie 2 small islands called Toahutu and Wenuaya, between which Tupia says there is a channel into a very good harbour which lies within the reef, and appearances confirmed his report. As I discovered a broad channel between Otaha and Bolabola, I determined rather to go through it than run to the northward of all. But the wind being right ahead, I got no ground. Between 5 and 6 in the evening of the 26th, as I was standing to the northward, I discovered a small, low island, lying north by west or north. NW distant 4 or 5 leagues from Bolabola. We were told by Tupia that the name of this island is Tubai, that it produces nothing but cocoa nuts, and is inhabited only by 3 families, though it is visited by the inhabitants of the neighbouring islands, who resort thither to catch fish with which the coast abounds. On the 27th, about noon, the peak of Bolabola bore north 25 west, and the north end of Otaha, north 80 west, distant 3 leagues. The wind continued contrary all this day and the night following. On the 28th, at 6 in the morning, we were near the entrance of the harbour on the east side of Otaha, which has been just mentioned, and finding that it might be examined without losing time, I sent away the master in the longboat, with orders to found it, and, if the wind did not shift in our favour, to land upon the island, and traffic with the natives for such refreshments as were to be had. In this boat went Mr. Banks and Dr. Solander, who landed upon the island, and before night purchased 3 hogs, 21 fowls, and as many yams and plantains as the boat would hold. Plantains we thought a more useful refreshment even than pork, for they were boiled and served to the ship's company as bread, and were now the more acceptable as our bread was so full of vermin that, notwithstanding all possible care, we had sometimes 20 of them in our mouths at a time, every one of which tasted as hot as mustard. The island seemed to be more barren than Ulietea, but the produce was of the same kind. The people also exactly resembled those that we had seen at the other islands. They were not numerous, but they flocked about the boat wherever she went from all quarters, bringing with them whatever they had to sell. They paid the strangers, of whom they had received an account from Tupia, the same compliment which they used towards their own kings, uncovering their shoulders and wrapping their garments round their breasts, and were so solicitous to prevent its being neglected by any of their people that a man was sent with them, who called out to everyone they met, telling him what they were and what he was to do. In the meantime, I kept plying off and on, waiting for the boat's return. At half an hour after 5, not seeing anything of her, I fired a gun, and after it was dark, hoisted a light. At half an hour after 8, we heard the report of a musket, which we answered with a gun, and soon after the boat came on board. The master reported that the harbour was safe and commodious, with good anchorage from 25 to 16 fathom water, clear ground. As soon as the boat was hoisted in, I made sail to the northward, and at 8 o'clock in the morning of the 29th, we were close under the peak of Bolabola, which was high, rude and craggy. As the island was altogether inaccessible in this part, and we found it impossible to weather it, we tacked and stood off, then tacked again, and after many trips did not weather the south end of it till 12 o'clock at night. At 8 o'clock the next morning, we discovered an island which bore from us north 63 degrees west, distant about 8 leagues. At the same time, the peak of Bolabola bore north. Half E distant 3 or 4 leagues. This island Tupia called Maurua, and said that it was small, wholly surrounded by a reef, and without any harbour for shipping, but inhabited and bearing the same produce as the neighbouring islands. The middle of it rises in a high round hill that may be seen at the distance of 10 leagues. When we were off Bolabola, we saw but few people on the shore, and were told by Tupia that many of the inhabitants were gone to Ulietea. In the afternoon, we found ourselves nearly the length of the south end of Ulietea, and to windward of some harbours that lay on the west side of this island. Into one of these harbours, though we had before been ashore on the other side of the island, I intended to put, in order to stop a leak which we had sprung in the powder room, and to take in more ballast, as I found the ship too light to carry sail upon a wind. As the wind was right against us, we plied off one of the harbours, and about 3 o'clock in the afternoon on the 1st of August, we came to an anchor in the entrance of the channel leading into it in 14 fathom water, being prevented from working in by a tide which set very strong out. We then carried out the kedge anchor in order to warp into the harbour, but when this was done, we could not trip the bower anchor with all the purchase we could make. We were therefore obliged to lie still all night, and in the morning, when the tide turned, the ship going over the anchor, it tripped of itself, and we warped the ship into a proper berth with case, and moored in 28 fathom, with a sandy bottom. While this was doing, many of the natives came off to us with hogs, fowls, and plantains, which they parted with at an easy rate. When the ship was secured, I went on shore to look for a proper place to get ballast and water, both which I found in a very convenient situation. This day Mr. Banks and Dr. Solander spent on shore very much to their satisfaction. Everybody seemed to fear and respect them, placing in them at the same time the utmost confidence, behaving as if conscious that they possessed the power of doing them mischief without any propensity to make use of it. Men, women and children crowded round them and followed them wherever they went, but none of them were guilty of the least incivility. On the contrary, whenever there happened to be dirt or water in the way, The men vied with each other to carry them over on their backs. They were conducted to the houses of the principal people and were received in a manner altogether new. The people, who followed them while they were in their way, rushed forward as soon as they came to a house and went hastily in before them, leaving, however, a lane sufficiently wide for them to pass. When they entered, they found those who had preceded them ranged on each side of a long mat, which was spread upon the ground, and at the farther end of which sat the family. In the first house they entered, they found some very young women or children dressed with the utmost neatness, who kept their station, expecting the strangers to come up to them and make them presents, which they did with the greatest pleasure. For prettier children, or better dressed, they had never seen. One of them was a girl about 6 years old. Her gown, or upper garment, was red. A large quantity of plaited hair was wound round her head, the ornament to which they give the name of tamu, and which they value more than anything they possess. She sat at the upper end of a mat 30 feet long, upon which none of the spectators presumed to set a foot, notwithstanding the crowd, and she leaned upon the arm of a well-looking woman about 30, who was probably her nurse. Our gentleman walked up to her, and as soon as they approached, she stretched out her hand to receive the beads which they offered her, and no princess in Europe could have done it with a better grace. The people were so much gratified by the presents which were made to these girls that when Mr. Banks and Dr. Solander returned, they seemed attentive to nothing but how to oblige them. And in one of the houses they were, by order of the master, entertained with a dance, different from any that they had seen. It was performed by one man, who put upon his head a large cylindrical piece of wicker-work, or basket, about 4 feet long and 8 inches in diameter, which was faced with feathers, placed perpendicularly, with the tops bending forwards and edged round with shark's teeth, and the tail feathers of tropic birds. When he had put on this headdress, which is called a wow, he began to dance, moving slowly, and often turning his head so as that the top of his high wicker cap described a circle, and sometimes throwing it so near the faces of the spectators as to make them start back. This was held among them as a very good joke, and never failed to produce a peal of laughter, especially when it was played off upon one of the strangers. On the third day, we went along the shore to the northward, which was in a direction opposite to that of the route Mr. Banks and Dr. Solander had taken the day before, with a design to purchase stock, which we always found the people more ready to part with, and at a more easy price, at their houses than at the market. In the course of our walk, we met with a company of dancers, who detained us 2 hours, and during all that time afforded us great entertainment. The company consisted of 2 women dancers and 6 men with 3 drums. We were informed by Tupia that they were some of the most considerable people of the island, and that though they were continually going from place to place, they did not, like the little strolling companies of Otaheite, take any gratuity from the spectators. The women had upon their heads a considerable quantity of tamu, or plaited hair, which was brought several times round the head, and adorned in many parts with the flowers of the Cape jessamine, which were stuck in with much taste, and made a headdress truly elegant. Their necks, shoulders, and arms were naked. So were the breasts also as low as the parting of the arm. Below that they were covered with black cloth, which set close to the body. At the side of each breast, next the arm, was placed a small plume of black feathers, much in the same manner as our ladies now wear their nosegays or bouquets. Upon their hips rested a quantity of cloth, plaited very full, which reached up to the breast and fell down below into long petticoats, which quite concealed their feet, and which they managed with as much dexterity as our opera dancers could have done. The plaits above the waist were brown and white alternately. The petticoats below were all white. In this dress they advanced sideways in a measured step, keeping excellent time to the drums, which beat briskly and loud. Soon after they began to shake their hips, giving the folds of cloth that lay upon them a very quick motion, which was in some degree continued through the whole dance, though the body was thrown into various postures, sometimes standing, sometimes sitting, and sometimes resting on their knees and elbows. the fingers also being moved at the same time with a quickness scarcely to be imagined. Much of the dexterity of the dancers, however, and the entertainment of the spectators consisted in the wantonness of their attitudes and gestures, which was, indeed, such as exceeds all description. One of these girls had in her ear 3 pearls. One of them was very large, but so foul that it was of little value. The other 2 were as big as a middling pea. These were clear and of a good colour and shape, though spoiled by the drilling. Mr. Banks would fain have purchased them and offered the owner anything she would ask for them, but she could not be persuaded to part with them at any price. He tempted her with the value of 4 hogs and whatever else she should choose, but without success. And indeed they set a value upon their pearls very nearly equal to what they would fetch among us, except they could be procured before they are drilled. Between the dances of the women, the men performed a kind of dramatic interlude, in which there was dialogue as well as dancing, but we were not sufficiently acquainted with their language to understand the subject. On the 4th, some of our gentlemen saw a much more regular entertainment of the dramatic kind, which was divided into 4 acts. Tupia had often told us that he had large possessions in this island, which had been taken away from him by the inhabitants of Bolabola, and he now pointed them out in the very bay where the ship was at anchor. Upon our going on more, this was confirmed by the inhabitants, who showed us several districts, or wenuas, which they acknowledged to be his right. On the 5th, I received a present of 3 hogs, some fowls, several pieces of cloth, the largest we had seen being 50 yards long, which they unfolded and displayed so as to make the greatest show possible, and a considerable quantity of plantains, cocoa nuts, and other refreshments, from Opuni, the formidable king, or, in the language of the country, Iri Rehi of Bolabola, with a message that he was at this time upon the island, and that the next day he intended to pay me a visit. In the meantime, Mr. Banks and Dr. Solander went upon the hills, accompanied by several of the Indians, who conducted them by excellent paths to such a height that they plainly saw the other side of the island, and the passage through which the ship had passed the reef between the little islands of Operuru and Tamu, when we landed upon it the first time. As they were returning, they saw the Indians exercising themselves at what they call arrowhor, which is nothing more than pitching a kind of light lance, headed with hard wood, at a mark. In this amusement, though they seem very fond of it, they do not excel, for not above 1 in 12 struck the mark, which was the bole of a plantain tree at about 20 yards distance. On the 6th, we all stayed at home, expecting the visit of the great king, but we were disappointed. We had, however, much more agreeable company, for he sent 3 very pretty girls to demand something in return for his present. Perhaps he was unwilling to trust himself on board the ship, or perhaps he thought his messengers would procure a more valuable return for his hogs and poultry than he could himself. Be that as it may, we did not regret his absence nor his messengers their visit. In the afternoon, as the great king would not come to us, we determined to go to the great king. As he was lord of the Bolabola men, the conquerors of this and the terror of all the other islands, we expected to see a chief young and vigorous, with an intelligent countenance and an enterprising spirit. We found, however, a poor feeble wretch, withered and decrepit, half blind with age, and so sluggish and stupid that he appeared scarcely to have understanding enough left to know that it was probable we should be gratified either by hogs or women. He did not receive us sitting, or with any state or formality as the other chiefs had done. We made him our present, which he accepted and gave a hog in return. We had learnt that his principal residence was at Otaha, and upon our telling him that we intended to go thither in our boats the next morning, and that we should be glad to have him along with us, he promised to be of the party. Early in the morning, therefore, I set out both with the pinnace and longboat for Otaha, having some of the gentlemen with me. And in our way we called upon Opuni, who was in his canoe, ready to join us. As soon as we landed at Otaha, I made him a present of an axe, which I thought might induce him to encourage his subjects to bring us such provision as we wanted. But in this we found ourselves sadly disappointed, for after staying with him till noon, we left him without being able to procure a single article. I then proceeded to the north point of the island, in the pinnace, having sent the longboat another way. As I went along, I picked up 6 hogs, as many fowls and some plantains and yams. Having viewed and sketched the harbour on this side of the island, I made the best of my way back, with the longboat, which joined me soon after it was dark, and about 10 o'clock at night we got on board the ship. In this excursion Mr. Banks was not with us. He spent the morning on board the ship trading with the natives, who came off in their canoes for provisions and curiosities, and in the afternoon he went on shore with his draftsman to sketch the dresses of the dancers which he had seen a day or two before. He found the company exactly the same, except that another woman had been added to it. The dancing also of the women was the same, but the interludes of the men were somewhat varied. He saw 5 or 6 performed, which were different from each other, and very much resembled the drama of our stage dances. The next day he went ashore again, with Dr. Solander, and they directed their course towards the dancing company, which, from the time of our second landing, had gradually moved about 2 leagues in their course round the island. They saw more dancing and more interludes, the interludes still varying from each other. In one of them, the performers, who were all men, were divided into 2 parties, which were distinguished from each other by the colour of their clothes, one being brown and the other white. The brown party represented a master and servants, and the white party a company of thieves. The master gave a basket of meat to the rest of his party, with a charge to take care of it. The dance of the white party consisted of several expedients to steal it, and that of the brown party in preventing their success. After some time, those who had charge of the basket placed themselves round it upon the ground, and leaning upon it, appeared to go to sleep. The others, improving this opportunity, came gently upon them, and lifting them up from the basket, carried off their prize. The sleepers, soon after awaking, missed their basket, but presently fell a-dancing, without any farther regarding their loss. So that the dramatic action of this dance was, according to the severest laws of criticism, one, and our lovers of simplicity would here have been gratified with an entertainment perfectly suited to the chastity of their taste. On the 9th, having spent the morning in trading with the canoes, we took the opportunity of a breeze which sprung up at east, and having stopped our leak and got the fresh stock which we had purchased on board, we sailed out of the harbour. When we were sailing away, Tupia strongly urged me to fire a shot towards Bolabola, possibly as a mark of his resentment, and to show the power of his new allies. In this I thought proper to gratify him, though we were 7 leagues distant. While we were about these islands, we expended very little of the ship's provisions, and were very plentifully supplied with hogs, fowls, plantains and yams, which we hoped would have been of great use to us in our course to the southward. But the hogs would not eat European grain of any kind, pulse or bread dust, so that we could not preserve them alive. And the fowls were all very soon seized with a disease that affected the head, so that they continued to hold it down between their legs till they died. Much dependence, therefore, must not be placed in livestock taken on board at these places, at least not till a discovery is made of some food that the hogs will eat, and some remedy for the disease of the poultry. Having been necessarily detained at Ulietea so long by the carpenters in stopping our leak, we determined to give up our design of going on shore at Bolabola, especially as it appeared to be difficult of access. To these 6 islands, Ulietea, Otaha, Bolabola, Huahane, Tubai, and Maurua, as they lie contiguous to each other, I gave the names of Society Islands, but did not think it proper to distinguish them separately by any other names than those by which they were known to the natives. They are situated between the latitude of 16 degrees 10 minutes and 16 degrees 55 minutes south, and between the longitude of 150 degrees 57 minutes and 152 degrees west from the meridian of Greenwich. Ulietea and Otaha lie within about 2 miles of each other, and are both enclosed within one reef of coral rocks, so that there is no passage for shipping between them. This reef forms several excellent harbours. The entrances into them indeed are but narrow, yet when a ship is once in, nothing can hurt her. The harbours on the east side have been described already, and on the west side of Ulietea, which is the largest of the two, there are 3. The northernmost, in which we lay, is called Ohamaneno. The channel leading into it is about 1/4 of a mile wide and lies between 2 low sandy islands, which are the northernmost on this side. Between or just within the 2 islands, there is good anchorage in 28 fathom soft ground. This harbour, though small, is preferable to the others because it is situated in the most fertile part of the island and where fresh water is easily to be got. The other 2 harbours lie to the southward of this and not far from the south end of the island. In both of them there is good anchorage with 10, 12 and 14 fathom. They are easily known by 3 small woody islands at their entrance. The southernmost of these 2 harbours lies within and to the southward of the southernmost of these islands, and the other lies between the 2 northernmost. I was told that there were more harbours at the south end of this island, but I did not examine whether the report was true. Otaha affords 2 very good harbours, one on the east side and the other on the west. That on the east side is called Ohameni and has been mentioned already. The other is called Oherurua and lies about the middle of the south-west side of the island. It is pretty large and affords good anchorage in 20 and 25 fathom, nor is there any want of fresh water. The breach in the reef that forms a channel into this harbour is about 1/4 of a mile broad and, like all the rest, is very steep on both sides. In general, there is no danger here but what is visible. The island of Bolabola lies northwest and by west from Otaha, distant about 4 leagues. It is surrounded by a reef of rocks and several small islands, encompassed together about 8 leagues. I was told that on the southwest side of the island there is a channel through the reef into a very good harbour, but I did not think it worth while to examine it, for the reasons that have been just assigned. This island is rendered very remarkable by a high, craggy hill, which appears to be almost perpendicular and terminates at the top in 2 peaks, one higher than the other. The land of Ulietea and Otaha is hilly, broken and irregular, except on the sea coast. Yet the hills look green and pleasant, and are in many places clothed with wood. The several particulars in which these islands and their inhabitants differ from what we had observed at Otaheite have been mentioned in the course of the narrative. Pursued our course without any event worthy of note till the 13th, about noon, when we saw land bearing southeast, which Tupia told us was an island called Oheteroa. About 6 in the evening, we were within 2 or 3 leagues of it, upon which I shortened fail and stood off and on all night. The next morning stood in for the land. We ran to leeward of the island, keeping close in shore, and saw several of the natives, though in no great numbers, upon the beach. At 9 o'clock, I sent Mr. Gore, one of my lieutenants in the pinnace, to endeavour to land upon the island, and learn from the natives whether there was anchorage in a bay then in sight, and what land lay farther to the southward. Mr. Banks and Dr. Solander accompanied Mr. Gore in this expedition, and as they thought Tupia might be useful, they took him with them. As the boat approached the shore, those on board perceived the natives to be armed with long lances. As they did not intend to land till they got round a point which ran out at a little distance, they stood along the coast, and the natives therefore very probably thought they were afraid of them. They had now got together to the number of about 60, and all of them sat down upon the shore, except 2 who were dispatched forward to observe the motions of those in the boat. These men, after walking abreast of her some time, at length leapt into the water and swam towards her, but were soon left behind. 2 more then appeared and attempted to board her in the same manner, but they also were soon left behind. A 5th man then ran forward alone, and having got a good way ahead of the boat before he took to the water, easily reached her. Mr. Banks urged the officer to take him in, thinking it a good opportunity to get the confidence and goodwill of a people who then certainly looked upon them as enemies, but he obstinately refused. This man therefore was left behind like the others, and so was a sixth who followed him. When the boat had got round the point, she perceived that all her followers had desisted from the pursuit. She now opened a large bay, at the bottom of which appeared another body of men, armed with long lances like the first. Here our people prepared to land and pushed towards the shore, a canoe at the same time putting off to meet them. As soon as it came near them, they lay upon their oars, and calling out to them, told them that they were friends, and that if they would come up, they would give them nails, which were held up for them to see. After some hesitation, they came up to the boat's stern, and took some nails that were offered them with great seeming satisfaction, but in less than a minute they appeared to have formed a design of boarding the boat and making her their prize. 3 of them suddenly leaped into it, and the others brought up the canoe, which the motion in quitting her had thrown off a little, manifestly with a design to follow their associates and support them in their attempt. The first that boarded the boat entered close to Mr. Banks, and instantly snatched his powder horn out of his pocket. Mr. Banks seized it, and with some difficulty wrenched it out of his hand, at the same time pressing against his breast in order to force him overboard, but he was too strong for him, and kept his place. The officer then snapped his piece, but it missed fire, upon which he ordered some of the people to fire over their heads. 2 pieces were accordingly discharged, upon which they all instantly leaped into the water. One of the people, either from cowardice or cruelty or both, levelled a 3rd piece at one of them as he was swimming away, and the ball grazed his forehead. Happily, however, the wound was very slight, for he recovered the canoe and stood up in her as active and vigorous as the rest. The canoe immediately stood in for the shore, where a great number of people, not less than 200, were now assembled. The boat also pushed in, but found the land guarded all round with a shoal, upon which the sea broke with a considerable surf. It was therefore thought advisable by the officer to proceed along shore in search of a more convenient landing place. In the meantime, the people on board saw the canoe go on shore, and the natives gather eagerly round her to inquire the particulars of what had happened. Soon after, a single man ran along the shore, armed with his lance, and when he came abreast of the boat he began to dance, brandish his weapon, and call out in a very shrill tone, which Tupia said was a defiance from the people. The boat continued to row along the shore, and the champion followed it, repeating his defiance by his voice and his gestures, but no better landing place being found than that where the canoe had put the natives on shore, the officer turned back with a view to attempt it there, hoping that if it should not be practicable, the people would come to a conference either on the shoals or in their canoes, and that a treaty of peace might be concluded with them. As the boat rowed slowly along the shore back again, another champion came down, shouting defiance and brandishing his lance. His appearance was more formidable than that of the other, for he wore a large cap made of the tail feathers of the tropic bird, and his body was covered with stripes of different coloured cloth, yellow, red, and brown. This gentleman also danced, but with much more nimbleness and dexterity than the first. Our people, therefore, considering his agility and his dress, distinguished him by the name of Harlequin. Soon after, a more grave and elderly man came down to the beach, and hailing the people in the boat, inquired who they were and from whence they came. Tupia answered in their own language, from Otaheite. The 3 natives then walked peaceably along the shore till they came to a shoal, upon which a few people were collected. Here they stopped, and after a short conference they all began to pray very loud. Tupia made his responses, but continued to tell us that they were not our friends. When their prayer, or as they call it, their pura, was over, our people entered into a parley with them, telling them that if they would lay by their lances and clubs, for some had one and some the other, they would come on shore, and trade with them for whatever they would bring. They agreed, but it was only upon condition that we would leave behind us our muskets. This was a condition which, however equitable it might appear, could not be complied with, nor indeed would it have put the 2 parties upon an equality, except their numbers had been equal. Here then the negotiation seemed to be at an end. but in a little time they ventured to come nearer to the boat, and at last came near enough to trade, which they did very fairly, for a small quantity of their cloth and some of their weapons. But as they gave our people no hope of provisions, nor indeed anything else, except they would venture through a narrow channel to the shore, which, all circumstances considered, they did not think it prudent to do, they put off the boat and left them. With the ship and the boat we had now made the circuit of the island, and finding that there was neither harbour nor anchorage about it, and that the hostile disposition of the people would render landing impracticable without bloodshed, I determined not to attempt it, having no motive that could justify the risk of life. The bay which the boat entered lies on the west side of the island. The bottom was foul and rocky, but the water so clear that it could plainly be seen at the depth of 25 fathom, which is 150 feet. This island is situated in the latitude of 22 degrees 27 minutes south, and in the longitude of 150 degrees 47 minutes west from the meridian of Greenwich. It is 13 miles in circuit and rather high than low, but neither populous nor fertile in proportion to the other islands that we had seen in these seas. The chief produce seems to be the tree of which they make their weapons, called in their language etoa. Many plantations of it were seen along the moor, which is not surrounded like the neighbouring islands by a reef. The people seemed to be lusty and well made, rather browner than those we had left. Under their armpits they had black marks about as broad as the hand, the edges of which formed not a straight, but an indented line. They had also circles of the same colour, but not so broad, round their arms and legs, but were not marked on any other part of the body. Their dress was very different from any that we had seen before, as well as the cloth of which it was made. The cloth was of the same materials as that which is worn in the other islands, and most of that which was seen by our people was dyed of a bright but deep yellow, and covered on the outside with a composition like varnish, which was either red or of a dark lead colour. Over this ground it was again painted in stripes of many different patterns, with wonderful regularity, in the manner of our striped silks in England. The cloth that was painted red was striped with black, and that which was painted lead colour with white. Their habit was a short jacket of this cloth, which reached about as low as their knees. It was of one piece, and had no other making than a hole in the middle of it, stitched round with long stitches, in which it differed from all that we had seen before. Through this hole the head was put, and what hung down was confined to their bodies by a piece of yellow cloth or fash, which passing round the neck behind, was crossed upon the breast, and then collected round the waist like a belt, which passed over another belt of red cloth, so that they made a very gay and warlike appearance. Some had caps of the feathers of the tropic bird, which have been before described, and some had a piece of white or lead-coloured cloth wound about the head like a small turban, which our people thought more becoming. Their arms were long lances, made of the etoa, the wood of which is very hard. They were well polished and sharpened at one end. Some were near 20 feet long, though not more than 3 fingers thick. They had also a weapon which was both club and pike, made of the same wood, about 7 feet long. This also was well polished, and sharpened at one end into a broad point. As a guard against these weapons, when they attack each other, they have mats folded up many times, which they place under their clothes from the neck to the waist. The weapons themselves indeed are capable of much less mischief than those of the same kind which we saw at the other islands, for the lances were there pointed with the sharp bone of the stingray that is called the sting, and the pikes were of much greater weight. The other things that we saw here were all superior in their kind to any we had seen before. The cloth was of a better colour in the dye, and painted with greater neatness and taste. The clubs were better cut and polished, and the canoe, though a small one, was very rich in ornament, and the carving was executed in a better manner. Among other decorations peculiar to this canoe was a line of small white feathers, which hung from the head and stern on the outside, and which, when we saw them, were thoroughly wetted by the spray. Tupia told us that there were several islands lying at different distances and in different directions from this, between the south and the northwest, and that at the distance of 3 days' sail to the northeast, there was an island called Manua, Bird Island. He seemed, however, most desirous that we should fail to the westward, and described several islands in that direction which he said he had visited. He told us that he had been 10 or 12 days in going thither, and 30 in coming back, and that the pahier in which he had made the voyage sailed much faster than the ship, reckoning his pahi therefore to go at the rate of 40 leagues a day, which from my own observation I have great reason to think these boats will do. It would make 400 leagues in 10 days, which I compute to be the distance of Boscawen and Keppel's Islands, discovered by Captain Wallis, westward of Ulietea, and therefore think it very probable that they were the islands he had visited. The farthest island that he knew anything of to the southward, he said, lay at the distance of about 2 days' sail from Oteroa, and was called Mutu. But he said that his father had told him there were islands to the southward of that. Upon the whole, I was determined to stand southward in search of a continent, but to spend no time in searching for islands if we did not happen to fall in with them during our course. This is the end of Volume 2, Book 1 of the first voyage of Captain James Cook. Thank you for listening.